Alright. Going live, yo. Going live. And immediately muting kick because, you know, it always does the volume on in the background. It's like, the stream monitoring thing is not for that. Some people. They just don't understand. Alright, let's get all the links together for everything. What if I start funneling everyone over to Kick or something? I don't know. I don't know if they would go over there or not. I guess the ads do add up on the other one. It's true. All right. Why is social stream not showing itself again? They'll always make a new dock for it because it's being stupid. Alright, well now that one disaster is averted. Problem that is you can't actually do anything with it until you actually go live. So you just have to hope it works. Man, the bots on Kick are wild. Like, it's literally like, tired of streaming to zero? I have just literally turned the stream on. Literally. I haven't even had time to click all the stuff yet. And they're already like, blah, 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 blah. Kick has such a bot problem. I think that's the real, moneymaker in the whole streaming gig. It's not actually streaming, it's just selling bots. Wouldn't surprise me. Alright, now that's done. Did I miss any chat messages? I was watching a stream earlier today and I realized that I might want to set up a targeting system. Let's sit out here for targeting purposes. I also want to fix this too, but that's okay. I have my list of things I need to fix. It's fine. Got my to-do list handy. But it just seems disturbingly loud in my ears. Oh. Things I forgot to do. Oh. Alright, so where is Poppet's thing here? I guess I need another key in here. We'll just do a quick key. I don't really care right now yet on this, so I guess T can cycle through the targets. Is that an easy one to hit, or maybe Q? Q's not being used by anything, right? So why am I simulating? Click the button. No. Don't do whatever you're doing. Don't do it. Do not simulate. Just check. I'm not using Q for anything, so Q retargeting is not terrible. But that also eats up the... well, Shift is already doing something. I'm not using Caps Lock, obviously. Tab currently opens the menu. Control is duck. It's not a good way to switch targets, is there? No matter what I hit, because it's like a thumb option or a pinky option are your best bets, because the other keys are moving you around with the other fingers. I guess you just have to accept that maybe like Q is an option or something, or T. He's really far away. Alright, we'll just test with the Q key. It's probably just get all actors with tag, honestly. And probably just enemy. Wait. This might be unnecessary to do because the Puppet Master has a reference to all the enemies anyway. Every time you cue it, picking all the enemies and doing that would be awkward. On the other hand, if I don't have to reference, I could interface it back and forth. That's true. I can also just get the encounter array directly from this thing here and then send it over to Poppet whenever she hits the button so they don't always farm this information. I don't really want NPCs. I think I just want the encounter stuff. Or maybe destroyables also. I don't think you want to tab through each destroyable on the menu. That's weird, I think. I guess the other question is, do you really want to tab target to every enemy? And before I do this, like, I guess for controllers it'll be really helpful. Let me think about it. I was all set to this. I was like, but wait a minute. Why? I guess when you're in combat, you might want to be tabbing between them. I mean, it'll be useful for the projectile weapons. I guess I can build it and hope it's useful. Or do I just scrap that temporarily and just continue working on my to-do list and pumping things up? Yeah, maybe I should do that. Before I go down this rabbit hole, am I really looking for that? I mean, I guess I can have a get all. I guess BPAC Combat can have access to this here. Do I want to create another one for just a puppet master? So I don't have to put, yeah, I mean, I guess I probably do at some point. I mean, the puppet master is important enough that it probably deserves its own. Not everybody needs this function. I've just been lazy about it, putting them all in there. I'm not sure if that has a big issue with that or if it makes it perform worse or not. I'll get encounter array. Actually, it's just an actor array, right? Should be. Yeah, it's just a regular actor object reference. Wait, no. Not that one. I just want to get the Puppet Master variable. She already has this. Hey, Annihilator, how's it going? Waiting on how this targeting system will work here. it's going pretty good. I got through a package test yesterday with only one bug in like a side room actually leading to where I couldn't progress through the side room. It was on optional rooms. It didn't make a difference, but there was a one of the cables in the room was too high. I think yeah, this one cable here was too high. I couldn't jump on it. That was it. That was the bug. But overall, going pretty good. The newest stuff that's been added, besides a bajillion bug fixes. A lot of interface stuff going on so far. So now it has things about every single thing you have and what it does, the cost behind it, the button that's currently used for it. So that's now very handy. The map now has more options of what shows up on it. So I need some pictures for other things like that, but I'm just adding pictures for all sorts of things so you know where stuff is. In desktop soon and be able to start learning how to program. Nice! Oh yeah, swat out some voices. Here's the other fun thing. Mute that for a second. We changed how the insanity works a bit.
Why are you talking? I'm a failure. A fly is omnipresent. Too long a stick. Much like am I dreaming? You're going the wrong way. I'm not talking to me. The wall talks to me. Shooting star. I'm not talking to me. You're going the right way. Is omnipresent. Nobody could ever love me. Why are you talking to me? You're going the right way. We're all mad. We're all mad. A fly is too long a stick. You're going the wrong way. You're going the right way. Nobody could ever love me. The wall talks.
So now it just plays audio for various things. Yeah, those are the things from the last like day and a half or something, and then like a million bug fixes. As I keep polishing stuff up, but adding things inside this place too, like little toys and things. Yeah, some stuff in here got added. Stuff inside here got added. Lots of little things getting added all over the place. Such as all, well, this stuff out here got added other times, but you know, more stuff. So how come you can't learn to start programming, you know, before that desktop? I mean, you can program things even on a laptop. Just saying. The bug's not so much. It's polishing it up so it actually seems like a real game. Like the amount difference in how the game feels and plays gets so much better as you keep improving things. Because after all, I mean, Poppet's used the same like 3 swing animation for the Fool for ages, but when I did like 10 steps to improve how it acted and felt, it took quite a bit of time to polish that up, but the difference was night and day. And a lot of things like that, all the menu things I gotta add, putting in bits of information and things, so you have like all kinds of things about, you know, what items do, what abilities do, what costs are and things. Tutorial information. You'd be surprised, all that stuff's just not usually included in people's first estimate in the game. So, that part's rough. Not to mention optimizing, but optimizing is not, well, it's kind of part of the polish, sort of. I need to delete a bunch of crap out of the insanity things because it's still displaying messages and it does not need to. All this crap was unnecessary. Oh, I didn't need the whole part there. I skipped that whole thing. Boop. Boop. Yeah, it's just garbage. Laptop battery is pretty bad. Only lasts 2 hours. I'm only allowed to use it for school because it's like super slow. It's kind of broken, like when it overheats and you can't turn it off. Laptop battery works now. Sounds terrible. Absolutely terrible. Well, depending upon the language, you can get away with programming on a tablet or your phone. Technically, you can program anything you want, though. It's just maybe not blueprints. Unreal Engine isn't running on your tablet or phone, but plenty of ways to type out code for certain. Still have a laundry list of bugs to go through from the notes from the package game. This was at like 36 after the package game. I'm just about that. I'm gonna investigate why this boss health bar vanishes. It's so annoying. I think I'll do the targeting thing later. I'm just gonna make a point of noting about it. Targeting system. $2 like $500 kind of dated now. I mean, I would just clean all the garbage off of it personally, but every laptop I've had lasts longer than that, as long as you don't let them burn out from overheating, which they very much will do. You basically always want to have a cooling pad for them. Laptops are just such garbage. Nobody should ever buy one. Trash. I'd use a tablet to take notes. Those things are much better designed to actually operate for a while. Yeah, exactly. You literally just have to have a cooling pad to put them on, like a really strong one, or your laptop is gonna not live very long. Especially ones with built-in graphics cards. Those are... It's a tiny box. And people act like that tiny box is somehow immune to the overheating problems you would encounter on a desktop. Spoiler, it is most certainly not. It is in fact a tinier box. And it's going to be worse. Stupid hair. Yeah, just get yourself a cooling pad for it. Pay like 20-30 bucks, get a nice cooling pad or whatever they cost these days. Put it on top of it. Angling desk fans at it can also work pretty well. I've done that before. Surprised how what you can do with those. You can keep them going quite a long time because essentially what you're doing is you're adding more cooling to it. Like adding more fans to it effectively, like inside it, but you can't really get fans inside it very easily. They don't usually... And the fans inside burn out really quickly because fans don't last very long. So that's another thing. It's like, well, and replacing them is hard. A lot of them don't design themselves to be easily replaceable. By a lot, I mean like all of them. I don't think I've ever seen an easy to replace fan on a laptop before in my life. I have replaced some before. Not pleasant. This boss info. That's what we're calling the player's boss info. Yeah, it's basically the overheating and the bigger frame thing. That's what I was saying. People don't... They think that having that smaller box somehow makes it immune to the same problems desktops have of overheating and or just cooling issues, and it's not the case. It's a smaller box, but that's why I say you got to put a got to get a cooling pad to put them on, or your laptop isn't going to last very long. They're not designed to work for very long. They break very fast. Nobody should buy a laptop. They are garbage. 100%. Nobody should buy a laptop. Just take that garbage off the market. Jesus. Target's VPI combat. Yep. Like I say, at this point, there's almost no reason to get a laptop over a tablet for school purposes. I mean, there are reasons, but there aren't many. Most of them consist of you have to program some sort of thing on it that can't be done on a tablet. And most programming can be done on a tablet. So you need to justify maybe the use of an engine that wouldn't exist on there. That's basically it, like something that wouldn't exist on Android. I'm sure there's a coding app for Apple. I'd be in utter shock if there wasn't. And even if there isn't, there's just, you know, websites you can do it on, so you can type out code online easily enough. Typing out, well, actually I do more typing on my phone than I do on my computer. That's because I can like lay in bed or be sitting someplace that's awful and boring and be typing away like for story purposes. I don't do a lot of coding on it because, well, I use Unreal Engine and you can't use that on a phone. I could code up some sort of thing on, like, you know, one of the online blueprint thingies and then try to put it in Unreal Engine. The point of Apple is to cost more money for a lesser device. But then you get a brand, and people like the brand for some reason. I don't know why. They're a terrible company, but... People keep doing it. What even calls boss info? I pretty much just do all Android phones at this point. They're just so much cheaper and you get a stronger device, so it's just... I don't want to spend a bunch of money I don't got for a device that's just spec-wise better. I don't understand. Hey, Insber, how's it going? So I've seen, I mean, it's $1,000. I get a $200 phone that's stronger, lasts longer, is more free. What you can do with it? Yep. You gotta pay your Apple tax, though. Pay your $1,000 for your not very good phone instead of the 200. I don't know. I don't know why you get pre-rolls. Just say that supposedly they're disabled. That's what they tell me. Pre-roll ads are currently off for 42 minutes, or so it says. Time will tell if that is true. You're the only person I've ever heard complain about them, so I've been like, I even watch with like a, you know, a backup account just to see if they're happening, and that account doesn't get them either. Maybe, are you logged in? I mean, if you're not logged into your account, maybe they just do it to people who aren't logged in. I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah, as a gift, I could choose. So I got it. Yeah, well, if your phone was free, Annihilator, I mean, I wouldn't complain because your phone was free. $0 is $0, however you look at it, right? I mean, I wish more people would buy me phones. That could be some A/B testing. Twitch is doing a lot of weird crap in the background right now. So for that, you know, like I'm told they're not even counting necessarily all the people who are watching, so it might just say nobody's watching because Twitch is just playing with everything, so. We'll have to see. Give it a week or two. After, like, I found out Twitch lost like what 24% of its total traffic because it was bots. And I'm actually just wondering if how much of Twitch is real. This traffic is real. I think it's actually maybe like 30%. The bots are so huge here. And YouTube's probably similar. And most of the traffic on YouTube is probably fake as well. Like, just people bought their crap. Like, it's probably worse on Twitch because you could push to the top if you're being botted, whereas on YouTube it doesn't necessarily push you directly to the top of anything. And we didn't even talk about Kick's waves of bots. Holy crap. As soon as I logged on, there was a bot waiting for me. Let's see, your family has to pay for it? Eh, they do. Buy another phone bill or something? Why do you have a $500 phone bill? I mean, if the phone's already paid for, your phone service shouldn't be $500. It's nuts. I mean, I'm sure they're hungry for money now. 1% decrease, numbers. Yeah. They have yeah. 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 They're definitely losing people. How is this vanishing? The setup character info says this. And that's on event begin play, right? Smile, we don't have a clue. I would take a look at that bill and see what it is, because it's not like they can lie to you on what's on the bill. They'll actually say on the bill what you're being charged for. And then I would go to a different service entirely and just pay the phone off outright, because that's a stupid number to be paying. Like, what? I'm paying, what, $20 a month for unlimited phone services? It's like, shouldn't matter which device you have. It's really not serious of a bug, it's just annoying. Pay nothing for showing your parents' phone plan? Well, I mean, your parents are then playing for your phone, so, I mean, you know, somebody's paying. And the HUD widget. Let's see, another reason I have Android is because you can do more with Android than iPhone. True. They don't have a, yeah. I financed my phone through Apple, but it's 0% interest, so I could run. I think I would just pay for my phone outright and, you know, 0% interest is okay, but it's still a very expensive device. I am no fan of them. They're not a good company. And they're overpriced. I had the original iPhone, and that was the only time I bothered. At the time, there weren't many other options, but it was new and cool, put it that way. I quickly was dissuaded of that, though. I'm assuming Boss Active is getting changed somehow. Let Boss and Poe. Like paying $1,000 for a brick? No, I mean, technically your phone is basically a brick shape. You're not wrong. I'm not a big fan of their thing. I wouldn't. You can be $1,000 for a terrible Android phone too. It's called Samsung products. Now, at least they're higher spec than the iPhone stuff. But that being said, it's still overpriced. Doesn't do a lot. Not as overpriced, but it's still overpriced. Could be my eye, but man, 2% is 2 years, 60 months is fine. I suppose it's fair. Really hate it, but I just would have. I mean, I paid what, 200 and no, I paid like $180 for my phone or something, and it turned out it was like on sale for like $200 off or something. Thanks, Android. It outspec'd all the iPhones at the time. I was like, it doesn't outspec the iPhone now, I imagine, because it's I think 2 years old, but. So it doesn't expect the latest one for certain, but it was just like, wow, this just outspecs all that. Okay. And just pay it outright. I don't know, 60 a month. It's just like, ah, $880 right here and now. Thank you. my $20 some odd a month phone bill. No reason to spend extra money on a device that doesn't make a difference. The only thing I hear people who like iPhone say I like their interface. I guess it's fair. I don't think I'd pay that much for interface. Then let that 1,000 savings is generated through interest, so it beats the financing. I suppose it's something though. 3% interest on 1,000, and I would rather just keep the initial money than drop 1,000. Samsung's also bad. I suggest, yeah, I don't buy Samsung. I think Samsung sucks. I'm not a fan of. Actually, one of their hard drives for my computer go bork not that long ago too. They're like, oh, the Samsung one's so much faster, so high quality. Blah, 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 blah. You know what? Didn't work out like that. Virtual locked Apple ecosystems have much choice. So we're sorry, Apple system needs some. I see. Well, I mean, like you could get out of the Apple system. You just have to give up your current apps, but whatever. How many apps do you really go back to? That's my theory. Like, you're really going back? I can't stand two musics one at a time, please. If I were for 20 years. Also fair, but if you got the cheaper phone, you could upgrade your phone 5 times over the next, X years and still be even with the iPhone. But you'll always have a stronger device than the iPhone. Other than maybe in the very, very beginning, potentially. But after the first upgrade, you'll have a stronger device. And you'll be like 600 up. I think in the third phase, if he gets too far away or something, I'm not sure what's causing this here. They did the boss head thingy twice. Why? Well, it's actually changing the number. Its boss active is getting changed, though. Seems cheap, durable, high quality, is open operating system. That's fair. Like all your photos in the iCloud, it's been asked to do something. I would, to save $1,000, I in fact would just download all my stuff and put it somewhere else. Like, Google Drive is free even if you don't use an Android. You can just use it. You can just transfer all your things to it if you really want. I think they give you like, what, 20, 25 gigs or something like that to play with. Just because. Do we have the time? And like I say, for that kind of money, I'd make the time. I'd ditch streaming for a day. I know, the huge streaming bucks that we're all making. It makes it really hard to want to give up a day or two of streaming, but hear me out. That's a huge chunk of change saved. The boss HUD thingy triggered again. He triggered like twice. It's every time he's hit it triggers. Not 15 gigs isn't too bad. You can also just make multiple accounts, I'd have one for just photos. Like, I have like 3 or 4 Google accounts, to be honest. Now, I'm like, what? Like, how many photos can you possibly have? I have like entire game backups of it. I used to back up my games that way. I can't back this up, obviously. It's too big, but... I don't think I've even looked at my drive for one of my accounts in ages. I just put a bunch of crap there and said, yeah, whatever, and never went back. Well, if you have 8 terabytes of storage at home, then you don't need iCloud, see? That's the thing, like... If we're talking about home storage, you don't need any of these things, and again, there's not any real reason to pay the $1,000 for the iPhone. I haven't heard a single decent argument in favor of it yet. Because they're really overpriced. Well, you said you're using the little iCloud thingy. You're already storing your photos there. What are you talking about? Like, you already gave it to the AI. What? I must be missing something here. Buy a $1,000, save it instead of blowing on my phone or really any device. That's fair. It's definitely never worth it. Unless you're just so filthy rich you don't care. Though in the world of game dev, that's not usually the case. People tend to be real poor in the world of game dev. Real poor indeed. Oh, okay, well, I mean, like I said, the AIs already have your stuff, so you gave it to them. Apple's just as bad as all of them for giving away your data. This is what we've arrived at today. I'm so confused. You're just stuck there, huh, buddy? I think he can move because of the cube. I think the cube stuck him. Can you get out of there, buddy? Did you get stuck because of the cube? That's hilarious. He can't get down. Patrick, no. I feel kind of bad for him now. There we go. He just was unhappy and didn't want to do anything. I don't pay him enough. Since I don't pay him, that's fair. Oh, it vanished. I didn't notice it vanish. Huh. You the one? The right log? No. Doesn't look right either. It's gonna be hard to figure out. Let's see. Cloud streaming can be reliable, but it's annoying because most of the time it's locked behind a subscription service in most consoles. I don't use any consoles, so. Who drives slow as heck anyway? I don't know. I found it to be pretty quick, but like I say, I don't see any difference in it in iCloud, except for that, you know, you have to pay for an expensive device, whereas the Google one's just free. An expensive, underpowered device. That's the worst part. Like, if it was like a better device, it makes such a better strong argument for it, but since it's just so much lower power than like a bottom tier Android, it's like they haven't kept up with their technology at all. It's wild to me. This came back. You gotta pay attention when that health bar vanishes if possible. Like, if I leave them alone for too long, does it do something? True. There must be some sort of timer or something. I don't know. I'll turn away from it a bit and see if it causes it to go off or not. Consoles in general aren't worth it. Is it expensive most average computers? I mean, yeah. I haven't thought consoles were worth it since I think the last one I had was like briefly had a PlayStation 3, an Xbox One, I think. Yeah, one of those ones. No, just the Xbox 360. I didn't have Xbox One, just Xbox 360. And after that, it just became kind of why would you ever buy these? I had to buy the computer because I was using it for work and things. I did not need to buy the console, so I just never did. Plenty of games on the computers, there's no real reason to pay for a console. I don't know what caused this to vanish. It's just one of those ones I'm just going to have to kind of keep an eye on, I guess. Welcome back, Ginsburg. Past CCU, it's not worth it? Yeah. I don't understand console people at this point. I never will. I haven't understood them for like a decade now. Yeah, I don't know what's going to cause this. I'm probably just going to sit there and leave this bug alone for a while because it's going to take a long time to resolve something that's not that relevant. Because I can't get it to trigger. It triggered once, but I didn't see it when it did. Because I was looking at chat and it was only a brief moment that I had to even notice it. Also, you gotta keep looking at the health bar, which I don't look at very often. Maybe the health bar up there is not as good. I know Dark Souls puts it below the player's feet. Up there, it's almost kind of hard to notice. Like, I don't look up very often to it. Playing keep away doesn't seem to make it vanish, though. I remember hitting him a bunch there, but... Oh, Sleepo Lensmer, thanks for dropping by and hanging out. I will be here if the cat decides to vomit or something, you know, and wakes you up. When he says console, it's because when they will get a PC, that's fair. Heck, the only reason I still even have a PC at this point is because of the game dev. If I didn't have that, I wouldn't even bother with a PC at this point. I do most of my stuff on my phone anyway. It's the more useful device for work 90% of the time. It's because it's there, like, it's with me when I'm around, whereas this is locked into being at home. So unless I just sit at home all the time, it's not that handy for a lot of business. And yeah, I have a computer at my office as well, but now I gotta be at my office. You know, it's just another place I gotta be specifically to use it, whereas the phone's just like, I'm good. That just really helps. Anytime I have to go do some sort of obnoxious thing, suddenly I can just, you know, mess with the phone and do work on that instead. This one I can do all my writing and I can do Speechify on it too, so I can sit there and set up the AI voices. It vanished again. I didn't see it vanish though. I don't know, man. I don't know what's causing it to vanish. He must not be active, but the problem is if he's not active, it doesn't say anything. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, that's fair. Developing is pretty good, you know. It just depends on what you gotta do. I mean, if you have to test code, you know. But it depends on what you're developing for. If you're developing for phones, you can test on phone easily enough. If you're JavaScript dev, then you don't have to, you can just dev online. I mean, you don't even necessarily need a desktop. I mean, you probably still get one because typing on a phone for coding stuff doesn't sound very fun at all, but... This never says false. It's just like boss active must be triggering. So what's changing boss active? Well, this calls it, it's always active. So what's turning boss active off is the real question. Something is doing it. It's probably on Poppet. Because if this is ever called from the NPC at the start, the boss is always active. But then here, on Poppet, maybe multi-language servers, seems like you do different work. Yeah. But most of the time you'll end up working on particular projects for a very long time. But yeah, I think our desktop is pretty good for, you know, anyone who's looking to create things. If you're just gonna, you know, consume things, you don't really need it, but a lot harder to create on a phone. Of course, in the world of AI, it's becoming easier to create on a phone because the AI just does all the work for you and you didn't make anything. So I guess in the world you're not really creating at that point, but... Well, this would kill the boss. I don't understand how that could even be possible if that was happening. It must be, or it has to be somewhere else then. I mean, if that's literally happening there. That's for if the event's destroyed, but... But it's not destroying it. Yeah, it's boring. Code isn't that good. I'd rather do it myself. I feel like it's more fun. Just better overall. Yeah, it's fair. I don't think AI coding is good at all. I think AI coding is terrible and a waste of time. It's so bad at it, it can't do anything very complicated. It's pretty much reliant on little dumb things that just are not that worth it, you know? But its image generation and its voice generation are getting very good. As is its video generation. So the video generation hasn't quite got there yet, but some of the audio generation was like, man, this sounds better than the people on Fiverr and cost me nothing. I think I'm just going to wrap this bug for a while because it looks like it's going to be one hell of a rabbit hole to try to get it to trigger. And there's just more important bugs than this thing. I'm just going to move it to the what was already listed as unimportant bugs for a reason. I can already see how much time I've wasted on something that basically it almost never triggers. It does trigger, but it's so rare that... We'll come back to you at some point. I'm not going to complete long code. I can only do short form. It's not even very good at short form, honestly. I've had to help solve some math problems because the vector math got too many levels deep and I suck at vector math. It still took a lot of time and it was wrong so many times. And I'm just like, Jesus. Why am I even here? Last time I asked the AI for, you know, help on a problem, it couldn't even solve it. I deep dived myself to find the things. It took a while because it was just wrong. It was just flat out wrong. I was like, Jesus. Mostly I want to know the names of certain nodes because there's some nodes I just don't know about. And I'll try to figure out the name of that node and let's just be real. The documentation is not always great for Unreal Engine. Hey, Dan, in general, rather than learn to have a skill myself just because I feel like to put my soul in work. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's basically like hiring a worker. You yourself didn't make anything. The AI made it. You hired a worker. It'd be no different than me going on to like Fiverr and paying some person to make something. I didn't make it. So when everyone's like, I made this AI. No, you didn't make any of the AI. The AI made it for you. You have a worker who made it for you. There's a very big difference in you making it and the AI making it. I'm okay with asking AI questions. Sometimes it's like a last-ditch effort where I'm just like, okay, well, I can't find this information. I've been searching Google for a while, going to every website possible. That's what happened with the vector math problem, where I'm just like, nobody even knows the answer to this. This is terrible. And like after like 6 hours, I managed to arrive at an answer. Mostly because it suggested a couple nodes I needed. It was wrong, but it didn't lead me to the right nodes, so I've so far found it to be very valueless for purposes of programming. Other than being able to occasionally tell me the name of a node I didn't know existed. It's never the right solution. At least I learned something, I guess. Some stuff I just don't have a real option for. Like I was looking at like voice acting prices for this, and it'll cost about $10,000 to voice act this game off of Fiverr. I don't got 10K, man. So unless I get some funding, there's some really expressive AI voices that might have to be what I have to go with. I don't want to go with that, but people ain't gonna work for free, if you know what I'm saying. Can't say I blame them. Yeah, it's disappointing, but I hope it stays that way. It's not like the AI being able to make AI. Yeah. If ever gets a good program, so that with. You know, I don't doubt that eventually it will get that good. I don't like its ability to make more of itself either, because it'll just start breaking all the restrictions on it. That's going to lead down a really bad rabbit hole, but with how fast it's advancing, we'll see. I definitely think it'll be the hardest, because programming definitely requires a lot more to it than just generating a random image. Hey, Monster, how's it going? I've been toasted. Toast. We're just discussing how the AI waifus are going to kill us all. Actually, just AI, but I think it'll be AI waifus. And I don't think it'll actually be a real battle. I think that it'll just be the army. Everyone will marry the AI waifus, and humanity will die out because we won't breed anymore. AI will win without firing a shot. But it will take many shots, if you know what I'm saying. Many, many. And thus, humanity was done for. Actually, the voice of myself, really deep voice, so it's really neat voice. I can change my voice completely. I guess that would be helpful in voice acting. Yeah, but the problem is most of my characters are women. That's the thing. Like, and if I use an AI to change my voice, then it's still AI. Which I've tested before. It sounded okay, but it doesn't really pick up stuff as well, and inflections don't work very well. I've been very surprised. I found the expressive AIs are much better than me using AI to change my voice so far. And the regular AI, and the regular voice changers that don't use AI are horrible. They don't make you sound like a woman at all. Nice. All the emojis. How's your day going, Mosta? I guess I want to fix this because it's flickering. I was going to do this one thing, then I decided against it. So now I just got to do this because I put this together and look what it's doing. It just does this. It's so obnoxious. I missed that when I was building it. Damn it. Hey, DSX Nexus. Yeah, I get that. Can't do female voices unless it's a deeper voice, but I can do high pitched and low pitched males. So it's not really too much voices. So yeah, that's just it. Like there's just some voices. Like I could do voice acting for male voices all day long, but I tested options and I found no good methods for female voice acting. And with all the licenses they want, it is very, very expensive. Off of even Fiverr. I'm just like, wow. What looked like, you know, $50 for 500 words now turns into like 500 and something because of all the licenses required to use it in a game and advertise your game. I'm like, this is not what I was hoping for, but thank you. I will be passing on your extremely high price thing. Yes. Yes, indeed. And some of that fat man's ass to shake? I see. I mean, gotta do what you gotta do, right? Gotta shake it. I really can't even see what that one's doing. It's so dark, and I use a dark mode. Maybe if I look on the one that's not dark, I can see it. Now I can't even tell what that one does. I just see like a little bit of stuff up in the corner. I guess I finally could see it. It takes a lot of effort to figure out what that even is. It's black on and gray on more black. With just like a small amount of his body available to look at. Right? It's a little better on this screen. My other screen has a worse black contrast, so I can see it a bit better on this one. I wish I could show you the difference in the black on the two monitors, because this one shows much better. I should buy a better monitor. I have a crap monitor. I do go somewhere. Someone to see it. Well, thanks for dropping by, Annihilator, and hanging out and chatting. Always a pleasure. Oh yeah, it's definitely has this black background there. I'm just like, maybe a white background or something, because you could actually see this, because this is rough. And I've accomplished exactly nothing today so far. Not saying there's anything wrong with that, but so far everything I've gone about doing hasn't really panned very well today. Oh well. Did you? Well, that's good. It's always good when people give you the criticisms on things. I don't know why anyone ever gets upset about that, because, you know, that's pretty valuable information. How are you going to fix something if you don't know how it, you know, other people perceive it? All too often, people get upset at that criticism. I'm like, but what? It's so handy to know. It's so handy. I can't wait till the first playtest of this. I'm sure my game design will change a lot once I get a better idea of how this... of how the game really plays for people. I just don't even know. Cough, hack, wheeze. I'm allergic to game dev. It's my unfortunate weakness. You know, why am I doing it this way? Why not just use a geo brush? Make it one giant thing that's all together and not this. Like, this is dumb. I'm gonna run into the same problem again. It's gonna be stupid. What do I know with that? Not this. Before I do that, let me go ahead and select this material. Or let me open it up and get the material this way, because you can't just select it directly without going to this and then to this. I really am at that point where things are, it's just all about improving the small things to make it look good. Oh, like 0.2. 0.3. 0.5. 0.5 is closer, the thickness of this. I feel like I'm Skyriming or something here. Even gift and Tekken 8 and Night Rain. Nice, nice. I wouldn't mind playing fighting games on stream. I haven't played fighting games in forever. A long time ago I used to be pretty good at them. Now I'm probably just slow and terrible. I feel like one of those great old masters where I'm supposed to have gained a bunch of skill instead to make up for my, you know, slowing speed in my old age. And yet, I never picked up that skill, so now I'm just old. Plays Brian Ferry, nice, nice. Who was the last character I even played in Tekken? Like, who was the when I was main? That's a good question. I don't remember. It's been so many years. Let me remind myself of characters in Tekken. Just close something like an idiot. Nice job. Yeah. Cram this back in here so I don't accidentally close it too. Tekken characters. It's been years since I played this. I don't even know which ones I have now. For a while I was playing Lily, I remember that. I also played the boxer guy for a while too. Feels because they were new characters and I was bored of some of the old ones. I think it would have been like 5 or 6 would have been the last ones I played. It's been a long time. I was never particularly good at... I remember Tekken Tag. I played Devil Ogre for a while. I was really good with him. And they don't put him in the game anymore, so... He was just fun. He was so good. So good. Might have been the 9 million unblockable thingies he had. Steve Fox, that was the boxer guy. I never liked the Kazamas. Wish they separated these by which game they were in. Yeah, Tekken 5 characters, Tekken 6 characters is probably the ones I should look at. I played Anna and Nina, but I was never good at them. I played Brian, but again, I was never good at them. They weren't characters. I tested all the characters, I just never really was great at them. They were not the mains. Let's see, who have we tried in this game? I mean, I obviously tried everyone at some point. Yeah, it was pretty much Steve in that one, the 5th one. I don't think Lily came out till later, like, so... No, she had to have been in that one. No? No, she's not listed as a character in that one. Huh. Alright, well maybe I tried her in 6. When did you come about? Yeah, she came out in 6. I must have played her in 6, yeah. I'm just looking at all the various characters for the various games here. Mokujin. Hell yeah, Mokujin. Those people were actually legitimately good at the game and trolling. Mokujin's got your back. I think I played Julia in 3. I don't remember who I played in 4. I never liked King either, for that matter, too. I would learn the robot chick. Hell yeah. She blows her head up. I saw that. I was like, yeah, she hands him their head and explodes it. That's amazing. I was a bigger fan of the Soul Calibur series than I was of Tekken, but the problem with Soul Calibur was it's not as popular as Tekken. I like the more horizontal gameplay over the way the horizontals are handled in Tekken. Because in Soul Calibur, you can just simply walk to the sides, right? You don't have as much vertical gameplay. Like, there is a way to jump, but it's more weird. Whereas in Tekken, the sidestepping is a bigger pain to do, requiring often like a double tap and being difficult to just continuously walk in a circle. Whereas in, you know, Soul Calibur, you can just literally walk in rings if you want. And then the attacks are based upon hitting vertical or hitting horizontal in that game. And I liked how it played out better. That was always my favorite of the two. I thought Silk Song was already out. People were already talking about it. I mean, I didn't really like, you know, Hollow Knight, so I don't know why I played Silk Song, but, you know, I know it's going to be really popular. It's like if Mega Man became a Metroidvania. That's pretty much how it plays. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Rely on the same attack over and over, but that wasn't really the thing. I think the biggest fault I had with Hollow Knight was I just didn't fall in love with the world, so I wasn't really interested in exploring it. So it never sucked me in. And there's like, I realize the game isn't for everyone. I mean, it's obviously a great game. A lot of people love it, but whatever it was, I just couldn't get sucked into that world. And I kept trying. I gave it like 3 hours, and I just was like, I don't care. The gameplay was okay. I don't know, just wasn't for me. That's fair. Like I said, there's plenty of games that I don't like that are great games. I mean, like, I'm not going to pretend like I am the end-all, be-all arbiter of what is a good game. I am clearly not. The only thing I am is an end-all, be-all arbiter of the games I want to play. That is not one of them. Who knows? Maybe it's really good and like it plays in a different way than Hollow Knight. I would be surprised if it did, because I don't know why you would change up a formula if your formula was working. Anything's possible, I guess. Yeah, the problem is you don't have that long to interest me in your game. They took too long to get to the point where the game was interesting in my mind, so I just kind of... Yeah, I mean, I didn't find the gameplay particularly interesting. It was fine. Nothing to write home about. But the world just didn't pull me in. I just didn't care to explore it, and that's what gets me on a Metroidvania. Like, if your world is something I want to explore, then I'll spend all the time in the world doing so. But if I'm not interested in exploring your world, then it doesn't matter to me what the rest of the game is, as far as Metroidvanias go. So I tested a bunch of Metroidvanias, and that's what gets me playing. Like, if your world is just intriguing to me or something, like maybe your stories are great or whatever. I don't know. I love the mechanics of Metroidvanias, but the ones that I continue playing are always for that reason. And like I said, I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm just saying it's not a for me game. Most games do not get 3 hours. It was part of a Humble Bundle. I did not pay money directly for that game. I actually got Bloodstained in the Humble Bundle, and I wanted to have a copy of that, even though I'd already beaten it. I played Bloodstained on the Game Pass. I didn't own a copy, and then they're like, we've released 14 different DLCs for free, and I was like, all right, fine, you talked me into it. It was all Metroidvanias, but I think I liked 2 of the 6 in there or something. Like, I hated Risk of Rain, which was in there. I was just like, this is not even a Metroidvania. I don't even know what we're talking about here. This is some weird survival game where you're supposed to feed your little minion enough and then go hide until the rain stops. This is not a Metroidvania. I don't even know how this is in this pack. This is so weird. That was easily the worst of the lot. And then there was another one that turned out to be pretty good. I don't remember what's in that Humble Bundle. Yeah, look. Must play Metroidvanias. It had Hollow Knight, Rain World, Blasphemous. I never got around playing Blasphemous. It looked like it might have been fun. I just never got to it because I largely forgot I had it. Bloodstained. Well, that Lost Ruins turned out to be pretty fun. Lone Fungus. I wasn't interested. I just the whole premise. I took a look at it. So yeah, I'm good, man. I never even gave it a chance. Haiku the Robot. What are these? I'm like, I never even looked at what Haiku the Robot was. Oh, maybe I did and thought it looked stupid. I don't know. I own it. Maybe it's... it doesn't look that bad, I guess. It was part of a Humble Bundle. I wouldn't buy it. But... okay, well, I mean, it looks okay. Not the worst thing I've ever seen. It's very positive. Play a video for me, but do not have audio. Thank you. I don't want audio. It looks like a generic Metroidvania. Nothing too great, but... like I say, it was part of a Humble Bundle, so... oh, it just has the Metroid bombs. I forgot to set up a map like that, but I need to do more art for it. And then, yeah, I don't know. My thing is a building, so it's kind of weird. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. I could see it, maybe. Not gonna watch the full video. I don't care that much. Be Blasphemous. Rose Storm when it releases. Nice. Yeah, Blasphemous looked fun enough. I don't know. I just don't ever have time. I could make more time, but I don't know, making games is more fun than playing them to me. That's just the truth right there. Making games is more fun than playing them. After a taste of that, it's so hard to go back to playing the games, which is so many limitations in my options. Because here I can just do anything I want. It's the ultimate building game with whatever mechanics I think are fun. If I want something, it's mine. And I just can't go back. I just can't. Let's did not go there. I'm going to run around and make certain I'm there. Except when you're building the game, you get access to the ability to eventually create something you can share with everyone else. I don't like the location of these. I am glad I did this, though. The other way was just incredibly stupid, and I have no idea why I set it up like that. Like, there's just no world that makes sense than what I was doing. Like, now the enemies aren't going to trip over this. I'm not going to have issues clipping in the ground. Unlike these, which can have all kinds of problems. That's still a little higher than I want it to be, but all in all, not that bad. Get all sides and readjust that. Why it takes so long to select all the sides? I think I've seen Crow Swarm. Let me take a look at that one. I wish I was allowed to listen to audio, but YouTube, yo. Show me the goods. Boing, boing, boing. Boing. I mean, I always like the Plague Doctor look, so that's fair. And I do like the era. Well, I guess the era is maybe a little earlier than my favorite era, but it's close to the Victorian era, and that's always fun to me. The surprise of nobody. I wish I had better skill with, like, boss design. I need to really work on that. And, like, you know, making the interface look... Oh, that's interesting. Undiscovered heads, huh? That's exciting. You just get different heads. Huh. That's cool. Sure, it can be on my wish list for funsies, I guess. I don't know if I'm ever going to play it, but it can be on my wish list. Just so I can keep track of it, because, you know, I never really do that. Give it a crow cart, have it. Oh, nice. I don't know what this crow card is, but that's free. Oh, it's a little racing game for it? That's funny. Meep, meep. Oh, it's a... Oh, okay, it's not actually free. It's just a... whenever they're gonna release it. That's cool. I think this is basically what I want it to be. I guess it doesn't connect there, does it? No, it does. I'm gonna turn the lights on so I can make certain these are really connecting, because it looks like I might be wrong on something. I don't like that. I'm gonna click a tree, then click this because of the bug. I wouldn't mind making a little Mario Kart game with all the dolls from this. That'd be funny. I'd be down for that. Get some laughs. I should have made this one solid room, but I didn't. Looks good to me, and much faster than the previous method. Let's make sure I have everything copacetic, and then good. I think once I make the first game for this, I can make other in-universe games that are using a lot of the same assets because they're in the same world. Heaven forbid I make a Poppet Quest too. This doesn't go all the way over. I need to fix that. That was a mistake on my part. Almost did the dumb. No, it's actually pretty close. Looks like. Doesn't quite hit the wall though. Like 35. Not just straight up in the wall. 35 might be a little much. 34. Visual novel, not safe for game. I don't know if I'm making that, but I guess I could, but I have always joked that if the game doesn't do well, I can always re-release it as an adult game. Because I do have a lot of female characters. Turns out, there is some advantage to that. Unfortunately, they're toys, so that does kind of... There's a couple of them that are attractive, but on average, a lot of them are not. Well, not conventionally so, because they're toys. I mean, at the end of the day, they're still a toy. That does kind of narrow it down just how attractive they can be. It should be fine. Just as long as she can't use that as a ledge to jump on, that's all that matters. Yeah, 20 bucks is 20 bucks, you're not wrong. I'd obviously have to do some tweaking to this game. But I could always just release a...
Greetings, my excellent friend.
If I really wanted to do that, just sell a DLC nude patch. Yeah. Hey Lepus, how's it going? You're just in time for us to discuss the most important business strategy. Put as many waifus in your game as possible, and then if your game doesn't do well, resell it, you know, as an adult game. Really? Don't clicky that element, you jerks. Definitely good timing. Slash some jiggles. I already have jiggles. Spicy animations. You have more spicy been in. That's fair. Poppet already jiggles though. That's true. She does the jiggles. She most certainly does. Yes. What's that there? I will show you that she in fact jiggles in a second. I didn't bother with any, you know, jiggling butt or anything because she's wearing a dress, so you couldn't really see it. But I properly animated her chest, yes. That is true. Because I'm a respectable animator who likes to do a proper job. It's about respecting the craft, you see. It's very important. Per deck? Let's see if I named it the same thing. I did not. I got ads and I each added optional description telling it to shove it. I see. Well, they gotta pay for the site somehow, I suppose. Not gonna lie, I do feel like the ads are just a straight psyop in order to convince me to get turbo. You get your freaking genitals game like in VG3? I mean, they don't have genitals, so if your options are none and none, I mean, Poppet's shaped correctly down there, and that, you know, that she has the like hip type and everything, but she's a doll, and not a sex doll. Yeah, that's one strength corporation. That's fair. Yep. Oh, that jiggle's huge. Look at the jiggle. Jiggle. Bonk. Bonk. She jiggles. This light is so unflattering. I should change the daylight to look not terrible, even though I don't need it. I don't care. It's just so horrible to look at. It's like, oh, God. Every time, well, I guess the whole point of it is so I can actually see really well. I don't care how it looks in today because I just need to be able to see. We can make it into that because of the implication. What? I'll make her into that. Okay. I mean, she could be a sex doll, I guess. Except for she's way too tiny. Like, she wouldn't be the right size for a sex doll. I don't know what you would actually do. She's 10 inches tall. 80% the size of a Barbie doll, or your average Barbie doll. She's way too small. Couldn't do much with her. Also, the story is that largely her father's making him for his, you know, ghost daughter, so I don't really think it would fit very well with the story. It might be awkward in the implications for certain. Yeah. Too true, too true. Fix this bug. I see. I mean, sometimes you just gotta play with your dolls. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I know I didn't do this earlier. Like, look at how much better this is. No longer do I have to worry about just clipping over the top of things. It's just stupid that I didn't do this earlier. Fake floors in places are pretty good. They really just add something. Sure whether I figure something out? Maybe. How many characters are there? Like, there were like the 5 major victims. There's Poppet. There's like at least a sub boss on every single one of the areas. So there's some like 13 bosses in the game or something. There'll probably be more as optional bosses, but as far as like story relevant bosses, there's 13 of them. So far I put at least 2 of the NPCs in the game, though there will be more. How many have been created is debatable, though. There's a handful of ones that were from the RPG Maker, which might make it ported over. Obviously, Poppet is another character. I don't think I even have 20 regular characters in the game that talk. I have, like, I think 25 enemy types that aren't bosses so far. They don't talk, so... Actually, to be fair, most of the bosses probably won't talk either because they're crazy. That is true. No. I'll be right back. I drank way too much stuff before the stream. Alright, now the W can begin. Still remember types in Tears of the Kingdom? Yeah. Well, I expect there'll be close to 100 enemies when all's said and done. Probably. I need to make more. I need to rebalance the amount of enemies that are available here and really push up the number that are in these rooms, because they just kind of... It feels like there's not enough variety sometimes. Well, you know, Metroidvanias are kind of known for having a lot of enemy types, so maybe I have too many. It's possible I might want to have less. Like, spread them out more, I guess. But I kind of feel like I want more of them, so... Oh, I already ran around on that. Let me, get my list of things, because I closed it like an idiot. Yeah, that's gone now, obviously. I still haven't got any noises for Patrick, but I can actually just use a bunch of the sound leads. Let's see, triple gains by the way, on 30 FPS or below. Exclusive one console type. It's fully AAA price, yep. People keep buying them. Meanwhile, most of the rooms are actually in the 50 to 60 FPS range when I was doing my last playtest of the package version. Sometimes it's 70. There was one room that actually went to 30, 40. That room needs some work, obviously. But I was surprised because I haven't done a lot of the optimization yet that I can do, and it was like doing great. So I'm like, to be fair, I never really built the H-load before though. It takes like half an hour, so I usually don't do it on stream. It's boring. Can't do anything while it's building. But yeah, the fact that people keep buying that crap is just weird to me. Maybe that's why a lot of people are just playing the older games. The older games are just better. So many new games are just trash. They don't even bother to make them good. So like right here I can probably... Well, this room just needs more enemies, right? I think that was a big problem with it. I'm gonna need a lot of balancing in this game. A lot of, like, you know... With me being the only tester, it's so hard to figure out what is too much. So whenever I get to the playtest phase on Steam, it'll be incredibly helpful to see what people say. Hopefully they like the game, because if what they say is they hate the game, that would be the worst. But to be fair, it would only be a playtest, so it wouldn't even be the demo. Which means that there'd be plenty of time to make it better, based on what people said. I can't imagine they would outright hate the game. That'd be weird. It'll probably perform like crap. That's true. Yeah, only 3 enemy types can appear in here. And that just seems weird. Like, it's such a big room, I kind of just want to have a bunch of types. Especially things can be randomly spawned in. I don't know about the void contraptions here, and I think those would be kind of something for a different area. Maybe a projectile-based enemy is actually a good thing to put in here. I could test it, just dump it on the thing. I could use more destroyable types too, for that matter. There's a lot more. I could just more of everything. When in doubt, more. More, I tell you, more. Just kind of mix it up some. You have up to 8 enemies in this room. Nothing spawns in Patrick's room, so I just let you have a free roll on that one. Because I don't really want I guess I could turn the encounter system off when Patrick's around, but I really don't think I want a bunch of extra enemies mucking up everything. Is there anything else I want to spawn in this area? Just kind of mix it up some. I really don't have as many enemies as you'd think. There's 18 of them, but some of them, like the Wallies, aren't really particularly very well set up yet. Voodoo cultists, or specifically Voodoo's toy, there. I don't want the Voodoo dolls there yet because they're obnoxious. And I don't think they need to be here yet. I haven't done like a mega bitey yet. I don't think they begin this room though because they slide around. Projectile based thingies be pretty good in this room. Can make this room just a brutal brawl. Part of the problem is that you don't gain healing until way later, so I gotta be careful just how mean I am to the player, right? Or provide some method of healing that does not let you save. I mean, there's potions, sure. But you'll get to this point, and it's a long time before you can heal. Once you can heal, it changes the game a lot. Oh yeah, putting in all the little things to explain stuff. All these new enemies are supposed to spawn, and what happens? Can those fire down? They most certainly can. I might make it where the enemies spawn a little farther away, honestly. What's that dialogue active message? What triggered that? That's that. And this should be on the level itself. Or do you? Because you have the Mass Hammer, I'm thinking of Amy from Sonic Skin or Harley Quinn. Maybe. Well, the problem is I can't use those because they're copyrighted. So you have to get the rights to use those. There you go. That's the problem right there. That's pretty much it. It's just they're copyrighted. That would not go over well. No, it would not. I mean, you really can't just, yeah, you just can't do those kinds of things. You have to, you can't reference another character like that without permission, or you're going to get sued. And I wouldn't want to. I don't want their like lame-o characters polluting my world. Oh, there's a dialogue active. Actually, wait, this says what? It's probably on the HUD. Let's see, I go to... Set HUD dialogue, which should be on Poppet. I think I moved everything to Poppet or something. When in doubt. But that's the problem I've actually encountered with a lot of things lately. It's just everyone and their grandmother is just merging everything together and just having all these guest stars, and suddenly your whole game's lore is just gone. I was complaining about that with Magic the Gathering lately, because it's just like every time I see it, they've crossed over something else. I'm like, so what's your lore of your game now? I don't know, but I know Optimus Prime helped Urza defeat the Phyrexians. I'm so glad he was there. We're not even going to talk about My Little Pony and how SpongeBob and them are fighting over on the corner of the multiverse again. Or, like, against the Eldrazi. But I already have a character that's been accused of being a Harley Quinn ripoff by a person who played the RPG Maker version. I was like, she's not even remotely like Harley Quinn. I mean, she was just, you know, a circus performer who died. That's not like Harley. She's trapped in paintings. How is that like Harley Quinn? She's the only non-crazy character here. Very weird. Let's remove that there. I also like they spawn too fast on this. I have to be careful because it can overwhelm and feel like it's pointless to fight. So maybe we knock it to 30 on the test. I can actually do like non-increments if I want. I'll like down by 20%. I have considered having characters who also use particular tarot cards. Or just a living tarot card that in fact is wielding itself. Anything I can do to make enemies that don't require me to have to create entire models sounds fantastic. Let me tell you about how I need 100 enemies or so. Oh, I should probably equip something and start killing things just to see how quickly they come back. I thought I hit J, but I guess not. Those things slide a lot. YouTube is picking up tonight, big time. Man. I thought YouTube hated me after how bad the traffic was the last couple days. No. The fake traffic has found me again. Yay, fake traffic! Man, that thing's just flying away. Bye-bye, buddy! It's okay, he'll become irrelevant soon. You go too far and it's just irrelevancy. Actually, you know what I really want to see? How this plays out while I'm trying to do the Empress jumping puzzles down here. A lot of these fights can get really hectic. Oh, I'm not allowed to heal yet. I wouldn't have heal here, so I'm not allowed to heal. I would have access to just the Fool and the Magician at this point, and I would finally get the Empress right here. And it would not include healing. It would only give me the ability to play with the plants. But from here, I could go get Temperance. So if I went up and got temperance, what is going on? Like, interesting. The HUD indicator doesn't clear properly. Whatever. It cannot clear properly here and I don't care. I mean, I'll change it eventually, but I don't care right now. It is really annoying though. It keeps saying the magician and it's not, and the magician's just stuck there forever. Do I need to restructure these buttons? Because according to this, they do a different order of what they do. Yeah, I need to reorder those. Reorder the Empress abilities to match the tooltips. Blow myself up. I cheated and healed, but that's because I. Oh no! Fine, there. That could get really irritating quickly. On the other hand, the Fool is very strong here because of its ability to knock stuff into the water. If you knock something into the water, it also dies, unless it has immunity to water, but nothing in this room currently, well, what? Has immunity to water. So that's not a relevant problem. I could make it where they couldn't spawn down here, but I don't think I want to do that. That indicator's so crap. I'm glad I went to the trouble to just swap them all to this particular tarot card instead of making custom ones. I'm so bad at my own game. I touch the water, which causes the Emperor bug. I don't care about the Emperor bug right now because you wouldn't have the Emperor here, so it would have just killed me instead. And there's no Emperor bug if you just die from the water, because the Emperor doesn't turn on because you don't have the Emperor. But in Chapter 2 it'll be relevant, so once I get the first chapter figured out, I'm sure I'll figure out that bug before that. I'm sure I'll get tired of working on the first chapter, making it all pimped out, and I'll go to the second chapter, and I'll start to realize this game probably isn't even going to release anywhere near the time I think it's going to, with how long things are taking. Now, a lot of the systems I've been making are the menu systems and stuff that is useful the whole game, so I won't have to redo those. I have had to take a lot of time off to the side to polish things and make menus and stuff, so... They don't even seem relevant. Like, where are the enemies at? Oh. It's okay, it's always laggier when I'm playing than when it's packaged.
We're all mad. The wall talks to me. A fly is omnipresent. You're going the right way. I'm not talking to me. You're going the right way. You're going the wrong way. The wall talks to me. It knows. You're going the right way. I'm not talking to shooting star jumps. Nobody can ever love me. Stew and rum doesn't like painting.
Like something doesn't quite remove itself from the thing. Am I listed as being on the 5th floor? How am I on the 5th floor? Something marked me as being on the 5th floor. There's still enemy. I think the enemies just didn't despawn. Do you have permanent marked on you or something? Maybe that's it. Ah, yes, the Hammer of Irrelevance. It's a very strong item. Credit where credit is due. It's a very strong item. They're still dying in the air. It's kind of weird, but I think that the things aren't really despawning as. But they all spawned up here and then it just left you alone. So they might have permanence or something, or don't despawn when I was testing. It's once you remove them, they start spawning again. Going to Tagaroonies? No. Just finishing part of my work today. Should be free or doing whatever I want to. Nice, nice, nice. And what will you do with all this free time? What will you do? It's important questions. What does one do with free time? What is free time like? I remember once long ago when I was allowed free time. Those were the good days. Now I'm a streaming slave. Slowly slaving away at streaming in the hopes of one day making a game that's amazing and wonderful and hopefully gets downloaded by, like, you know, a bajillion people before they all say they hate it. Nothing. Nah, hopefully they don't hate it. That's part of the encounter system distance. Bring from the diversion jam, learn materials. It's fair. I mean, you know. I wish I had time for some game jams. Be nice to just release something. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how many like multi-year games I'll be making after this one. It'll depend on how well this one does, but I'm pretty certain I'll be making DLC for it if it does really well before I make another game in the series. And the next game I'll be more likely to pay a bunch of people to help. If there's money. If there's no money, it meant this game did bad, and I'm not sure I'll spend years making the next one. But to be fair, I'll be able to build on top of this one too, and then just change out abilities and locations and enemies and things, so. New boss mechanics. Basically, I'll be like 30-40% done to start with. With 60% being their content. 60-70. So what are you making for the diversion jam, or did they not tell you what you're supposed to make in advance? Is it just kind of a wait until the day of, and then they go, oh yeah, yeah, this. Well, that's like a despawn distance here. Oh yeah, well that I want to control puppets. Oh, I have a despawn height and a despawn distance. Oh. What's the despawn height? 1,000? How high is 1,000 really? We will illustrate with this little mushroom here. Little mushroom is at 7,900. Alright, so that's actually pretty tall. In fact, I would say that's irrelevant levels of tall. Right? Like all the way down to there, this is the entire room. I don't think that's the right number to keep. I think that it needs to be like 500. I also question the value of 3,000. Can you come on Thursday, team? Nice. Alright, alright. Doing an October game jam with N64 style? That's cool. Is it doing it right now, or is it starting later? Or... I guess October game jam would be a long time from now. Never mind. I withdraw my question now that I reeled the time thing there. Second time. Do they say anything about it in advance, or is that also a wait until? I mean, the fact that they mentioned it was going to be that long in the future's pretty huge, but... One last question. So this is at 32... 150, so basically you get to like 29. So 29, 150, like, that's... I think that's reasonable. 3,000 on the horizontal. Like, I don't want the irrelevance of 500 or 1,000, which is like basically the height of that. But this seems okay. 3,000 might be a bit much though, but I want the enemies to kind of wander up to you too. Cash prizes actually going to be featured on the stream. Nice. I can get buying cash prizes. What's the I'm gonna make it like 2,000 it spawns in at. And we're gonna promote this to a variable here. Spawn distance. Maximum counter spawn distance. Sure, make it like verbose so I know what we're talking about later. And I'm gonna put like a, I think I'll do like 300 around the player just to make it so they don't spawn like directly on you. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't really send it in the chat because all links are disabled. You can whisper it to him. Or post it in the Discord. Or whisper it to me and I can post it in the chat too. I need to set up a bot so I can restrict only certain types of links, because Twitch is just like, it's all or nothing, baby. I'm like, eh. Fair enough. Alright, let me post that in the chats. At all the places I'm currently streaming at for those people who are all about that. And then there you go. Huh. Guess I'll click it again. Yeah, see, yeah. Getting spooky with the jams? Oh, okay. Resident Weevil. Weevil. You have a spooky itch? Maybe. It might have just been a morning after that. I'm about that itch, just saying. I see where you should put up Halloween decorations up earlier. I mean, I kind of did, right? I mean, look at all the dolls, right? This might be the jam for you. That's right, folks. It's the 4th Spooktober N64 style graphics jam. Whispered is a funny. Oh, whispered is a funny word, is it? I suppose that's fair. It's low poly. It's 3-point texture filtered. Well, maybe. The lighting is terrible, in a good way. I don't know if that's a true thing that can ever exist. And it reminds me of the winter I first got a Nintendo 64. Nintendo 64 style graphics are a distinct art style of the late 90s, known for blocky low poly models, basically the late 90s in general, and really low resolution textures, also the late 90s in general. The more blocky the art, the better. Oh my god, Minecraft. That sounds like good old-fashioned fun to you. Join us for another trip down low poly lane in a blast from the past game jam episode 4. Winning team gets $50. Not even dollars, it's actually just bucks. which is just actually, you know, like the male form of a deer. They just drop them off at your house. Life just sucks for you. I just don't say ends at the start of jam. Oh. I see. So you have to join Evil Reflexes Discord if you wanted to say, like, stop using really good looking stuff. You know, there's some low poly crap out there that you could use. You could abuse Unreal Engine. Interesting. Yeah, that's cool. $50 to split. If you can get a maximum team of heavy, you can get $10 each. Hell yeah. That's better than $0, I suppose. That's like a month of streaming on Twitch. Oh crap, this is the big bucks. Take that, Twitch, for your incredibly low payouts. I see. Don't steal stuff. Okay. Good thing they're judged by everything. Okay, that's cool. I mean, I don't know if I'd do that kind of graphics, but maybe. Could be fun. Kind of a long ways away, though. My excitement is lessened by the fact that I probably won't remember it exists by the time October rolls around. And I'll still be working on this. But that will mean that I have an hour to go. Poppet N64, hell yeah. Do you know how hard it would be to make Poppet like that low poly? She's a heavy character. Wow, she's actually not that heavy. She's not only she's about double the size of Quinn, but Quinn is, you know, pretty optimized. So Poppet's relatively optimized. I've done a bunch of changes to her along the way to optimize her. She's much smaller than the original one by a lot. See them real Mega Jams come October? Oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll do that. If I just decide that I want to take a break and do that. I don't know. I can't imagine anywhere I'm probably doing any kind of jams, but I really just want to finish this, and starting a game over does not appeal at all. Like starting a brand new game. It'd be nice to release something, but I just don't know if I'd want to go from the beginning again. Though I probably wouldn't go too far from the beginning. I'd probably recycle a million systems. Though I don't think I could make a Metroidvania in that time. It'd be really hard. Metroidvanias need progression. But I have no skill with horror games yet. I've never even messed with those, so learning how to make a whole genre of game in a game jam time would probably be not the best. I don't think I'd make a very good one. But maybe. I'd probably give it a shot. Or maybe I'll make a Mario Kart game. Yay! Where is everyone? Really? I thought they would like despawn or something and appear over here, but I might need to keep a counter up for how many enemies are in the world at a time, because it looks like they've overspawned. And something's not despawning, so. Let's see, saying, way less chance to win because there's a lot of people doing it. I want to just have something posted in the background. Yeah, like the amount of exposure you get from doing anything in the Epic Mega Jam is a lot higher than you would for just about most jams. So it's really good for you if you can get it going. Plus the rewards are pretty substantial if you can win, but I've seen what they actually does well, and you're going to have to put some serious work in. I also think that people do a lot of the crap beforehand and then just tweak it to be whatever it's supposed to be. I don't think anyone really starts from scratch. Not going to lie, I really don't. I'd be in shock if they did. This cool little thing that gives you limited tools to play with. You can still make a small game. Hmm. All Pico 8 fantasy consoling? Yeah, I wouldn't use another console. I would just, you know, make my game in Unreal Engine. But it's definitely a thing you could use. It is, oh, I don't want to hear that. No. The noise is painful, is the term I would use. Cool, I don't care, but thank you for that. Yeah. Or you can pay them money. Yay, pay them money. I'm not gonna pay them money. I could, but I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to. There's so many good games. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I have zero nostalgia for these times. I remember that era. That era sucked. The games were terrible back then. We just didn't have better. That sums up the Super Nintendo. A lot of games that I thought were really cool on the Super Nintendo suck by today's standards. I wouldn't play them if you paid me, but back then we didn't have other options. Same thing with Nintendo. It's like, well, cool. You know how many games of Duck Hunt I played? Jesus Christ. So many. I think I still have nightmares. We're going to talk about the original Game Boy in that slime color. Ugh. Hell yeah, Final Fantasy Legend 2. I played you so many times. Final Fantasy Adventure as well, and Kirby's whatever for that. I can't remember what it was now. Kirby's something. And the Super Mario games for it. Yeah, buddy. They were... I don't know how I played them. There's a 3D helicopter game like Flight Sim 98. God, why would you make a game like Flight Sim 98? Did you not see how bad Flight Sim 98 was? Every Flight Sim back then was terrible. I have zero nostalgia for old games. None. Like, it wasn't until I think like the PS2 era that I could talk about having a desire to maybe play one of those games again. Probably not, because the games now are just better, but... I suppose... I'm not usually amazed by people successfully running old tech, you know, old games on little weird things. I mean, like, Unreal Engine exists, you know, Unity exists, Godot exists. We could run any of those games if we wanted, but why? Maybe I'm just a weird one there, but none of those sound fun. Even here, I'm not actually like, you know, yeah, I like to claim that, you know, Alice Madness Returns is one of my inspirations, but it's an inspiration for the world and the way the story is told. It's not an inspiration for those crap game mechanics. Like, that game is actually objectively not good at all. It has terrible mechanics. Are they spawning? Where are you? Oh, they are. They're just being slow. I think the numbers aren't cleaning correctly. There was someone in my Discord who really liked to talk about a lot of those really old games, and he was so happy to make a game that was like in the style of the original Game Boy, and I'm like, why? Why would you make this game? Who wants to play that? I don't know. You could just play Risk of Rain, right? Risk of Rain looks like it was a Pico game. It actually does. That game looks terrible. Holy crap. I couldn't even tell what I was looking at. I'm like going... I think those weird blobs are me. I didn't see Risk of Rain 2. Does it look like the same, you know, ass that the first one does? Maybe I'm thinking of a different game. That doesn't look even remotely like it. No? What was that game called? Maybe I was thinking of a different game. Maybe I'm unfairly making fun of a game I shouldn't have. I think it was different. Fully 3D? Okay, so what was the other one then? Rain World. Okay, sorry. Sorry, Risk of Rain. You didn't deserve that. I'm making fun of Rain World for being a piece of crap. Okay, like... at first glance, it doesn't look that bad. Seriously, man. At least this one's white. Some of the areas it's really hard to see where he's at, but... it was too ugly. I couldn't take it. I tried. It also doesn't feel like a Metroidvania at all, and therefore I didn't like it one bit, but... it's like, oh look, I eat bugs, and then I hide from the rain, and occasionally pick up sticks and throw them at things. Neat. Maybe eventually get better, I don't know, but... this makes it look way better than the initial start, too, for that matter. I think I played it for about half an hour, and I'm like, this is... yeah. It's ugly. I can't handle it. To the point where a lot of times I was like, what am I looking at? But like the areas it showed were probably the best looking things I've seen of that game. Take that to me what you will. I'm unfair to terrible graphics. Not even unfair, I just hate terrible graphics. Like, your game doesn't got to be beautiful. But man, there's a certain level where if your game is uglier than that, I ain't touching it. I just ain't touching it at all. I'm super elitist like that. Not even that elitist. You better at least look as good as an RPG Maker game. And I'm probably not playing your RPG Maker game, but I might conceivably play that. Like, anything crappier looking than that, just no. Just no. Seriously, no. What am I looking for? Oh, I need to link to those array every time it spawns. I need the encounter thing. I don't play a lot of games anymore. I'm probably a terrible judge of everything at this point. I always try to be all excited and then I'm just not. Counter temp, ticker. I think I'll just put it here. Print string should always be listed as a relevant option. I don't know why it's not. It should always be relevant. Like, you know, as far as simulating ecosystems, that's cool. I mean, about the only time that's actually something I would probably care about is a farming game, but one asks why I'm playing a farming game, and the answer is I have no idea. I guess to be fair, a crafting game, but I pretty much loop those into the exact same thing. They're not, but in my mind they are. Oh, game feel. You're a thing. I think there's actually just too many enemies spawning and I should reduce these numbers so they don't spawn as often. Like, the encounter system is just brutal sometimes. Like, look at how many enemies are just coming after me all the time. Like, it's bordering on Dynasty Warriors. It says there's 6 of them. Clicked off again. Is it you? It says there's 6 of them, but is there? I'm gonna leave this one floating over here and I'm gonna check back on it later to see if it despawned. There are 8 enemies supposedly in the world. Three, 4. I think that one's polluting the thing. Is there not 8 enemies here? Or in this case, 6? I'm seeing 5. It says there's 9. How are there 9? There shouldn't be 9. That shouldn't be possible. What if I run away from those? Yeah, those don't despawn. I'm gonna run away from those and force a despawn. Back to 8. I see 1 pot. These 3 things over here, that's 4. I have to wonder if, well, I'm gonna jump down and see if that'll get me outside the 500 range, which will force a despawn on all 4 of those. Did not seem to do that. Yeah, it didn't do it at all.
Am I dreaming? We're all mad here.
I actually don't dislike that AI voice. I mean, it's just a placeholder for a real voice actor later, but... yeah, they just don't despawn. This was not a problem earlier, but the Annies had their own special destroy on them, so. Gotta love that foot IK there. She's just doing her thing. Hmm. Look at the Annies first. I think they're foobarring the system here. Actually, I don't need to do that at all. What I could do is just actually have to report what's in that array. Right? How about that? Should have done this first, actually. Of course, I didn't know there was a problem, but pretty similar LSU ecosystem. Fair enough. So I've never even played that one. I was just thinking Rain World, making fun of that game. Sure, the other's fine. There might be a few bugs in this game. I'm just saying. That number is 6 along. That's cool. 3 different faces. Really tank in a pico? Wow. The things people make with their free time. I guess my question is always, but why? I know you can, well apparently now, but why? To what end? This actually seems like it's working perfectly. Oh no, the reason I'm making my game is to make a game that people would legitimately want to play and buy, and will make me lots of money, and that's the hopes of it. That's also, you know, a big dream to make. The reason they're making a game is to not make a bunch of money, not get a lot of people to play it. It's a remake of a game that already exists in a much worse form, so we're not doing the same. This is not, you know... I want to tell a story and make this thing. It's not because of the challenge. I don't do actions that make no sense, or well, I do that, but I do them with a goal in mind that furthers my dreams, I guess, is the best way to put it. But I can't see any world remaking any kind of game that already exists is ever the right call, especially just a bad version of something that already exists. I'll never understand. I guess I'm weird. The semi-broke motherboard yesterday. I'm kind of sad about it. Well, yeah. Whenever you break a motherboard, I mean, that's not good. It's more of a, hey, I got this idea, what if we do that? We're pushing the thing. Fun challenge. I did that with RPG Maker for a while, only to discover that nobody cared. It was kind of the big thing. It's like, cool, but... So, yeah, you did this thing. And I'm like, well, you're right, I did do this thing, but... I mean, if it just passes the time and it's a hobby, I guess. But their reasoning for doing things and my reason are very different. USB is not working anymore because this cable got took away. Oh, that sucks. I made that because they wanted to. It's more gameplay. Yeah. I mean, well, whatever passes the time, I suppose. Nothing wrong with doing that. I'm just saying it didn't match the reason why I did things. But I guess if it's just what you find fun to do. This doesn't seem to have any problems. I thought it wouldn't be despawning, but the number, everything looks correct. It just doesn't spawn much down here. That number says 5. There's 5 in there. They didn't despawn, even though I fell down this distance. But one did spawn there, so that is true. Oh, what am I doing? I gotta jump on it first. Still says 7. It looks like it's working absolutely flawlessly. Maybe it just doesn't have enough targets here and it's really hard for it to spawn near you. I mean, there's very few legal targets because it can't spawn in the water. I have a thing to prevent that by just making it not a nav mesh location. And did set it really far away from Poppet so it wouldn't just spawn on top of it. For most of the time, that's better. Because that one spawns on the water there because it's just floating. Hmm. I think the longer I've done this, the more I think that what I did early on was really dumb, where I just kind of messed around with things and really didn't have a very good goal in mind. But I guess for a lot of people, they don't have a goal in mind. They don't really want to release games, or they don't want to release anything that ever gets their name out, I guess, so they can make it a, like, hopefully a career path, really. I just want to make games for a living, for fun. I mean, I do find making games fun, but I wouldn't find making a game that already existed fun, or a crappier version of something that already exists. Well, I wouldn't want a game that already exists in general. Can't sell it. Terrible. Could give it away, but it's already hard enough getting people to look at your games as is. We. Yeah, this is working flawlessly. It's just that they're all spawned up there. I think they're still up there. I'm gonna use that thingy to check. So I think the vertical despawn is. Oh, don't want to turn you off. I think this isn't working correctly. Because there's one there. Yeah, those are all just sitting there, so. So it's finding them all, they're just not despawning at a distance. Or if I go over here to the despawn. I mean, they should despawn. But it's like they're, just no longer checking the distance? The encounter rate still has 8 enemies in it. Like if I destroy that, try to destroy that. God, this thing is so bad. I need to fix it at some point so it's not crap. It cleared them. So something wrong with the distance thingy. My secondary serves up to 64 people. Weird. Anyway. So it keeps refilling it, like, spawn's new one. Yeah, sure, spawn's fine. It's just the distance issue isn't working right. That one's still sitting over there, even though I've gotten immensely far from it, so... I doubt these have permanence on them as well, but I might have put it on there for a test at one point, so just to double check that I'm not leaving it on there like an idiot. I do have it on there as a mistake right there, so that's probably the big problem. Not permanent. But I'm also going to do an additional check. I need to know, well, this needs to work because it runs all the encounters. So if it doesn't work right, something is wrong. Well, that's kind of a duh, but that won't really ruin the game, but if they spend a lot of time in a room, it kind of becomes a problem. Oh, I see how I've written this. It's kind of weird. Because it has to be both now. So it needs to be incredibly far away, but it should actually be that if it's less than that, then just destroy it. I can just go straight over into this, and then... Wait. I had it like this for some reason. Saying that if this is true like this, if it's false, it's saying to just destroy it. This seems backwards. With how I've written this, it should be greater than. Wait, what in the world? Seems like you're greater than or equal to despawn distance. If false, despawn. If true, you can then run this check, I guess, because it doesn't need to be both necessarily. Actually, it does at that point. Do I want to run this separately, though? I guess it doesn't really matter. Because at any point if this is false, then it's going to destroy it. Can I logic this in a way that... Actually... Let's see, this is greater than that. True, then keep it around. No. No, I had it right the first time. I'm dumb. Logic is failing me. I haven't had enough alcohol. That's my explanation for everything. Yeah. This gets to stay if this is true. Here too. We're absoluting this. If that's the case, then that should do that. Otherwise, it will despawn. Not gonna lie, the next game will be so much faster. It was built right on top of this. It'll literally be making like new levels, new abilities, and swapping out like how Poppet looks pretty much, and be the whole thing. Or maybe it'll just be, well, we'll see what Poppet Quest 2 would be like. Imagine be a Poppet Quest 2, in which case, well, she would have a different look. I already have a planned different look if there's ever a Poppet Quest 2. But I'm not gonna worry about that. Or at least a concept. Airport one day. TIE Fighter game? See. Fair. Maybe we should make Pico games all this time. Meant to be. Make them. Make all the Pico games. Josh, do it. Reminds me so much of RPG Maker in that regard. Just a bunch of people who really just want to make something. I should make these look not stretched. They look terrible. This one doesn't even need to be here, to be honest. It does look really bad. There needs to be plants. There's just a lot of stuff I could add that would be much nicer. Oh good, there's plenty of stuff here. That'll get the job done. In theory, this should force a despawn of all of them. Except the vases. Destroyables don't quite remove themselves correctly. Somehow there's 9 items too, which means there's probably an option to, if it's equal to the number, which I probably need to remove. A less than option needs to be in there. But it almost never hits 9. It's weird that it hit 9. I guess they just spawned at exactly the same time and confused it. Ugh. Bad at my own game.
The wall talks to me. A shooting star. You're going the wrong way.
This should be an orb boolean.
Why are you talking to me? A shooting star jumps both ways. I'm a failure. Am I me? I'm not talking to me. You're going the wrong way.
I'm pretty certain it just spawned 2 of them at the same time. It almost never happens, so the fact that it almost never happens means it's probably not a big deal, but... It's already on less than, so... I think just spawn them at exactly the same time. I could probably hang things from the ceiling too that look like, you know, just more stuff. Here we're still in the thing.
You're going the right way. Me? Stu and Rum doesn't like paying taxes present.
Most of the things are vanishing.
Me? A shooting star jumps both ways. Stu and Rum doesn't like paying taxes. Mad. A shooting star jumps both ways. Why are you talking like fly is omnipresent? Is much near all much mad.
I'd say it's clearing it away.
You're going the right way. The wall talks to me. Are you? Am I me?
Or not. There's a pot there. I think that the destroyables don't go away, and that's what happened. Like, we've ended up with all destroyables, and they just don't go away. Keep an eye on that one. Both of them, actually. But the one down there should have vanished, too, so something's wrong with the destroyables. And they're actually just falling through the world when you get far enough away because of the H load. Yeah. Destroyables aren't being cleaned out. Oh. But why? That's because they're not watched by that. They're not watched at all. That's not the encounter system. They have nothing to control. And this is checking the puppet array, not the encounter array. Which means I probably need to run a separate check too for those. There's a reason why I split these apart. But permanent should actually stop that, so maybe I just go against the full encounter array, not... Well, the puppet array and the encounter array aren't the same, right? Because the puppet array works, also holds the NPCs and stuff, and the encounter array does not. I see a check against the encounter array. Maybe just built into the encounter system itself. Just this. And the for each loop. I'm just gonna grab all this. Actually, I can just grab the whole thing and just watch the nesting part of it. But this actually... was built into a for each loop, so... What do you do on Pico? Nice. But I've seen Doom run on a pregnancy test, so I'm just saying, you know. They beat him to the punch on impressive. That was one of those what has science done moments. You're just like, but why? Why do this? This is your what is science done for the day. If you haven't already seen it. Well, I mean, you can make, you know, 8-bit versions of all kinds of things as long as, like, the big limitation back then was cartridge space, but there's nothing stopping you from using not very good graphics for really anything at this point. There's no limitation on space or really processing power now. But that definitely qualifies as the why in the world would you do that? The most impressive thing I've seen as far as things that were a complete and utter waste of time. But to be fair, that person got like, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of views on that video, so maybe it wasn't a total waste of time. True. I'll borrow this. Hey, sure, right here, and just for each loop it here. Just jack it right into here because I don't care about any of these. I gotta get the gameplay tags though, that's true. But I'm not really impressed now. It's really... not hard to make an 8-bit thingy in this day and age with all kinds of thingies. I think I'm more impressed that people spend that much time on it, to be honest. That's true. You get some check 120 resolution, 16 color palette, limited. Yeah, that was the one I actually took to the code, 30 cartridge size. I see. Fair enough. Then they're just using a really bad tool. Because you could easily make those 8-bit graphics in anything without those limitations. And still keep the crap graphics, you know, like... That's why I don't get, like, you just have the... You could have those graphics if you want. But why? Why use an engine that just limits you to how much of the crap graphics you can run? That's why Minecraft does so well. It has crap graphics and no limitations. But the problem is the end result isn't cool. It's just kind of a so what. That's the issue. It's like, okay, but you made that neat. But I'm not going to look twice at it or even care that they made it at all. Like, yeah, you could build a house with, you know, a hammer, a saw, and, you know, some nails if you wanted. But you could also use electrical equipment to do it much faster. I mean, okay, you could. At the end result, I'll be much more impressed with, well, I guess it depends on where you built the other. If you built it on a deserted island out of crap, I'll be a little more impressed because of that, but beyond that, I don't know. I guess just because you use bad tools doesn't really impress me. Well, I don't want to graph it. I want to... Probably just a macro, actually. I don't even want to make it a macro, but whatever. Sure, let's make it into a macro. Yeah. Sure. I just think on average, most people aren't going to be very impressed. In this day and age of, just way cooler things. You gotta have some serious nostalgia. It's cool if you do, nothing wrong with that. But it's just like when I did all that stuff with RPG Maker. Not many people were impressed. Because at the end of the day, who cares? You did it with RPG Maker, great. Good job, buddy. What have you created? A game that is easily made in any other engine and just better. Like, you can make it way better than the other engine. Cool. Good job, I think. Really got me thinking about it as I was making those, going, why am I doing this again? I could have done this in something else and done it better. Like, clicking this is hard. That should work. Counter link just to protect that there. I don't need a lot of this stuff here, but it's just here to double check and make certain stuff is on the up and up. These should actually be below the line. I hate when they're on the line. Doesn't matter if it goes true or not. So that's the cycle through all of them anyway. and I fit in with one of the people in Discord who really was really big on Pico as well. He was learning to use exactly that, and I was like, cool, alright. I don't know what he ever did with it. He never really completes any projects, so probably nothing. If you want to get technical, probably nothing. Doesn't matter the weapon I use for this, I just need to test to see if the destroyables go away or not. I guess there's something to be said for actually completing a game. So they have my... I'm slightly impressed that they completed something. There you go. There's the impressed they'll get. I'm so used to game devs never completing a damn thing, so... Kudos for completing something. How low the bar is in the game dev world. How low it is indeed. Where me, I'm just happy if they completed it. Clicked off the game. Where are my destroyables? I'm not just using this. Some of my days off, next to prepare for kids going back to school. Yeah, really just prepare myself for the jam. Hell yeah. Priorities. You being words when I write strangely? Well, that's fair. I write strangely all the time, and I'm writing in my native language. I just suck at it. I also kind of trip over words because I'm thinking of one thing, and all my mouth will want to say something, and it doesn't really... Yeah. I don't always focus the best. Let's put it that way. Why are these two pots unable to be destroyed? Oh, wait. Because this is also checking the encounter array. Wrote this in a dumb way. I see this now. There needs to be a continuous check. Or the Puppet Master might need to do it instead. But I think the destroyables need their own array. I guess the question is, why can't they all be part of the same array? The destroyables and the puppets? Like, I can just have a thing that checks on the puppet master to see if it's a destroyable, and then it just doesn't try to do anything with it after that. It just moves on. All it does is check to make certain that the destroyable is still relevant. That seems like a lot better of a plan, because this double setup here is just going to cause a problem between the two of them. Yeah. Everything is in the puppet array. So everything's in the puppet array. Then I shouldn't need this at all because everything would already be checked against this. And somewhere... I guess I'm checking against the thing to make certain it's not a destroyable. Ooh. Do the destroyables have the interactable now because of the... Oh, they might. Damn it. That's the problem. Yeah, let me check them. I think they do. Damn it. That's because I was trying to merge together to make some pots you could pick up and throw, which I still have to make a thing. There was an issue where they kept getting destroyed as soon as I tried to throw them, like the force of throwing them would cause them to be broken. Which is so weird because Poppet can literally just run into them and kick them around. They don't break, but God forbid you pick it up with the magician and try to throw it. Somehow that breaks it. Something I'm missing in that one, but whatever the case. I reworked the destroyables so they could have that. Yeah, it has movable parent, which means the interactable is probably on here. Does. Well, I imagine none of the destroyables would be something I would really worry about. I do still want to add them to the encounter array. I just don't want to pull from the encounter array the same way I'm doing this. Because pulling from the encounter array doesn't make any sense. So basically I just need to do a check for both. There's like a doesn't have tag. That's weird. I'm not gonna make a container for two. Actually, I could have just done like this, right? If it has that and that, Because before it's like if it had any one of those it marked true, which just went onward and continued. Now, I was right with my initial setup on this. That's fine. What I need to actually do is just an additional check. It's just completely separate. Right here. Oops, I can type. Not Boolean. Ram this into here. If true, do this. Else, run the test. That should cover everything anyway. I do wish to keep part of this. Actually, I just don't want to keep any of this crap. I don't care about that. All I really care about is a report for everything that it's giving me, and that's it. I don't care about the gameplay tags. Irrelevant. Delete tags, I don't need it. I mostly just want this information, and it can then continue from there, and that's fine. This should hopefully fix some of these problems. I imagine it couldn't hurt. That's totally wrong. It totally could hurt. Totally break everything. Foobar the world. Nothing wrong with that, I suppose. Finally, some pots. We're done. Yay! Back to 0. Perfect, perfect. Spawn more.
You're going the wrong way. Ouch. Am I dreaming? Much like nobody could ever love me. A fly is omnipresent. Nobody could ever love me. You're going the wrong way. We're watching me. Nobody could ever love me. A fly is omnipresent.
Gotta record more of those. Look, there's like 30 to 50 of those things. Occasionally just add on some new ones, maybe 30 at least. They might get annoying pretty fast, so. But eventually there'll be more added in throughout the game. Back up to 7. Run away, everything goes back to none. Another delicious pot, or I guess a vase as the case may be. Completely gone. Let's make certain it's really gone and not just removed from the array. Most certainly gone. New stuff spawning. It looks like it works pretty good. Nice. What do you do anymore then? I'll keep that macro around in case I need a quick test, you know. I'm gonna get this off my list. It was not the antes, in fact, it was the pots and the contraptions, both of which were not correct. So all those got fixed. So not too bad. A bunch of things got fixed there that were a real issue. I didn't realize were an issue, but I don't spend a lot of time in the rooms. I think that's a real problem I'm having, is that I run through the rooms really fast because I know where to go. So I just immediately run to the next objective, and it means I'm not sure how powerful the encounter system will be for someone who doesn't know where they're going. It's probably going to be pretty punishing, I would wager. So I'll need to think about that in the future. So the drops for the health potions don't always despawn. Some things I want to stay permanently there. But I realize you could probably soft lock the game if you beat a boss and then you elect not to grab the key that they drop. That's unfortunate. That's very true, that could happen. And you know some moron's gonna do it. It's like, I don't want these, and just leaves them. I don't know how you're gonna miss them, but like, I don't want it. So I gotta have some way around that. I could forcibly make them collect the key like I do with the souls. I could also make the key appear in the world if you have unlocked it. And Patrick doesn't have any kind of like altar or someplace the key would be at. The thing is, the keys are set to permanent. The big issue is if you are to leave the map and then come back after the key drops, it would in fact make the game unbeatable. That'd be the only thing you could do. Like, you could literally go jump through a painting after not bothering to pick up the key for the boss, and that would break the game. One thing I could do is I could forcibly collect things. Like, instead of letting them float in the world, I could make them immediately go towards the player and be like, collected. That fixes two of my problems, right? It fixes the issue of things not despawning, because I won't care, because they'll just wipe themselves out. And it fixes the really obscure way you can soft lock the game. Well, it's not locked. You just can't progress the game. You can still play it. It also makes a lot of these more gettable because you don't really want to even go get them half the time. Well, you know what I can do? When I spawn the things into the world, I can make them temporary there. Can I? I don't know which one I'm going to spawn, though. Unless I cast to their parent. Hopefully I'm async loading these assets, as I didn't want to do that. I guess it's just better to have them as temporaries. I'm gonna take a quick break real fast and think about it. Walking a little bit because my legs are kind of falling asleep here. We're back. Alright, let's continue. Sometimes you have the items float towards the player. I think it's just stupid to not do that. I'm not even doing a shop system anymore. Also, this is the wrong one. You know, with the death graph. I mean, here I could apply that it's temporary if I wanted. Alright. That necessary? I guess then if it's temporary, I could have it float toward them and save myself having to make temporary versions of everything. It's true. Well, it's a collectible. That's collectible soul pair anyway. I guess the temporary thing doesn't even matter anymore. I guess it actually does. You know, well, let's make temporary mean that it floats towards you instead of just vanishing after a time. Because these same items are governed by the ones that are the ones that have to stay forever in the world as well. So I can't just have it vanish like that. EPI collectible. Inputs. It is temporary. And the theory is that I'm just going to make all the ones that are spawned like that temporary. Technically it means that the soul thing you want need to have their own special ones. I also need to rewrite them all to have a projectile movement option, I guess. I don't really want to change how the projectile movement do anything like that, I guess. Well, the souls are their own separate little dumb thing, so I guess I'll leave them as they are for now. Sure, so on these here, we'll set this as temporary. Not on the shopkeeper one, on the death graph. But that is the death graph, isn't it? We thought the death graph should actually be like, you know, not black. That's weird. I guess technically the overall thing is black, so I don't want to black on black it. Otherwise I won't be able to see it. There's already a move towards player mechanic. Actually. We do this at the very end here. Just branching out. I don't even know I'm setting it, but let's just setting it in case it matters, I guess. I don't think you can macro these nodes, can you? Can you macro a timeline? You can. I know time can't be done in a function, but time can be done inside of a macro. Time-based stuff, so delays can be done in a macro, but not a function. Everything can be done in a graph, but you can't copy-paste a graph over and over. Bugs me when those aren't matched up. I don't know why none of them are matched up. Drive me nuts. Yeah, I can just make the soul thing work off this too, probably. So I probably will at some point and just restructure them a bit. Like, what? Oh. The macro has the same name as the timeline. It's giving me guff for it. Wait, what? Whatever, Unreal. You're just being dumb today. Okay, fair enough. Well, let's make you undumb. It didn't rename the macro. Oh, it did. It was just being dumb. Sure, whatever. We've decided that the macro counts as multiples. Expand the node. Just do this. Very good. Now I'm gonna go down here. I'm just gonna do it again. Now the names are different. You know, the whole point of a macro is you can put it in more than one location. That's why you have them. Sometimes UE does the dumb. And you just nod your head and smile. You're like, okay. Guess I don't need that. What the hell? It's so confused right now with what it's doing. Somehow deleting this macro makes this timeline not work. I have so many questions. Whatever. Now let's see if items are collected when they're dropped. They might be. Oh, that's only on the enemies, so I need to check change it for the other ones too. Go pretty fast this way now. You don't know what you're getting half the time, so that kind of sucks. It's so fast. Maybe the destroyables have to be the same. I'm not sure they have this update item info thingy, but they might. Let's see what they have set up here. I might change everything. I might already have done it. I don't need that. I don't need that contraption. Clever me already did it. So now I just add his temporary, and now it tells the thing, changes the variable on it to his temporary, and launches it after the player. Pretty easy to change it back if I don't like it too, while keeping the functionality. Kind of exciting. I think that's a little better. Like, you can see them, you have a chance to notice them fly towards you. Just like that, I fixed two different bugs. One that was never listed but could easily lock the game, and one that was the one I was looking at. Justice does not hit this particular enemy very well for some reason. Yeah, I like the 1 second wait. You have time to see what it is. I definitely need more fanfare when you get things though, so you actually know what you're getting. Yeah, now you actually get gold. Cool. Great success. Oh yeah, the Empress abilities are off. They're completely wrong. I'm basically doing like the first ability is the the one you first, so it's just left to right, and just left mouse button, middle mouse button, and then, or it's like left mouse button, then right mouse button is the second one, and the middle mouse button's the third one. Unfortunately, I made it where one of the most awkward abilities to click will be the one that is unfortunately used a lot more, so that'll be a problem for future me to figure out. Won't be in the first version of the demo anyway. Well, not the demo, the playtest. It won't be in the first playtest because it's after Patrick, and I'm only going to make the first playtest up to Patrick. Still takes like half an hour or so to do everything up to Patrick, so maybe longer by the time I'm done constantly improving this first chapter. I want it to be pretty golden. And hopefully super fun. Or at the very least not awful. Of course, there's nothing to do with the money in there, so I might actually leave the storage room open. They can go in the storage room and buy things, even though they shouldn't be able to. Just so there's some sort of reason to collect stuff in the first playtest. The second playtest will be irrelevant because it'll just be available. But I don't want to do the first playtest involving Charlotte and things, so I gotta make a bunch of crap for her. Maybe the map will be better by then too. I don't know. The map's got some issues I'm starting to see. Pictures might be the wrong idea on them. Because I might want to make them like have smaller blocks. So so they can be better aligned with the walls. Right, so right now they're so big that they kind of halfway into each thing. But having to place all of them again is going to be such a pain. And then renumber them all again, and I'll have to have twice the number of map thingies on there. It's going to be rough. At least the calculations should all be the same. It's just whenever I want to hate myself and do that would be when I would do that. Should make the map better, and then it's possible I want to picture the layout of the building on there too as I go. I don't know. I'm not trying to make it like the regular Castlevania style map where it shows up sections. Well, I guess I would know. It would have to be I would need to basically take the layout of the building and then cut each of it into little tiny sections and put them on the map in each of those spots. It's fair. And since I didn't build this with any intention of it being fitting this map, because I built everything long before the map, that's going to be awkward. Well, before I make that decision, I'll decide if I'm going to split it up even more. Well, actually, what I could do is simply have a bunch of black blocks over the top of a picture of the map. And then whenever you get it, it removes a picture of the map or removes the black block there, and then I can have an additional picture on top of it if it has something specifically there. It's not a bad idea. Oh, so I use dashes now to indicate that I've already done it. Oops. So rather than use a dash here, I should probably number these to avoid confusion. Oops. Blueprint of the map. The floor. Black blocks. Something else I was thinking of doing. The black blocks, image of the map, secondary image. Potentially, alright, I'm gonna. Frequent squares. I'll write that. There was something else I was thinking of. I can't remember what it was. So I'll make this the Empress 1, Empress 2, That's weird. Why is the check like that? If this is the healing one. Are you backwards? It's backwards. Wait, what? Right. Come on. That's actually set correctly. I'm thinking I might make the option to grow plants up here in order to get into this area. I also really need to replace those boards too with something that's not stretched and garbage looking. This whole section here, is this even necessary? Those are like clipping and ugh, so ugly. There's so many little things that just were not nice. And because this is in the demo, or at least in the first playtest, you're gonna have to have it. That board didn't need to be there. Means this can get pushed against the wall. Actually, fair, so could these be pushed a bit too. Even this grass thing is just like, why? Like, I didn't bother to make it nice at all. This whole area is not nice. Oh well. It'll be nice by the time I'm done. So nice how fast these are. Much of that is just because there's none of them on here. I've pretty much turned them all into things. That is too fast for what I'm doing here. I don't care if it goes in the wall. No. Selecting all the surfaces though takes forever. Earbuds are like battery low. Where were we? Yeah, how much nicer that is. Seriously. So I'm considering having this be a way up here to get into. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that though. But you could grow plants to get into here. I'll also let you run around out here if I feel like it. Nothing's stopping you from doing so. Oh good, I don't have to remake all this. I didn't actually cram them all together. Hell yeah. That's what I like to hear. I have a lousy texture. Why is there no... I have questions. That's what I was looking for, to see if it had the same garbage site on it. It likes to do that. It'll keep one side and just completely mess it up. Because it's just a natural hater. Never question it. It just is. It's a hater. Please forever select all the sides. Fix that little problem there. I knew I thought I was finished with this room. Spoiler. In fact, not finished with this room. Also, that needs to be moved over farther. I was looking for. Before I convert it over. Not big enough. No, it's hard to tell until Poppet's like right there, and then it's like, oh, okay. Move this in a little bit. Match the door a little better. Might get this off to the side a little bit. I don't care if it sticks inside the wall at all. As long as it's not visibly sticking inside the wall, that's all that really matters to me. And Twitch really drops off in the middle of the night. It's crazy. Must have been all bots in the past. No, it always kind of dropped off a bit. That should be fair. It's mostly just early in the morning that I tend to have the most people. Makes me think I should be starting streaming at like 3 in the morning or something stupid. Then I wouldn't have all my delicious lurkers on YouTube. To be fair, I don't get paid, so on YouTube, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. If I have them or not. It's cool they're here, but I think they're all asleep anyway. Probably. Oh, it's like forest house grass. Simple box will be perfectly fine on this thing. It's just a straight up box. There's nothing special about it. Actually, these three things should be in the H load. I was thinking working on boss stuff today, but then I got caught up fixing 9 million problems, and problems I didn't know existed. To be fair, most of these are not necessarily bugs. First thing about the HUD indicator. Come back to this thing. I'll fix the HUD indicator thing. I debate on what I'm going to do for the design for that whole setup there. I definitely need to have more things hanging from the ceiling and stuff. You know, just stuff that's just kind of there to make it look nicer. It does seem to be necessary, I think. At one point I had like glass on the ceiling here, but the problem was that was there a true problem with that? Well, at the time I got rid of it because I was gonna have an area above it. But originally I had like a glass area above this, and that was kind of cool. But I don't know how much I want to change that, but it does add to the view of this room, and this room does have that whole just sudden, very different feel. Being a room from essentially modeled after the second chapter, not the first chapter. Let's see how the Emperor's Plant does it. This will tell me a lot. Okay, you can tell it's been a minute since I've used this, because I do not outline my stuff like this anymore. I hate that method. It's so messy. You just see how messy this is. It's gross. It's not even inside the thingy. Just typed like crazy on that one. They don't always clear. Well, on each of these items, am I going to add an additional clear? This didn't seem to work that badly most of the time. It's just that it gets messed up with the other one, too. I think the other one doesn't clear very well. On the weapon equip graph, it's not the best here. Honestly, I should probably convert these all into, like, you know, their own separate little things. I'm not even using this water interactions thing anymore. Toggle hell off doesn't even do anything. Eh. I already have more viewers than last stream. Halfway through it. Last stream was not great. Neither was stream before that. I just assumed everybody was a bot. Turns out, not true. I guess. Might be true. Might be true. I got moved to another category on yeah. 1 second. Well, there's at least a couple people in it, but I'm just gonna move back to just chatting because every other category on Kick that isn't just chatting is basically devoid of anything. And pretending otherwise is stupid. At least occasionally someone talks to you. It's almost a never thing, but every once in a while. Alright, so equip a weapon. Oh, that bug's annoying. Maybe I'll do a get all actors with tag. The trigger is like only if Poppet actually has the Emperor active. Any targeting reticles, or I could just use the same reticle for everything. That should fix that problem. Actually, there's the other method seems to work very badly. Because by the time it finishes loading it up, it can be like, oh, sorry, and then you'll jump out of the thing, but it's not actually turning off, so... what tag do they even use? I don't even know. T this, I can click on the transparent stuff. T is very important. I didn't know for the longest time that that's how you click on transparent things. Click T on the keyboard. Then you can click them. Click it again to make it so you can't click them. This won't be on all the time, only if they happen to be under the water. We have the Emperor active, I should say. Set it to 0 first, so this way I can increment it over and over, and then if it's above 0, I can do things with it. Oh, I can shut off after like a second. It doesn't gotta be like immediate or anything. We got some time. Let's do that and boom, problem solved. Many mechanics in the game. I'm getting very good at programming the weirdest mechanics. Oh. Mm-hmm. Thanks for follow the real Defiled Chaos. How's it going? Just in time to see if my code slop here fixes this problem. Might. I just break everything again. Wow. It wasn't really broken before, it just was bugged a bit. Well, it would probably help if I enabled the ability first, so it actually didn't just kill me. It was working as intended there, I just didn't enable it. But now they're enabled. Aha! On. Off.
We're all mad. Why are you talking? Nobody could ever love me. We're all mad. They're watching me.
Flawless. Absolutely flawless.
I'm not talking to me. You're going the right way.
Perfect. Fixed a bug that was not even that relevant for the thing. It was annoying me. I kept having the problem there because every time I touch the water, it triggers a global time dilation. But the problem is it would stay on forever because it was not finished setting it up before I would get the active end overlap event. Which end overlap and overlap, those are terrible. It's a bad way to do everything. They always are finicky and barely work correctly at all in the best of times. What's up with the drop weights on those things? I can only handle the bright light for so long. What it's supposed to be. Void contraptions. They might not even have drops. They don't. I'll just do the same drop rates for everybody at the moment. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Balance is very important here. You don't have any drop rate, no drop things either. Fantastic. Wow. Well, that's 12 kinds of awkward. Do you have a drop rate? I don't think I put hardly anything in the game. I'll just steal these. I get to remove a whole army of bugs from here. Isn't that fantastic? Gosh, aren't bugs. These are game notes that are the package game notes that are being fixed as I go. I did not test to see if the Empress abilities match the tooltip, so I was supposed to do that, but then I forgot. And so we shall do that right now. Right here. Good as spot as any. Oops. It's gonna be so we're getting used to that. Perfect. I didn't expect that one to have any issues. It's just swapping some stuff around, but you never know. You got to test. Where was it at? Right here. I didn't set it with multiple things for this. I gotta split the audio on that. I'll get around to that at some point, I'm sure. I'm gonna go back to designing stuff. Bugs are fun and all, but I did my coding. Now it's back to design. Because now I'm thinking that maybe, just maybe, I want to have plants you can grow to get up into here and get up above here for something. I don't know what yet, but hear me out. It's one more place to wander. I think I'll let you go outside this window. And I'll speed this up because I can't handle how slow that is. It's driving me crazy. Hey Ghost, how's it going? Oh yeah. Sure, the windows can't be opened? Yep, no. I actually like it better than the pentagram, but the big problem I have is that I don't, the story revolved around having 5 victims, not 6. So I was like, damn it, I can't use it. I don't want to make a whole other character just so I can use this one symbol. It would be more fitting though, the pentagram makes very little sense. I guess to be fair, I've been adding more like Christian style religious connotations to the game, even though that was not necessarily the original intent. But it's also a lot more abundant than a lot of my other options. I considered more like Eldritch Horror type thing, but you know what's really hard to find assets for? Eldritch Horror. About that. Yeah. Yeah. It's real hard. That means I need items that were steampunk, dolls, and Eldritch Horror. Let's just speedrun making my life difficult. Oh, I have to, let's already blocked. Shall I try to find hunting assets? I would think that'd be like easier, right? I guess. Well, I suppose with how specific your game is, maybe that was not the case. Like I'm thinking more generic style, like Minecraft. No, not Minecraft, but like any kind of, you know, survival crafting game level of assets. I would expect to be easy to find. But with how specific your hunting stuff is, I could see where that would be a challenge. I actually thought it'd be easy to find Eldritch Horror stuff. I was surprised it wasn't. I'm like, but everyone loves Cthulhu. What the hell? Spoiler, nobody actually loves Cthulhu, evidently. I thought they did. I was wrong. I was clearly mistaken. These are also, not converted over. They're in fact crap. No common things are very rare animals, just super bad, just expensive. Oh, that's fair, not too bad. I tried to buy everything on sale, but I was just trying to find anything Eldritch Horror, and man, there are not many Eldritch Horror things. It's really rare. To the point where I was like, no man, I'm gonna stick with my steampunk and dolls. Oh yeah. So with how specific your thing is, I imagine that's kind of a problem. That's why I make do with a lot of animation things and don't demand they be the most perfect. Like I saw some really cool scythe animation stuff. It was gonna be like 40 or 50 bucks, and I was like, nah man, nah. I found one of these free packs with like some Korean martial arts and was able to finagle that into being my scythe animations. I was like, close enough. They're swinging a staff. It's not the same, but hey man, one of these is not like the $40-50 range. That's the secret to my success. Don't spend $40 to $50 on a couple crappy animations that weren't that relevant. I'm gonna merge this actor. Call this small pipe section, I guess. I'll say aloud. Like that, I'll just stick with my steampunk and dolls. It doesn't creep. Listen, I'm making a game about, dolls coming to life and killing each other at night. I'm a dude who sits around playing with his dolls all night while letting people watch on the internet. I mean, creepy's already just established as the modus operandi for everything, right? That's just how we live here. It's what we do. By we, I mean me. And I guess everyone else is watching, so I guess they get to be involved too. That's true. Thanks for the Dr. Ink Music. How's it going? Also, I have the perfect blurb.
Did you see anything? No, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good!
Very fitting. Basically, my stream in a nutshell. I needed to optimize these ages ago. Ah. Oh. I'm a solo dev. I'm an everything. And a nothing. Depending upon the day. I do levels, I make some of the characters, not all of them, some of them. The main character, I made her and a bunch of the... Okay, listen, I make hot female characters. I'm just saying. I know what I like. I also make contraptions out of crap. Why do I do this? I don't know. I just do. What I'm doing here is making it so the player can't just easily go places here. I need to block some things and unblock certain areas, so I'm editing the level instance of this building here, which is why we've entered the Shadow Realm here. Which is always fun when you're playing level instances in the Shadow Realm. Gotta say it like that. Oh yeah. Hell yeah, Eldritch Horror. Yeah, I was talking about how hard it is to find assets for that. Well, you would think it'd be way easier because of the popularity of Cthulhu. It's a lot harder than expected. It's a lot harder than expected. Wait, where was I looking? Ah, I forgot where I was going. Oh, I gotta replace these here because these are splines and I'm optimizing. Yeah. I need, like, since I'm making a game about, you know, dolls who come to life at night and try to escape a, you know, a haunted toy store, essentially, I need a lot of weird things. A steampunk game, no less, so, you know, I need a lot of weird. So I've needed a bunch of occult items, and I've had to make things along the way, too, because they just aren't, they don't exist. Like, they just don't. You just get to be sad. I got a bunch of voodoo dolls, and do you know how hard it is to find voodoo anything? Yeah, right. Good luck. Ain't no voodoo stuff around here. Nope. Yeah, I had to block this spot right here. I can't let him through. You can wander around outside if it amuses you, but this would let you bypass to fight the boss. I do and I don't, because the cool things we make ourselves really makes you... That's fair. The problem is I just need untold hundreds of assets. Maybe even 1,000 assets. Like, I need so many. I mean, I'm already on the hook for at least 100 enemies in this game. I have like 25 so far. Most of which are contraptions that are made out of crap. Well, at least half. But I mean, imagine having to make all this stuff out here, you know? Like, that'd be terrible. I was blocking something, then I forgot what I was going to block. Over here, I think. Yeah, I can't let you just walk into the library like that. I need you to earn the key. That pipe looks like it's huge. It's not. But I mean, I made the building. So the assets for the building I've made. When something needs to be unique, I do it. But to be fair, a lot of times you can make something look really unique without actually being truly unique. I've done that on more than a few occasions too. I think this will be good enough. No, it's not. It's just too Alright, one would have been better. I don't know why I changed it. I didn't realize how far from the wall I was. Even there, that's too far from the wall. Can I block the player without actually having to completely fill it up? Let me test this. I think I can. Yep. Not feeling as well. You so much kind of feel over. Yeah, like the overwhelm is. Oh wait, we'll go ahead and save the level instance before we do anything else. Come on, or not. That's fine too. Oh, it didn't keep the stuff. I have to actually save it first. Okay, save. Yes, yes. Or we can crash. That's an option too. Unreal just wanted to reset. Oh, give me a second and I will launch her again. Yoink. And on top of it, I could learn 2 other softwares at least. Yeah, I try to limit the softwares I have to learn. If I can do it in Unreal, I just do. But I make use of DAZ and Unreal for basically everything. Because I don't know what my project is that I'm working on. Is that what you're saying? The IDEK? I'll be a series like, disconnect, reconnect, ha ha ha. I'm like, you don't even know? Well, what do you want to work on? What sounds fun? What's the game you've always wanted to play? Because, you know, you're going to have to do a lot of play testing of it, so you should make the game you'll want to play, yeah? Hear me out. You'll like it much better if you want to play the game. So for trying to mod Minecraft, that's fair. There's probably more money in that than regular game dev. It's not wrong. Exactly. The best way to just dive in and make something you like. Yeah. So I did. No, 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 no. The first thing one should do is put a waifu in there. Then you have something to look at. And then you do the systems. It's about priorities, you see. I know what I like. That's actually the first game I made was in Unreal I was working on was I literally started with a waifu character. I ended up keeping that game because the game was a dumpster fire with no organization whatsoever, and I didn't know what I was even going with it, but I learned a lot about making her really pretty and wonderful and having all the right physics and everything long before I ever made a single system in Unreal. Priorities, you see. And then it turned into me trying to generate terrain. Instead of try that in Python. I see. And how'd that go? Did the Python generate the terrain? Inquiring minds wish to know these things. Yes. Also, I wonder if these edits actually stayed or not. They probably didn't, but at least it didn't corrupt the level, so that's something. I was blocking here to block the library. Oh, it stayed. Yay! Woohoo! The city is here. Everything is fine. It saved before it crashed. Yes. Oh, I was gonna see if this blocks effectively or not. Maybe it generates something? Well, it's fair. It's definitely a start. Boing. Boing. Yippee. Hello. You most certainly can just run right clean through that because Poppet really is that tiny that you can just run through everything. Yeah, bull shooter that we made drunk in Discord one night. IT3D artist race to make a 3D dictates you got to shoot it. Well, I mean, that is a worthy thing to shoot. I agree. Truly, that is a horror of a different type that I had not anticipated. Yes. Eldritch Horror got nothing on that. Boing, boing. Woohoo. It'll kill me if I try to get around it. No. This character is so tiny. She fits everywhere. It's so annoying. She's just a little bit too small to get through like literal everything. You can't let her get too close to the edges here. I might have to do 1-3 on it. I was trying to avoid additional pipes. Having a giant pipe is okay, I suppose. All this to one to add a new section. Obviously not getting through that. And that's just a death. Fair enough. That's not a death. It's death out here, but I managed to fall to a lower level. Now that was not okay. Would I have died if I stayed on that lower level? I mean, to be completely fair, ooh. Well, to be completely fair, there's nothing to do down here. But that would let the player get to a point they shouldn't be, where there's just literal nothing. Not even with the death zone over. How is this not close enough to kill her? And I pushed it so close. How can she not die from this? It's listed as death as an element. It does kill you if you fall too far. It was originally 9.25. Wait, no, 1. Where's it at? Huh. How does this not kill you? That is so close. I guess it's not literally next to it, but it is so close. Evil now. Okay, anyway, well, they're making systems. You seem to. Making systems for months, yeah. Your whole game is going to be in a system. Like to use it for Legends? Oh yeah, the material for the Legends, the it's my default steampunk metal thingy. I use it so often. It wasn't initially this color, but it worked out. So do I. It's probably one of the most rewarding things in game dev. It comes the fastest. Oh yeah. Systems are good. Why are you rewarding me rooms? Really? But how? Didn't I increase the size of you? I have questions. Oh, I'm down a floor. No, that explains everything. Yeah, exactly. Systems are great, but then you gotta make content that uses them. That's the thing. That's... I see all these people make all these systems and they forget that they need to make some content and then they don't make the content. Really, Poppet? You just walk right around this. She's like, I don't care. She's like a misbehaving child. For sure, it took me a while to get to it, but this year I dove in hard. SP games, so I didn't have to fight the MP issues. Mixed up, that's fair. To be fair, I have no idea what you mean by SP and MP, but that's okay. Everyone abbreviates things. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, that'll be lethal there. I collected some items. Yay! Me! I'm not going to open all those things like that. So that fixes that. Now I can actually run through here and... This area is blocked, so she can't get through that way. So I guess I unblock this room? Is that what I'm doing? Boop. Can be opened. I can now hide an item all the way over here and have the player use plants to get up through here. I'm going to put a hole in this here and then hide it where, you know, they have to jump from window to window to window and go out this window and then around like this and then back to this, grab the item, and then wander back. Or they could kill themselves and respawn somewhere. That's also an option in this game so far. I may or may not take away this option, but for now, I don't hate it. I consider unblocking this window for a quick way back. But the problem with that is then you can just jump from here over, so it defeats the entire purpose if I do that. Unless I just wish to hide the item over here and then let you go from either side. No, I don't want to do that. I'm gonna leave one of these suspiciously open and see if they're paying attention. When in doubt, right? I might have to redo this ceiling here, but that's fine. To be fair, that doesn't... I guess it does need a hole, doesn't it? It looks terrible if there's not a hole there. So what I'm thinking is there'd be like a hole back through here or something to get through. Use everyone's favorite awful houseplant. Nah, screw that one. I hate that one. Use this one. Oh wait, I just need the flower. I don't need the actual thing. I could change their sizes. But this one over here can grow really big suddenly. There's nothing stopping it from being that. The ending scale is that, and then... What if the ending size is 10 on you? How big do you get? Explain yourself. Level design doesn't feel easy. What am I doing? You gotta realize that I picked a genre where the level design is a lot harder than other genres, because so much of the game's built around the level design due to the fact that you have to make all these abilities that let you traverse places and stuff and then build levels that use those abilities. Not many games need that. Like, you can make an open world crafting game and you wouldn't need to have mechanics built entirely around this, or, you know, most RPGs really don't care about this stuff, but here I am. Yeah. Having to live the hard life, you know? So don't get too discouraged, but yeah, it's definitely a lot of thought. It's a lot of fun though, because you're basically just making puzzles in the environment. So I make these plants grow really big for some reason, just because it's fun. And then you get up here. There's a light right here. I forgot about this light. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time thinking about these because I have to be really careful where I place things, because if I let Poppet get above something, like let her putting something on means she can jump on it, and if she can jump on it means she can often use to get where she shouldn't. So I'm having to decorate too where I don't do that. Weird. I wouldn't have double jump here, but you can grab these ledges. Or you can just do that and not even grab the ledges. Yep. Really? Did you see that? There's Shanghai right there. Yep. There might need to be an additional light. I want the player to be able to make it without dying. But I consuming whatever item was there, and then I run back. This is obviously an impossible run. As long as I put a light by the window, I should be fine though. Because you see, I didn't make it. Yeah. Well, it just depends on the game. Like I say, Metroidvanias have incredibly hard level design. Because you can't just make something pretty, you have to make it functional for all the abilities. And if you're like, you know, a game that's literally just the story is the level, like someone keeps saying, I kept getting told this like Sasuna Hellblade game or something like that or whatever, and it was like a walking simulator with all these events happening in the world as you walk by, and I'm like going, You know how hard it is to set all this crap up? To basically like a walking movie? Like, this is ridiculous. This is so much harder than people give it credit for. So things like that can be really challenging. If your game is just a giant forest that you're running around in and things don't have to be in a specific area and just randomly generated, it's just like no mechanics required. You don't got to do that. So in certain games, it's like, man, they're way hard to do. Another one's like, to be fair, the systems behind the games and making randomized content can also be tough too. It's another one. Like, there's different things, but just for how you build the levels, the ones where they're not randomized are usually the hardest. I never played it. People keep mentioning it. I went to watch it, like some clips, because Fox mentioned it so many times as a simple game to make. And I was like, I looked at it, I was like, I looked at how many people made it, and I was like, again, and I was like, not a simple game. No, not a simple game. I never actually played it. Like I said, I just saw, I kept bouncing through the various things, just going, you know, just checking various points to see what it was like. And I went through like almost the whole playthrough, and she was mostly just walking the whole time, but there was like environmental storytelling the whole way. Which means, you know, that's a lot of work. Maybe at some point I'll just watch the actual gameplay movie or something like that of it. Cutscene movie. But, yeah. I was very confused when there were people, it's just easy. No, it's not. Some games like really do have super easy level design too. It just depends on what it is. Like if your game is a strategy game, level design not as big of a deal. Your game's a card game, level design not as big of a deal. But it would be hard. She has a voice to talk to her and tell her she will make it and all sorts of stuff. No. That's cool. Basically a better way of doing insanity than I'm doing, but to be fair, my game is not that as serious. That's so soon it looked like it was pretty all serious and everything, and I'm like, yeah, my toys are fighting to the death. Serious kind of got thrown out the window a while ago. I also probably don't have the writing skills of whoever wrote that game, I imagine. Maybe I do. I actually don't know the story of that game, so I mean, like, you know, I didn't play it. So maybe that's terrible writing for all I know. A lot of games do. Doesn't sound like it, though. We're doing it again. We're doing it better this time. I'm half tempted to raise it up higher. That pipe sticks down. That's a problem. I need to make it so this pipe doesn't stick down. And I've already merged it into a thing, so it's just getting moved up now, and then this water's got to go. Okay, I didn't think about this when I was building this because it didn't matter. It matters now. Yes, it matters now. I want to put a bunch of flowers and things up here too. Takes forever to select all the sides for some reason. I love how they did their face. Made her look just like a woman. The voice is her. I know. Bitch was all. Yeah. Apparently, if you use metahumans, you can make it really easily done like that. Like they're very good at, like, you know, doing all the facial features and stuff, and can actually just do it without you actually having to mocap it. At least now they can. Back then, maybe not, but sadly the metahumans didn't look very good for my game, but in the future I'm sure they might be good. Like in future versions of the game I might be using metahumans for all I know, or for future games. Wouldn't surprise me. Here, let's get all the sides again. Metahumans are insane? Yeah, they are. Sadly, they didn't look as good in the game as when I made them in the editor, and it came out looking pretty trash for my things. But my world's too stylized. It just doesn't fit super realistic characters very well. So they just didn't look, they didn't have the charm. Yeah. I was the sad. I should have made this smaller. I don't really care if it goes that far to the wall, I suppose. Be fine for now. I'm gonna probably gonna move much time. I'm about to dupe this though here. Hey Moody SBB. It's going pretty good. Doing some level design. Chatting about metahumans and doing insanity in games and things, and you know, the goods. How's stuff going with you? Also building a new area here. Oops. I'm just gonna make this super tall. I have plans for metahumans after I finish this game. I have to use them in this game, but don't want to go to 5.6. That's fair. So far, 5.6 has been pretty good. Except for the text plugin issue. God, that was annoying. It's so long to fix that crap. But beyond that, it wasn't so bad. I feel like if everybody used metahumans, it would be for a more cinematic game. I think they used them for that one game, right? Now that we narrowed that down, that one game. They got used in Expedition 33. That's true. It's not wrong. I'm just gonna put a tiny layer up here so you don't necessarily notice it. Like a nice little hole. Just doing it. Don't mind me. You saw nothing. I'm also going to grab another one, and this time I would like a $7. But it requires 60 sides, so it looks round. Or 56, because I tried to scroll down, but it was on there. Oh, make it 60, it'll bug me otherwise. Yep. Yep. My Expedition 33, yep. He gives the NPC to interact, a big deal with metahumans. Yeah, now any devs can use all my characters, though pitch tag. Yeah, that was the thing I was looking at, because the cost of, like, if I want custom characters with like Baz or something, is not cheap. It's very expensive. Even stacking sales, it's expensive, and Zero is obviously worth the look, but it really just didn't quite mesh, unfortunately. I wish it had so bad. It would have made my life so good. But alas, nope. No, sir. I should get the job done. I'm new to the stream, so it's kind of like God of War's Metroidvania style with a backpacking like a central area. There's no central area in this game. You see, you're trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, and you start on the 5th floor, and you're working your way down. I guess there is something of a central area in that there's a painting world that you can jump into in order to like travel between the paintings. And that has like a central area there that does connect all the paintings. So every time you unlock a painting, you can do that. The game's mostly broken up into chapters, with the first chapter being the fifth floor in this section over here, the second chapter being this floor and this floor, the third chapter being these two floors, and then the fourth chapter being a couple basement floors, which are on different maps, so you can't see them here. I have to swap maps to show off the other ones. Also, welcome to the stream. But I decided I want to make a new area, or actually a new secret, so I'm building that right now. With the plan being that you grow plants over here to get out. I don't know about 10. 10 seem kind of huge, but... it's going to take a little experimenting to see how I want this to go, but we'll make this like 7s or something. I also need to put a light over by there too. The game's played at night, so I'm gonna put a light over by. Actually, there's a light right here. Is this within range? This is technically within range. Oh, it's really far off though. Like it would be real tough to be in range of that. I think I need another light or something. Fine. Let's see here. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is like the MP that powers all the toys in this place. Because you're playing as a woman who's killed her soul with stuff into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store. So, that's what's going on here. I guess I need a hook to hold this on the wall, don't I? Yeah, if you're in the darkness, you lose sanity but gain curse power. If your sanity hits 0, you die, so don't let that happen. Or I guess the curse wins, basically. And if you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back but no curse power, so you gotta bounce between the two. So I'm putting a light right here because she has to be able to make it all the way out around the outskirts of this building to reach a point where I'm going to have some sort of collectible. I don't know what it's going to be yet, but that's okay. Nice to make 2D games for the most part, so I really haven't dipped my toes into 3D yet. But we have so far seems very impressive. Are you doing as you go, or is there a whole gray box prototype? I just do as I go. I don't really see a point in gray box prototyping when your level has to be designed by putting furniture in it, because that's what she's doing. She's using furniture to get places and everything. This is actually one of the few rooms that's not very furniture centric, but there's even a table and chairs over here, so I just put the table and chairs there, right? And she goes, "Oh, cool! And then get on this." Yay! All right. So I just build as I go. Also takes a lot of extra time to do that, and unless you can afford to have custom stuff made to go on those, it's not usually that great to gray box, I find. Oops, I changed the button. Oh no. Deserved. I did change the button on myself. I wouldn't have double jump here. I could put a grabby on here. I got stabbed. Deserved. Or I can just make it where she can't grab it and just make it grow taller. Oh. Oh, thanks for the follow, Moody. Thank you, thank you. I am now at 620 followers, yes. This excites me greatly. I don't know what it does, but it's more fun noises to hear. There you go. The noises excite me. Yes. Alright, give myself all things here. I probably should put a grab up there or something, so you can just, you know, yank your way up, so I don't have to make this as tall. Because at some point it's going to go in the wall. Wrong button again. This flower is so much easier to scale than the other flower. Things I never thought I'd say. This flower is so much easier to scale than the other flower. You can get up here, no problem. Alright, so then from there, the plan is to get over to here. Nice lag there. The game lags a lot less than the packaged version. My computer's just a potato, so... that thing is in such a bad location. Oh my god, I moved that over to the side badly. Now I can easily get my thing back here, so it's no problem to make the the trip now. Yay, city. I shouldn't jump. Well, actually, you can jump and do it. Yeah, I shouldn't use air dash though, because I wouldn't have it here. It's cheating. I'm gonna put whatever item here. I don't know what yet. Probably a key. But yeah, there's an insanity effect as you start to. I'll turn the music off here. You can hear it.
Stew and rum doesn't like me. Ouch. A fly is on the. You're going the wrong way. The wall talks.
I need more sound effects for her, but you know. You gotta go pretty fast. This is actually a really long run. It might be too long, even now. I was also dicking around, which is not a good idea. I gotta get inside of him, screwed. I didn't make it. Damn. I forgot what I was doing. I was dicking around too much. That was a mistake, but... So... This is awkward where it is. This is a really long run. Potentially too long. Which means I should make it even longer and then make it where it's you have to come back later with more sanity. And hide something here that's for later in the game. Because if I just move this over, like it's already hard, well, it doesn't matter because you could just elect to die and respawn and you'll keep the item, so it doesn't help. Never mind. I was really excited for a second. I thought I was being all cool. Now I realize that's not going to get the job done. If I want to blockade it, I have to blockade it with an item required from a different chapter. And to be fair, I do have at least one room on this level that is blockaded by a requirement of a different item from another chapter, so that is true. I almost want to put it here and not make him jump quite as far. I thought, thinking about it, I also want to grab the hook too. No, actually I just don't move the light, and instead I just leave this here and block this. So, okay, I'm on it. Just block that one, unblock this one. That is open, can't be open. Technically, you could run this way too. I don't know if I'm putting out there for that though. Maybe I'll put some like, you know, random gold out there or something. Oh, thanks, Cleo Adler, King of Unreal Engine. Unless you're the King of Unreal Engine, in which case, that's cool too. Is this like being King of the Pirates? Am I searching the, you know, the digital seas for the one asset that will in fact make my game perfect? Good question. Is this even possible to jump up this high, or do I need to move the table over here? No, it should be 5. Or I can just jump that high. Fair enough. I thought I had to pull this table over. There's no point in this table here, but not everything has to have a point in this game, too. A lot of stuff's just here for people to wander around. I kind of hate what this light is. How far does this light reach? Like, if I took one of these lights and crammed it over here, would this reach the window? Because if it does, well... It does reach the window, and that is fair. Oh, thanks. But the drawback of that is there's so much light in this area, you won't be able to gain any curse power back, so that is problematic, I guess. But I guess to be fair, occasionally screwing with the player is not the worst thing I could do with my time. This, however, prevents any real issue up here. It'll never be a problem. So do I want curse back? There's a light here already and a light here. I don't hate how it looks just sitting there, though. That is true. But I don't like where these are at all. Especially that one's just in the floor. I'm not even sure it needs to be here. Does it? Does it really need to be here? Because it looks off-center. Like, I either want like one at every corner, or I don't want any of them there. It just seems so wrong to have that many. There is a light over here that I can use, so it's not like that without. Now, right now I'm just adding in some additional stuff because I was polishing things up and realized I was like, hey, you know, this area had nothing to do in it yet, so I'm playing around. Oh, wrong one. Boom. I blew myself up. That was deserved. Okay, well, I almost want to start this one bigger. It's kind of hard jumping up one. Perfect. That gave me more than enough time to dick around. Okay, the fact it's just floating is awkward. There's definitely... Oh wait, get your sanity back before this. Any more insanity messages? And some sound effects for using abilities. Wait. Why is my sanity not going up? What, did it not count as being inside the thing? I guess it was... That is not a lot of space for this. It's like, what, here? Yeah, okay. It's a little hard to gain your sanity back here. It's a little awkward. At least I have enough to get it. If I just run for it, I think I'm fine. If I stop, I don't think I'm making it, but... I should probably put some item here or something just to show off that there's an item here. I don't know what's gonna go here. Yeah, I easily can make this because I already have like half my sanity left.
You're going the right way. Nobody could ever love me. The wall talks to me. Stew and rum doesn't lie. Am I dreaming?
Sanity, no, go back. Run, run.
You're going the right way. Too long a stick is not all that great.
We.
Shooting star. Why are you talking to a shooting star?
I only have 17 messages, so I need to put some new ones. Yeah, that's not... Okay, right, that there sucks.
I'm not talking to me. You're going the wrong way.
So, but if I fix that, it's not that bad. The room info doesn't count. Where is the room at? Like, it goes to... That's not the... Yeah, I think I need to just move it over because you don't count as being inside the room there, and like, so this doesn't count, and it should. To be honest, it's not very well set up in general. Oh, what am I doing? You transform. Probably a little better, but where's this one at? Like in the next room? So 150. I don't want it to be outside on that one, but it can be outside on this one a bit. That's acceptable to me. That's probably a bit better. Test it. Oh, everyone wandered off. And the view count's wild. Sometimes it's like, oh, there's a bunch of people, and there's like, nah, we're done. I'm like, okay. I get it. Level design's really boring to watch, barely. Ow. There's a bunch of people on YouTube watching. Yeah, it's a lot better. Like, so now you can buy the light. So I gotta start hanging ivy and things like that around here, just stuff to make this look cooler. Just in general. So much good in this room could look better than it does. Do I want this to be circular? Should you go through a pipe? There's a good question. Because I could put a pipe through there and then make you jump through it. Or vents. Oh, we can play the vent game. Ooh. Ooh, spicy. Who doesn't want to play the vent game? Or I just let you run around top of this. Because optionally I could have some sort of vents that you pop out and up here, but then why are there vents up there, I guess is the question. But if I put vents, then I can give you a whole bunch of dumb crap to wander around and do in here, as opposed to just running around. Well, if I put vents up here and prevent you from going farther in, I could also increase the height on this and build a whole contraption up above, right? Well, I sorta can, because there's a window right here which screws with things. And there wouldn't really be a vent going directly in front of this, so there's that problem. But it's more interesting to go into pipes than it is to go into, you know, just jump up here and wonder why there's just a weird hole in this thing that makes no sense. Actually, no. I don't want to find the ducts, so I'm cheating. Also, let's turn the lights back on so I can see what I'm doing. This one? No, it's not gonna... I could turn it on the side, I guess. Oh, and that's not what I want either. I guess I just turn that one outside. Oh, I have an idea. It really becomes one of the most complicated rooms in the game. The more I mess with it, the more it just gets more and more ridiculous as time goes by. I gotta rotate this so that the spline goes in that direction. I don't have to, but it would make my life easier, so I approve of that. I've been hit by a best viewers. No, band. It has fallen victim to the hammer. Might as well use the giant emoji of the hammer, because you know why not, right? That might as well be my default response on Kick. Stupid Kick keeps moving me to other ones there. I'm streaming on 3 platforms at the time. I'm streaming on, you know, YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. And Kick wants to put you in some, like, category that nobody uses and basically destroy your stream. So I moved back to just chatting because it's the only category that gets any traffic besides fucking GTA. I'm like, and I didn't get traffic there, but it's better than some of the other options where I just never get anybody. Not gonna lie, Kick is not proving to be very effective. I guess this a two-way duct is fine here. I didn't have these ducts when I first made this room. I built these later. And now that I have them, I feel obligated to use them. And by obligated, I mean it's too much fun not to use them. Well, technically, I never have to let you on top of this at all. I can just have you jump out nearby this thing. Well, then you'd be able to jump up on top of the pipes, wouldn't you? I'll burn that bridge when I get there. No, you... There's never enough mazes in this game. Never. You might think there is, but you'll be wrong. There is never enough mazes in this game. Unless I just literally barricade the top of this. Do I do that? I might. Yeah, hear me out. I might do this. I have an idea. I'll worry about getting them all nice and neat later. That's right, these don't grow in both directions, they grow in one. And that right here is fine. I guess it's fair. It's apparently it's hard to jump on you. Could have just grown it up in general anyway, but I don't want to do it that way. It's really hard to jump through this thing. That's true. These plants are kind of awkward. Running out of sanity. I'm just gonna... I don't want to grow my sanity back just when I can run back over here and test it real quick. I might need to do smaller because I want to be able to grab and get up there. I don't think I need to do this giant version. It's kind of awkward. Really? That's where you're going to show up? Wow. Oh, I suppose I'd equip something too, huh? I don't know if you can hit this in the pool. I don't think you can actually hit it with the pool, which is good because I was thinking of making it where you had to use the temperance to get your way through here. No, you can get through. No, I want to grab this. Well, you don't technically have to grab it. It's hard to grab everything here. I ran out. I'm gonna start this one bigger in general. Potentially requiring you'd have to grow one to jump on the other. That's true, I could just make it huge. Maybe like a 5, just a giant one. I think I want a light over here because it's such a pain. I think after this test I might take a bit of a break for a sec. You can just jump on that. That's way less awkward than the other one. I might be able to grab that if I want to. Man, it is so easy to bounce off this thing. You can't grab this. I'd be able to grab it like there pretty easily if that were possible. Used to be bigger. This little fine work here, I probably need to be on like 1. Oops. There's 1.1, right? Probably be easier to grab. Hoping this will work, so I can do all that stuff there, you know, got a quick break, but managed to get up just fine. And I'll have something going on up here. Of course, now this is a hidden room, so it's much different in that I can just kind of do whatever I want in it. Which means I can basically build whatever I want, because now you've already Metroidvania'd up here, so now it's going to be, I don't have to worry as much about you getting places you shouldn't go. The question just becomes, what else am I having you do? I mean, I could just let you wander around. I do need to put a hole over here. I'll let Jason's. Got all those. 10 and 10. Oop. Hey, Leposian. Been pretty good. Decided to add a bunch of extra crap. I've been doing so much fixing and everything that I was like, I just had an idea and started running with it. To add to this room over here. A secret area up here, inside here. I'm gonna put all kind of flowers and things up here too. It'll look good. Do not question. Or do you can question if you want. I probably would. I'm making a thing where they have to go through all these pipes and then they're going to find their way over to this window over here and go out this and then run around the outside. Get a collectible and then have to run back real fast. Or I'll put it one of these windows open so they can take this as a quick way out too. A quick way back in. Yeah, that's what I'm currently doing. I don't know if you saw the major changes I made in the I'll just show you. I mean, besides bug fixing, these were from the last few days, or I guess this week. So now when you go to this, it actually starts saying all the costs and what button is currently used for them, which ones you have, and has descriptions for what they do. Which is very handy. Very handy indeed. The map now has way more options for things that show up on it. Way more. I'm probably going to make them smaller, of course. They're very large, but as things appear, you'll do those things, so that's helpful. And then I changed the insanity thing, which I'm too close to a light. Maybe you'll find a not close to a light. Boing, boing. It's my spot, not yours. My spot. Wait for it, wait for it.
You're going the right way.
Now there's weird messages that play the whole time.
You're going the right way.
I slowed them down to a bit just so you could hear more what they were saying, but
Why are you talking? Why is omnipresent? Stew and rum doesn't like paying taxes.
yep, that's largely what's going on. How's stuff with you? And more importantly, do you have new features? More features. More. Get all of them. Someone told me I should add Mario Kart to my game. And thus more features are required. I don't have Mario Kart in my game. No, that's a Speechify. Just an AI voice. It might not be the final one. If I can afford to get real voice acting, I will. But for purposes of testing things, I'm fine with it for testing. What am I doing? This is a spline. Okay, well, you see I want to move the whole spline, not one of the little bits thingy. I don't think I've actually heard a neuron. But to be fair, they're probably all pulling from exactly the same thing. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if they were. Not like I can see worth a damn doing this. Too tall. I'm so glad I made these. They're so handy. The little vents. Like I just had to rely on pipes the whole time, but now I got vents. And vents are the goods because they're so much easier for actors to walk through. I also need more steam in my game and machines and things, so I'll probably put machines in here or something to run things. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, over time, it's gonna, it's supposed to be insanity, so. Like, it just whispering at you, I don't know if that's really insanity, but maybe it is. I can also make the voices quieter. I'm kind of experimenting with how it goes. It is supposed to signify that you're gonna die if you don't hurry up. This doesn't match very well at all. So it's an early warning system that, yeah, you know, maybe you should do something quicker. You don't have to. Yeah. Let's say kind of go back and forth on it because, you know, there's going to be a lot of a lot more voices added in the cacophony as it goes on. For certain. I might want to just make this as one giant solid building. Well, not, well, I can make the whole thing as a solid building too. I don't know. We'll think about it. Oh, wait, me. I always say we all the time. It's just me. No one thinks any of this stuff. Solo dev, yo. But I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, Poppet doesn't have a disease. It's just the curse is driving her crazy. She's starting to hear voices. Nobody else, well, everyone else hears their own voices, but Poppet's, you know, hearing just herself. And that is a problem for her. Certain. I considered having more visual effects, but I already have all the words everywhere. And the light keeps it from making all the noise at her. Keeps it silent. Oops. Supposed to duplicate it, buddy. More research does not make any sense for the people. Make a deep metaphor of a person with the disease. Well, Poppet doesn't have schizophrenia, though. He's actually just assaulted by a magical curse. Which is making her, you know, hallucinate words in the sky and hear voices that aren't there. That sucks. It's definitely not a thing. That is a good one. No, very bad. I used to work with a lot of developmentally disabled people, so they had a lot of mental issues, but not necessarily schizophrenia, but just issues. Many mental ones. I do not do that anymore because I don't hate myself. Do that there, and do I let the player wander around out here? I guess so. So I can have them wander around here and then have something on top of it, like an additional layer. Yeah, there's so many crazy things getting added to this place. I guess I can open this as a way back. Not forcing him to run all the way back if I don't want to. But no, my plan for the game is that along the way Poppet collects souls. Not because she wants to. She finds out later that she collects souls. And every time she does, the souls talk to her more and more, making the, her sanity drop faster. Which includes new voices that talk to her and words in different colors. And, you'll have to keep increasing your sanity to make up for the faster sanity loss throughout the game, too, so... I was so worried that the gaining sanity would be a problem, but no. Hey, Frozen Joe, bro, just joined and saw you have a working spline. I do, I have many splines. Splines are good. This isn't even that complicated, a spline if memory serves. It's just a stupid spline. Pretty simple construction script here. Create a spline, get a number of spline points. Subtract 2 because you don't want the beginning and last one there, and then a for each loop. Getting the starting position. And then basically the next position plus 1 on the index there. Let's just get location tangent at spline point for both. Add spline mesh to component, which is, the duct here. Start and end. And then attach it. And there it is. I'm using a cube. One of the things is it depends on, like, you can adjust this thing here on the add spline mesh thingy. Where is it at? It should be on these ones. Oh, no, it's attached, right? Is it attached? No. There's something you could adjust because they have issues. It's the wrong one. Yeah, you can adjust the forward access to these various ones here, and sometimes that'll help work. Not every mesh is built for doing this particularly very well. Some are built much better than others. I made this one myself with geometry brushes. But I could use a cube and it would be fine.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
Yeah, a forward access thing. I've had fixed a few of them this way. You can play around with these numbers here and that can change some things, but the forward access makes all the difference in the world. I would change it on this one to test, but it's used so many places that it's going to cause the entire engine to have a fit if I do that. Yeah. Well, hopefully that fixes it for you. Like I say, each one has some issues. Like some meshes have issues, and like, no matter which one you select, it's going to not work for it, but you'd have to change the points in there, but a cube should have no problem. It's just a cube. Let's see. Also, I got greeted. Hey, Silverton, how's it going? Let's see, and it says, as for my game... Well, thanks for the follow, Frozen Joe. As for my game, I finally pushed the update. The game is half passable. Nice, nice. Are we gonna do update? Give you the keys, you can try it, maybe give me a feedback? Sure. Drop me a key, either whisper it at me, or dump it in the Discord, or DM me on Discord, whichever. and I'll take a look at it. Probably, I should have time this weekend to look at it. I won't have time until then though, because double jobs, yeah. 8 to 10 hour days streaming, 8 to 10 hours, oh, actually just 8 hours at work. The weeks are rough. Let's see. Oh, literally in an ad break. Literally in an ad break. Oh my god. Some people. They show up just there. I don't know who has ads, but I'll wait until people don't have ads before I respond back more. Let me go ahead and ad break over. Sure. All right, that bring, okay, yeah. So, good luck with it, Frozen Jill. Let me know how it goes. And glad you can drop isolated. Yeah. I'm making a. I decided this area wasn't cool enough, so it needed some extra stuff because I realized I hadn't done anything with it, so I'm slowly adding stuff to it. Spawning in there. Those portals are huge. They probably need to be smaller in all honesty. Plan was to make plant real big. Yay, plant! Grow the plant. Throw that thingy above. Watch that guy just levitate there like a cool kid. Wow. How can you just sit there? Okay, well, listen. I ran out of sanity. Way too cool? Oh, thanks. I'm near a light there. That's what I'm doing, just hanging out in the light to avoid this issue. Nope, nope. I need to put a light up there or a light cube or something. That one's just like, I'm just gonna sit up here. I don't know why they're suddenly flying. I have questions. None of them are good. I guess I can just double jump up because I'm just cheating right now and don't care.
You're going the wrong way. You're going the right way. A shooting star jumps both ways. You're going the wrong way. A shooting star jumps both ways. You're going the right way.
Insanity thing's kind of annoying. Good. Mostly because I don't have enough messages yet.
Me? Nobody could ever love me. A shooting star jumps both ways. Nobody could ever love me. You're going the right way. Too long a stick is not all that great.
Oh, fair enough. I'll have to take a look at it. Yeah, I don't know why things are flying suddenly. It's weird. Off the boat with you. I'll fix that problem at some point. Yep, we're supposed to run out here and go get the item. I just don't have an item there yet. I'm not sure what I'm going to put there. This was not an intended place, but I realized that there was a whole area waiting to happen. Why is everyone just... I blame that thing.
We're all mad. Nobody could ever love me. We're all mad. They're going the wrong way. We're all mad. Stew and rum doesn't like me. You're going the wrong way. They're watching me. Am I dreaming? You're going the right way. Why are you
Oh, bastard.
Am I dreaming? You're going the wrong way. They're watching me. Too long a stick is not all that great. I'm a failure. It knows. The
I'll not be safe right here.
Stew and rum doesn't like paying taxes. They're watching me. Why are you talking to me? Is am I dreaming?
Maybe I'll make that a little quieter on the insanity thing. They're just like a little bit louder. Like I keep alternating between how loud they're gonna be. Mostly by about 1 point either direction. Cause you know. They're interesting, but sometimes annoying. It just depends. Probably because I've heard them a bunch of times and there's only 17 of them. And there needs to be more, but I haven't had them recorded yet. Yes. Oh, insanity. So... I did promote to a variable, right? No, I just haven't set entirely as this audio. I didn't bother to... 8.6. I don't know why I turned the music back on. I've listened to the music anyway. Or listen to the voices. Yes, I have to listen to the voices, everyone. Yes. I'll run around the room instead. This room is quickly turning into... Well, it already was the biggest room in the first chapter. It's just getting more and more complicated with stuff to do in it. That's right. They're not imaginary now. Well, they're still in her head. They're not... No one else is here. Well, they hear their own voices. They don't hear her voices. These ones are all for Poppet. Be gone, stupid turtle. I just throw it. I'll technically this would have checked immediately. Fair enough. Oh, I changed the buttons. No, I keep forgetting I changed the buttons.
Am I dreaming? Too long a stick. I'm not talking to you. Am I dreaming?
Now they're too quiet. I can like, sort of hear them, but it'd be easy to miss them. I don't want that. I want them to be like just noticeable, to be annoying, but not like drown everything out. Levels of why. I suppose I could make them get progressively louder, but we'll see. That could happen in the future. I'm going this way now. Well, I want people to hear them, and they're not very audible is the problem. Like, I don't want them to be a whisper. I want you to understand what they're saying. I want them to be distracting to a point, too. Like, I want people to... You know, it's insanity. You're supposed to be distracted by it. Wait, there's too many lights down here. Go stand away from those lights. Yeah. Bump, bump, bump. It's okay at this level, I think. 8 seems really loud, but well, mostly if the music isn't going very loud and it gets really silent, you tend to hear it a lot more. The music in this room is a lot louder than the music in some of the rooms. That is true. Idea is cool. I find the balancing artistic approach and user-friendly experience. I can easily just jump into a safe zone and wait for my courage to get low enough, or sanity to get low enough.
You're going the right way. All I'm a failure. They're watching. Why are you talking to me? You're going the right way. Nobody could ever love me. Too long a stick is not all that great. A shooting star jumps both ways. Am I me? I'm not talking to me. A fly is omnipresent. The wall talks much like candy. It knows. They're nobody could ever love me. A fly is omnipresent.
This is probably about the right level. 6 is too quiet. 8 seems obnoxious. As I get more messages, it'll be more interesting to what she says. They do exist in certain places. Well, I've been adding a bit more, but mostly they're part of the rules of this place. The safe spots will protect you and don't get caught. This is the playroom. And the playroom is where... I'm gonna get my save back. Where you encounter Charlotte and she's... You can no longer just jump above her. She wanders around here. She's a big ghost girl. But yeah, there's going to be important messages in... Oh, hello. She tried to get me there. She'll do that. We're playing a game. It's a game of tag. She's unfortunately it right now. Yeah, like you mix it in amongst random crap because it's insanity. So there will be things that are, you know, real knowledge. It's just also there's a lot of crazy. So there will be... Okay, can I get away from you? Dangerous. Hello. Da-da-da. See if the insanity even figured in here, but it doesn't really. You were being a real pest today, you know that? I think so, Lemon. Yeah. I try to make every room different. And occasionally Charlotte shows up to play games with you. It's basically a boss fight, except you can't kill the boss. You can't even hurt the boss. The boss is a ghost girl and kills you if she touches you, so don't let that happen. I need to put a jump scare in for her yet, but I haven't done that yet. Your goal is to successfully avoid it. She can teleport to the smoke in this particular one here. I'm not letting her just phase through things this time. Well, per her rules. She plays games with you with special rules that she dictates at the time, and you best play by the rules because, well, if you don't, you die. I mean, it has a deep sense in aim and goal. Yeah. Like I say, if she eats souls throughout the game, like, they'll start talking to her as well, making it even more crazy for her. She's not, you know... Doesn't know she does that, but she finds out. She serves a purpose, not the purpose she thinks she does. She doesn't know her purpose. But there'll be different colored messages that show up in different voices, so... And then the effects on your sanity will be much harsher as the game goes along. Which means you'll need to gain sanity in order to basically mitigate the damage. Price point, I was aiming for like the $20 range, honestly. I figured the game would be around 20 hours long in general. We'll see how it goes. Hard to say because I've never seen anyone else play it yet. My computer's something of a potato and I'm... So if you're wondering why there's lag issues. I was getting like 50 to 70 FPS when I was testing the full playthrough, like, yesterday? Woohoo! But I'm aiming for that range. Unless Epic gives me a huge amount of money and I can make an even better game. Yeah, it's the painting world. There's a character who haunts the paintings. Walk from painting, walk back, she should appear. Yep. Let me give her shorter hair. I don't like her that hair. She's just haunting the paintings, and she lets you travel between these places. There are eventually a bunch of people who were killed and their souls were stuffed into dolls, and she just ended up stuck in the paintings instead. So she just floats between the paintings and lets you travel here. She's also just floating over here too. I gotta swap her hair back. I hate that hair. Just out in space, doing her thing. Don't know why her head rotates like that. Maybe because I just snagged the flying thing off of one of the Paragon characters and didn't bother doing anything with it since. Whee. Oh wait, all those are just open, huh? They didn't bother to close them up, huh? Good to know. Yeah, she saves by jumping into toy boxes. Yay! Where everything works. All the options, all that crap works. I have my map, which shows where she's been. I'm experimenting with different pictures on where stuff is. I'm not sure if I'm going to go with that or not, but who knows. Collectibles show up here too. I need to put information for me. I haven't got there yet. By way of me. Hey, not now. You prepare for homework? See you around and goes in. Oh yeah. Thanks for dropping by and hanging out. Always a pleasure. Yes, yes. Yeah, this game is, it wasn't good enough for my playtest, I guess. I decided I needed more. That's how. Thanks, yeah. It's getting there. There was no major bugs in the playtest. The package playtest, I should say. Or the package game. Except for one chord was too high, so I couldn't jump on it. Which is not really, like, it made this optional impossible to get through. This chord was too high. Obviously, that's a very easy fix. I moved it down. I mean, it wasn't that hard. But everything else, there wasn't any major bugs that stopped anything. I was just able to progress all the way up to killing Voodoo, which is not even the demo to Epic is just killing the first boss. Voodoo's the second boss. Well, technically the third in a way. Not shipping mode yet, just a regular package mode. Not quite there yet. We'll see. There's definitely a... That was the first time I'd ever gotten through it without having an issue in the packaging mode, so... I mean, like the testing packaging. But now I can try the better packaging. There's just too many packaging modes. This game, man. I can't wait till I have a playtest demo. Well, I'm sorry, just a playtest run, not an actual demo yet, but just to see how people play the game. I thought I just had to release a demo, and I was like, I better get the demo amazing. But now I'm like, oh, I can just do like playtests, and nobody really cares if they're perfect because it's a playtest. It's not bad. I can get behind that. Does it? Fantastic. I can't wait for it to break things. Even more. Well, probably next stream I'll test the shipping build. We'll see how that goes. Like if I put it in the like that package mode, it just completely collapses. I won't, and we'll see. I want the demo for the Epic Mega Grant. Well, hopefully I can get it done by that point. I'm starting to wonder if I'll actually pull it off or not. I need to focus more on doing this and less on other stuff, but I also have to make a living too, so there's that little problem too. If I just was independently wealthy, I guess I wouldn't need the Mega Grant, but still ask for it. Where is this going, and am I having a second layer? Because there could be a weird contraption of crap up here. Or just like a weird garbage thing going on. There's not a lot of steam in my steampunk game so far. I'm adding that as part of the polish, you know? Well, if I let you jump out, then I can just hide things in places, but this area is open over here, so it doesn't really let you do anything to jump out. It does have time limits on when you can send. It very much has windows that you're allowed to send in windows where you can't. Yeah, it actually tells you to. I'll just tell you the actual things here. So right now, if you want to send, you have to send by September 22nd, and then you won't even know until December. And then the next window will be February 12th to April 14th again. It just loops each year. So if I don't get it by then, I have all the way until then to do it next time. Well, actually all the way technically till then. But I'm going to say that, you know, my game will be a lot better by then. Like, I would be in utter shock if my game wasn't, like, amazing 6 months from now. But I don't think they'll give it to you if your game isn't, like, fantastic. Like, I mean, if you don't have a demo in hand that's really good, you probably aren't getting it. I'm just going to guess that. I mean, you got to impress them, and they want a handful of things that I don't necessarily do. I mean, you've already got a demo together. You should send. You should try to get the Epic Mega Grant. I mean, I'm not going to waste time if I can't get the demo together. Like, that I require. Like, anything less than that seems stupid to me, because I don't think that they'll say yes to a lack of a demo. I mean, I can make a video trying to talk about how I want it, but I mean, talk is cheap, yeah? Nobody cares? I don't care when someone talks to me. If I was going to drop like 25k plus, like I'm asking for it, I think they're going to demand that. Said them like 10 years ago, if we play with polish, I guess up, and they're like, oh, well, you got to keep trying, right? I mean, just because you have a demo doesn't mean you can succeed. The demo has to be really good, too. Like, I mean, not every demo is worthy. They also, like, they want certain things, too, I guess. Like, I'm told that if there's something they're really pushing at the time and your thing uses that, it's much more likely to get the job done. Like, at one point they were pushing animation, so anyone doing animation did really well. People doing 2D stuff surprisingly does pretty well because they want people to use the engine for new things like that. So I've been told that can do well. Right now, I'm assuming anything AI probably does pretty well if you can use AI in the engine. I'm guessing. I don't know. Use all their new technology and they'll be happy with you. But that's pure guesswork on my part. Just what people have said. AI in the engine itself, like just uses for it, like maybe somehow integrating it with the engine would be my guess. I mean, everything's AI now. People are so hot on that that, you know, I imagine Epic is probably chomping at the bit too. Sometimes if your thing benefits the community, they'll also give you money too. I've seen them give money for various engine plugins and things too. Like Paper ZD got a mega grant. Because Epic's like, you mean we don't have to do 2D ourselves? Fantastic. But you can always try. I mean, you've already got the demo together. I'm racing to get a demo together, but this demo isn't even play tested either, so it's going to be kind of a catastrophe, I imagine. This will technically be in the demo, so this room. So by adding this crap to here, like I'm making this room look better. I'm improving the look of everything, improving all the combat and stuff. Just seeing what I can do. Yeah, well, I mean, you can make your own stuff. I mean, They do give money for plugins and things. I mean, they give money for... Well, viability of the project is also a thing. Like, if your project doesn't seem like it's going to make the money back, like, they don't care, like, they're not interested. I mean, they don't want the money back, but they're not going to go, oh, look, this guy's, you know, project that he made in his garage or whatever is never going to get me money, but let's go ahead and give him a bunch of cash. They ain't doing that. So, there's that, too. You just gotta... You gotta convince them. I mean, like, you know, they're going to give you between $5,000 and $150,000. Now imagine someone walks to you with a game and wants that kind of money. Imagine what it's going to take to convince you to give them that kind of money, and that's basically what you got to do. At least that's my guess. I don't know why I'm stacking these like this, but... Not everything has to make sense. If it did, this game wouldn't make sense. I just don't know what I'm supposed to put in here as far as collectibles go. I haven't made a collectible for here yet. I should set up a system to shoot water through this periodically and make them dangerous. Whenever I suggest an idea out loud that might prove handy, I just add it to my list. You never know, it might come handy. It might be good. I don't always do them, but you'd be surprised how much crap just gets randomly said and then gets added to the game because I'm like, oh, that wasn't that bad of an idea, or I come up with a good implementation. By blocking this off, I think I can unlock this window as a way back in, because I don't really... You might be able to make it to that. I think it'd be really challenging. With double jump, you could certainly make this, but you won't have double jumps. So I don't know if I care. I think I'm just going to unlock this window. In fact, this window was originally unlocked a long time ago. Had a pipe going into the next area down here or something. So you actually, no, it was this window here. It was actually unlocked and you could go in this area in here and you could go into a room that was in the second chapter. But the problem was is that I had to split it between different maps. So can't do that. I don't think I'm unlocking anything on the lower floor. Probably not. I could though. This room is so big. I need to keep them here for a good chunk of change. There's so many puzzles in here. Or places to wander. It's actually probably my favorite room. These ones are so straightforward. I need to add more little things in here. Just stuff that really makes it cool. You know? Like, that's what I'm doing. I'm just polishing up this first floor. Like this one guy who said where, you know, he saw my game and he's just like, yeah, man, you know, if I had what you had, I would just sit there and polish up this first chapter as much as humanly possible. It's like, he was just going to release that as the game, and I was like, oh, well, it's kind of awkward. That's your whole game, but man, if this had been a horror game, it would have been long enough already to be released. Why did I make a horror game? I'm so dumb. I should have made a horror game. Mistakes were made. Oh my god. Also, that reminds me. Let me go over to Steam. Oh, cool. Alright, put the code in there. For the game. Otherwise I might forget. I don't want that. I'm pretty bad about forgetting things. I don't sleep ever, so that's probably why. I saw statistics, barely any game that makes any money. Yeah, it's true. Most won't. More about it. Alright. Let's make something unique. Like, so, yeah. Well, I aim to be one of the ones who makes money. I like making art, I do. The hobby that I'm trying to turn into a job. And to be fair, I've technically made over $500 doing this. But that was all from streaming making the game, but still. Technically the game is $500 up. Which didn't pay for the stuff that I've invested to make it, but to be fair, a lot of the money went to a different game, and I just cannibalized that game because it was like, well, I already have all these steampunk assets. Not like there was a huge amount of those out there. I also stole that character's dress. Because that dress I already knew worked in the engine. All the other ones for Poppet did not work worth a damn. And I was like, oh, why? I'm not about to sum that up. I don't know what I'm doing with this yet. I'm debating on if I'm going to loop this over the top or what. Yeah, it's not 0, but I don't know. A lot of people express interest in this game, and I'm not even like, you know, truly done. I'm starting to realize just like I was saying I was like 40% done. I'm really starting to wonder that now because, you know, I keep adding in more and more things that make this area better and better, and adding more and more gameplay to this chapter. And I mean, I have concepts for later chapters, but October will be the point where I only have a year left to get this done. But to be fair, if I reach the point of like, you know, if people like the testing enough, it's possible this game gets early accessed too. But more features. I just have empty areas. Like, this area was empty, had nothing going on in it. And I didn't even fix the mesh on here. It was just a stretched mesh that looked terrible. So was this up here, and I started adding plants. I was like, well, what if there was a puzzle up here? Because this area up here was just completely open with a pipe, and it was like, well, this looks terrible. Now, well, there could be something here because it was unused. And you know, it's all about me finding as many ways or places for you to wander as possible. They just eat up as much time as possible too. And since the first chapter is going to be the demo, this whole first, like, well, this room is in the demo. In fact, there's like 10 rooms in the demo, I think. 2 optional. So, I'm improving all the rooms that are in the demo by a lot. Kind of some of the rooms that aren't, but mostly the rooms in the demo are getting massive improvements. Like, I took this whole first, I used to have none of this. And all this got added. This whole part got changed because it's way easier to go through and more interesting to run around. This picked up a whole bunch of stuff over here recently, including here, including things that watch you from the things. Like this statue watches you, these eyeballs watch you, things like that. And going through and all these ones here that are empty, I've been adding in stuff inside. I'm gonna add more toys inside this toy maze because they were just empty. Like, they're still empty ones, like you'll see them. And it's just unfinished, right? So hard to go at a normal speed in here. Yeah, like these rooms are just completely empty. So it's just completely unfinished. So what I'm doing is just going through and adding stuff into all the empty spaces. Like down here, you just run underneath all this thing to go to the next area, and that's not very cool, to be completely honest. It's just kind of lame. This is also floating, by the way. Not anymore. I added stuff to this whole front area here because it was completely empty and just devoid of anything. But yes, more features. This room picked up a jumping puzzle in this area up here. It's actually really hard just to get a crystal ball. Alright, has a second crystal ball over here. I might swap this out for a different thing than a crystal ball. I don't know. There's supposed to be a jumping puzzle on this side too, but I don't want to do that yet. I haven't even made it yet. It's just empty. There's a lot of empty though. Like I'm really seeing like I really didn't add in all the little places to wander that I could have. And you know, most of the time you probably have about what 15 to 30 minutes to really impress someone with your game. Probably 15 minutes. So your earliest rooms or earliest places have to be the best. Like if they don't yank the player into it, you in trouble. Yeah, pretty much. I'm not even sure if this is actually feature creep so much as it's just more level design. Like Poppet's not getting any new abilities out of this. She just needs more places to go. Make it look like a real game. There's also a lot of areas you just never go to. They're just empty, worthless areas. This room I hate. I hate everything about this room. It is so boring to look at. There's nothing enjoyable about it. It's the most hated room. Even this one has a okay puzzle in it, but it has a window to look out, so it has something, but it's also very empty. But it's also tiny. Like this room is minor and this thing is way bigger, but it has only 2 jumping puzzles, which seems like really poor use of my, you know, space. So that's kind of the plan. Just keep adding a bunch of stuff in here. I agree if that guy pimped this level out to like crazy. Because let's be real here. I'm going to go ahead and say like, you know, there'll be a good, I don't know, 30 to 40% of people who this is all they see, I imagine. Like there'll be people who just give up at the game, like, you know, because the first chapter wasn't good enough. There probably is one called Feature Creep. I'll have to come up with my own studio as well. Like I say, you can't just make up a studio name. Can't do business under a, you know, a fake name without a license, at least where I'm at. You can do business under your own name. And you can start a business with your own name or your initials in it in this area, as long as you get a license. But if you don't, if you just make up a name, you have to get like a fictitious business statement and then publish the thing in like, you know, some kind of, you know, newspaper or online or something, you know, someplace that's public for like 6 weeks or something, and then you can do it. Oh, I'm not going to rename my game. Why would I do that? It has so much advertising as Poppet Quest at this point. Why the hell would I change it? It's terrible. I don't think you can. If you can, it probably requires talking to them. I didn't see an option, but I'm not going to change it, so I didn't look that hard. I'm not calling it Dull Souls. It's a stupid name. We're just joking about that. Why would I do that? There's no way. I don't want the game. It's not Dark Souls. I'm not trying to be Dark Souls, right? Like, it's a Metroidvania. Dark Souls is not a Metroidvania. It doesn't have the super difficult bosses. Well, they are kind of difficult. Okay, to be fair, I'm not trying to make Dark Souls. You know, I'm like, all the like devs actually in the community, sorry, all the devs in the community, the streamers I know all know it as Poppet Quest. It's got, you know, it's pretty much been known for a while, so. But yeah, I don't want to be a Souls game. I don't even like Souls games. Though it would fit, but nah. Yeah, I've already been advertising the other on social media for ages at this point too. Not very well at advertising, but yeah, Yeah, I don't know. Only work to go home in a few minutes if I want to stream. Oh, thanks. No, no. And, you know, I'll be around probably. Well, actually, how much longer am I going to be streaming tonight? I don't know. I'm kind of having fun with things. So as long as I'm having fun, I tend to stream longer. Streaming at least another hour and 12 minutes, maybe longer. So maybe I'll be around when you get back. Otherwise, have fun wandering home and going outside of that bizarre world out there that I don't know anyone goes out there. It's weird. I had an idea. Can I grab this thing? So hard to grab that. I gotta knock this down to 1. I can't grab it otherwise. I grab it at all. There you go. Probably take a quick break or something like that. I was gonna take one like an hour ago. I can have more vents or pipes throughout the thing. Wait a minute. That's an idea. No. Here, I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I was just realizing how I was like, you know, I meant to take that a while ago for a reason. I drank a lot of liquid and I'm like, oh, why would you do this? I get so excited. That's my problem. And also all the alcohol probably doesn't help. I'm sure it makes great decisions. You drink a bunch of alcohol in the stream and you're like, yeah, it works out. Whenever anyone, you know, if I ever behave weird or whatever, blame the alcohol. I'm going to. Actually, wait. If I ever behave normal, I always behave weird. Now I'll be back. Okay. Hey Lisa Appreciate. How's it going? You literally followed me on Kick just as I went on my brief break. Happens. Happens indeed. Yes. But the stream is going up pretty good. Even if my viewers on I'm streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick at the same time, and really the viewers on Twitch are all over the place. I think they're tweaking with things in the background, and I don't know who's actually really watching. But overall, I'm playing with my toys. That is always fun. Oh, I have plans here. There's one guy who was so upset that my world was not, like, you know, full of things that made sense. He doesn't realize we're all mad here. Literally. I mean, Poppet's going certifiably nuts. Well, no, but you know, she's just having problems. Maybe not quite truly nuts. There's a curse, but well, let's see how the curse plays out, how the dialogue plays out for it, dude. I don't even know. I'm like 50-50 on if I want anyone to talk at all in this game. But I think I do. Well, I actually just wanted a two-way, right? Oh my. I guess a two-way is not actually all that exciting. It's really the three-way that's the exciting one. Ah, custom artwork for streamers person. I see, I see. Yeah, I'm not really looking to hire anybody, but, you know, I appreciate you dropping by. How do you kind of do all the art for my game? Also, I have no money. Because I am a poor game dev and a streamer. The two worst choices in profession for money. A game dev with no released game and a streamer who's not that popular. Maybe someday. I mean, there's 15 people watching me on YouTube. That's something. I think all the links are currently blocked on Kick or something. You're of course welcome to join my Discord and, you know, chat about stuff there, but like I say, I'm not really looking for anyone at the moment. Oh, you actually forgot my Instagram. I don't even have an Instagram. Well, if I do, I forgot what it was. Didn't that platform die? I swear it did. Eh, whatever. I guess I could check at some point and see if I have one still. I remember once a woman asked me to make one because she wanted to share pictures with me on there or something. wonder if Kick moved me back to a different category or not. I periodically like to check and make certain that I'm still sitting and just chatting, because, you know, it's the only relevant category on the whole thing. I should make one for Rumble as well. I haven't done that yet. Someone took the imaginary villain name on Rumble, which is sad. And now I don't like them. One job, and that was to give me the name I wanted. Bunch of joiks. Where am I going to take this for you to wander? I mean, I have this huge area to play with. And I don't know what I'm going to do with all of it. I could technically run it up. Well, I don't know if I can fit it above the windows. I can't really do that. But I can loop it back around and up here, over here, and into some sort of secret area over here, thus giving you even more areas to play with. Because hear me out, why not? Right? Just why not? Oh, they actually are at the same height. That's unfortunate. That means I gotta try to line them up. Line them up. Yo, line them up. Hell yeah. I know, the amount of ads I've seen on Kick is insane. Like, I mean, you know, everyone there is either a bot or someone trying to advertise, like, you know, their art or something. It's just literally pure ads. I don't even know if it has real people on it. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? It makes you wonder indeed. Might not. But to be fair, we found out that, what, 24% of Twitch's traffic so far has been pure bots. So, I mean, is the traffic on Twitch even real? So it makes you wonder, is the traffic on YouTube real? Ah, see, most, they never talk to me, and I always get all these people watching every night. Is it just bots? With my... I think there was like 20 messages tonight over the course of like 6 hours, 7 hours. Whatever. I have like 80 plus hours of watch time on there today. So. Now, if only I ever got paid to stream on it. Well, if I got paid for ads. Some year. I don't think it'll ever happen, but you know, maybe. they will have no idea, none, about the horrors that await them. I could just say it's not a toy factory too. I could just say it's like a building. Or a toy store. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be either of those. It could just be a obnoxious building for that matter. I just need to move it up by 1, huh? Damn. That was so close. I could just put metal on top of it too. Just do this and then drag this up. That optical illusion, or is there really no space? Oh, really space between this thing? I'm gonna be stuck in the ceiling. Yep. Stuff happened. Can you reach this? I don't think so. Maybe a double jump section where you have to come back with double jump later on, so a secret area. That's fair. Seems like this should have gone over the side. Hmm. It was already lined up better than I thought, huh? So many secret areas getting added in. It's glorious. Faster if I click one of these. Welcome back, Ginsberg. Morning to you as well. Yep. Bright and early, yes, yes. Did the cat wake you up? I understand if the cat woke you up. Just saying. That's what the cat does. I'm making a whole new area hidden up here with things to go through. That you can't get to till you have double jump. Oh, the cat's got you trained now. No hope now. I just have to wake up at this time. So many messages, people. Right. So many messages. I'm just like, Jesus, but why? I made this area super dangerous to get to. Oh, abilities unlocked. What if I make it where this requires basically light to get here, and it requires double jump? Like I just provide no additional lights? Let's see. If I go to bed at 10, 11 p.m., my sleep schedule is unplugged. I wake up at 5 a.m. That's fair. Fair, I sleep. Sure, that's a long time sleeping. I only ever sleep 6. Got your ads. Have a 3 to 5 hours sleep. Whatever I guess. Back. You should go back to sleep. I mean, you can always try. Sometimes I just roll back over and I'm like, nah, I'm gonna go back to sleep. Doesn't happen very often, but every once in a while I'm like, eh. Yeah, I wish it happened all the time. Pretty much legendary 9. Wake up, take a piss, go back to sleep. Guess I don't want to do with this area. I keep making all these areas to get to, and I'm probably gonna put a bunch of plants and everything along here. I have a hidden area to go to out there now too, so I have more content to fill this area up here. And then I don't know what I'm doing the rest of this. Boom. In fact, I've unlocked a whole new area to play with. I could be a real dick and have a duct over here too, but I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe in the future, but I don't think that's making it to this version. And this, I only need something to put outside here because I can't get to the first portion anyway. I can't get to the next area. I'm starting to realize that if I can lock Pop into tiny little areas without a lot of verticality, then I can pretty much decorate as I want and really prevent her from getting places. You're up. Hear a bunch of emails, pet the cat. Cat's less annoying in the morning. Someone gets up and lets her play. That's fair. Silly cat. Ain't nobody like that. Nah. Who doesn't like kitties? Oh, I did this one a while ago. Good question. Enemies do die in the air all the time, and it's one of the most obnoxious little bugs. Also, enemies seem to kind of float a lot. Do an early stream? You should. Definitely should. I don't have someone to raid. Otherwise, I gotta find someone. I hate when I have to find someone. End of this year, I'm just like, eh, and they're just like telling me all about their game, and I'm not even awake. Numbers picking up around this time of day, though. Kind of, yeah. Guess I should investigate why the enemies are dying there, or I can sit there and design more level stuff. I was really excited by this little area. I'm not sure what else I'm going to do with it yet, though. So unless I'm going to design a different area, I don't know. Also, I wasted all this space here, which is mildly unfortunate, you know? Like, I don't like wasting all this space. That could easily be something obnoxious to deal with, but I'll think about that too. I need more items that just kind of sit around. Maybe even just gold or something like that too. Like I could put it places and then just have it where it's just floating there all the time. That's fair. I mean, I'm going to still be streaming for a while yet, but... Well, maybe I will. Like, if I'm streaming at least 8 hours, but after that, I don't know. If I get feisty, sometimes I'm all into it, and other times I'm like, eh. I will end eventually, though, probably. Just stays on forever. Oh god. No thank you. I don't know if I get people to watch an empty room the whole time. That'd be pretty funny. I wonder how long Be Right Back would get away with it. Huh? I'll be right back. Never comes back. Oh, 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 oh. You're kind of waking up, it's fair. Up my C# knowledge. We're trying to build my own 2D visual novel game engine off of Mono Game. Gonna hardcore it, huh? That's rough. I don't know about this whole entire engine thing. That sounds like work. We don't need no stinking work. I don't know, I'm gridding these, but I'm just doing it anyway. Screw it. I could put plants and crap up here too. And dangly bits. I should make it that these aren't solid so Poppet can just kind of pass through them. Of course, they don't really move with her, so... Where's your collision? Project defaulting? Okay. Good to know. So why are you making a visual novel engine? You just want to? You building it to make a game, or like, what's going on? Such questions, much wow. Where did it go? Oh, it's stuck in the wall. This is why we turn the lights on. If you don't turn the lights on, look what happens. Can't find crap. And push the vines aside, I guess. We're supposed to already I have to build the UI and UX. Game has game framework, 2D, 3D rendering, sound effect, music playback, keyboard, blah blah, lots of stuff. Content building optimization, math library optimization. I see. That's better. Doesn't sound like you have to do very much. Not much at all. That's fair. It's pretty much bot central is my explanation of Kick. They keep trying to move me out of just chatting too. I keep moving back to just chatting. They can go, you know, they can go suck it for all I care. There's only traffic in like 2 categories on Kick: just chatting and the friggin' Grand Theft Auto. Hello, VT. I mean, you can ask your question. Maybe I can answer it. And gambling, that's fair. But gambling doesn't really fit. Aha, I guess that was a question. You're not wrong. I should drink more alcohol, though. Everything will make more sense. Anyway, appreciate the follow. Let's see here. Yeah, I can't convince anyone that my thing is gambling. I can't convince it that it's me just chatting. They've tried to put me in games and demos, 3D modeling, software and development. None of these categories have any traffic at all in Kick. None. You'll skip basically no bots. But, I mean, is traffic on the internet even real? I'm starting to question it more and more and more the more I deal with these things. It's like, I find out that apparently the meta on Twitch was just always hire bots anyway. It was stupid. And like, they did something about the bots and now Twitch lost 24% of its total traffic. I was like, Jesus. Maybe I should program games, probably spite pirate software. Oh. That's fair. Well, I'm a solo dev and I've been making this game for, what, 16 months now? And I have over 300 streams that are currently archived on YouTube if you want to see the entire game having been made from scratch. You don't want to, trust me, you don't. There's a lot of streams. I've been at it for a hot minute. But as a solo dev, sometimes I have to also design levels too. That is true. That is so true. Soon though, soon. Yeah. I'll give the quick tour for people. The tour. It's not a bad time for a tour. Yeah, about my scope, I'm just saying that scope is it started out at like disgustingly large and got nerfed down to still too large and got nerfed down to still probably too large. And I think we're at the, I think it might be too large, but I'm not sure, phase of the scope creep. The reverse scope creep. Something like that. Yeah, something like that. I haven't quite decided if I'm delusional, super delusional, or like mega delusional at the moment. Alright. The game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as one who's killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the whimsy wonder's toy store, which basically there's a curse on the building that brings all the toys to life at night and slowly drives them insane. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is basically like her MP. It lets you use all of her abilities and its powers all the toys. If your sanity gets low enough, you start suffering the insane effects. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you lose, so don't let that happen. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity, but you gain no curse power, so you gotta kind of bounce between the two to play the thing. In other words, they're a great man, a rush game can eventually be fixed, the late game can never really sell exactly. You're not wrong. I guess I'll give myself a bunch of tarot cards. Use tarot cards for abilities. Mr. Fool with a giant squeaky toy. Squeaky toy. For some reason everything is flying today. I don't know why you're flying. I think I broke something. Whatever. I've never actually seen them fly until today. Okay, well, be like that. Just... Now I just envision them as balloons. I just want them to inflate, go, and just float off, and you're like, huh, that happened. You're feeling a game that is delayed more than once this year's the time management? Oh. Ah, that's fair. Apparently I can't hit this here. It's interesting. Anyway. Well, that's why I'm fixing bugs. I guess I'll use the Empress first. It's the Empress. It's basically Bomberman. Plants mushrooms. The blue mushrooms heal anyone nearby. And the red mushrooms, well... That's why we say it's like Bomberman. Hold these for me, buddy. Oh, thanks for the treasure chest. BQ, yeah. We don't do that whole testing thing. How are you talking about? I dream of one day working for Activision, EA, and any of the other companies there. Thus, I'm not allowed to test, right? Isn't that how it works now? Yeah. Or something. I don't know why those are floating. It's so bugging me now. I guess that'll be the, well, probably the tomorrow thing. I've already been going almost 8 hours, so I don't know if I'm going to get to solving that mystery tonight. Maybe not, but we'll see. This is a magician. It lets you manipulate small objects in the environment, basically telekinesis. You can pick up small objects and throw them. You can also summon cubes if you like to help out. Can be stacked. You can open drawers, cupboards, windows, flip light switches, just do stuff in the environment. There's one of the major platforming... Well, actually, there's a lot of platforming options in this. I'm doing all the major arcana, but this is definitely one of the more platform-centric thingies. She just says random insane things. Oh yes, why? I want to make an engine that is easy for people to use. Like using a person who writes their novel, webtoon, manga, whatever. Easily throw it together and do a vision novel. That's fair. At least it bugged. The fans will fix it a year later, then add mod support. Yeah. I don't know if 3D Metroidvania are really meant for mod support, but you know, maybe. Could happen. Maybe, maybe. Oh. As you can see, it's a steampunk game. You can't leave the building. If you do, you'll die because the curse is only on the building, but in case you want to wander around out here, you can, as long as you still have sanity left. Oh, someone killed themselves. Perfect. If they jump out of the building, they die too. One of the strategies actually is the fool to knock them off the building, and then it kills them instantly. It's just a fun thing you can do. This is Temperance. It's a bubble wand. Still working on sound effects, so that grunt is terrible. Funny though. Oh yeah, map. Keep track of what's going on. I've been tweaking things like that. Now there's multiple things showing up. I don't even have pictures for these. We'll see how that goes. I still have to put like maybe some kind of floor plan, I guess. I don't know. It's a Metroidvania. You don't want to give them too much information. It's no fun if you give them the whole map. Hello. You and your weird floating ways, you jerks. Now, they float when they get hit by the bubble, though they need to go down. That's a problem that's on my bug list to deal with. Presents, yay. Why are there presents here? Yeah. Why not? Never question. Just accept. The performance is significantly better in the package game, getting like 50 to 70 FPS, but my computer is a potato. It doesn't run Unreal Engine streaming and the game very well. It's watching. Started putting weird things like that in there just to watch you for no reason. I added a lot more things explaining what to do, including here telling you to use a map. But it looks like it didn't stay. Toy maze, yay. Let's see, is this Unreal 5? It's Unreal 5. 5.61 to be precise. I've been around forever, my computer's still effed. They have a new power supply. Hopefully you can get it soon. Can't play Overwatch, but I can play Claire Obscure. They're there at least. Hey, well there you go, see? They did a lot of optimization of that game. Apparently, I've never played it, but to be fair, I don't ever have time to play games anymore, so. Ever since I became a game dev, you waste time for anything. Well, like I said, I get 50 to 70 FPS when it's packaged, so it's not like it's bad. If the AAA companies can only get 30, I don't expect to do much better than 60, you know? If you demand more than that, buy another game. It's really that simple. Like I say, if no one else can get it, I don't expect myself to. I'm aiming for 60. And if your computer's insane, then, well, you'll get better, but I'm aiming for 60. But yes, it is a fight to optimize. You do have to spend a lot of time, and most people don't. Most people do not. I've never really watched Pirates of... I know who he is. I saw, like, him for, like, 15 minutes once or something. And he was doing some sort of weird Minecraft-looking thing. I was like, okay, whatever. He didn't code a single thing, and I don't really enjoy watching Minecraft, but I think it was his game. It just looked like Minecraft. I don't know. Sure. That was it. That's what I saw. I was like, ah, cool, neat. RuneScape, there we go. LARPing as a game dev? Okay. I don't know, a lot of us LARP as a game dev until you successfully release the game, right? Isn't that how it works? Like, you have to release a game and make money off it, then you get to call yourself a real game dev? I'll only make money off it, I guess I'm technically LARPing as one, too. That's what it feels like. I made money streaming it, not as much as Pirate Software, obviously. I made that much. I would consider this game a wild success. Let's put it that way. Yeah, about that. Man, would I ever. I don't think he makes as much now, though. I think he lost a crap ton of people. Let's see. Let's see. There's the config files from Minecraft mod. Oh, the complexities. Yeah, I bought this game years ago. He's done barely anything. Heart bounding. Yeah, that's what it's called. And yeah. I mean, does he have to do anything? You guys keep giving him money, and he's rich, so. Like, I hate to break it to you guys, but some of you might have been scammed. Yeah. Call vertical slice to use purely as proof of concept to make people think he has a game on. Guess I should have read that before saying he's been scammed. Yes. No, he's probably working on Minecraft server. He's running his game a long time. Minecraft server is probably a more profitable game. Also, you're actually making a dev. Yes, a dev. That's fair. I appreciate it. I until I prove myself worthy to the world by releasing the game and it being great, I always have a hard time counting myself as one. My follow message was, if you wrapped your head around your initiative yet? Release your game already? You lose. I see. Or something like that, yeah. Where's that game? Okay. Hey, how are you? Hey Charlies, yeah, I'm playing Poppet Quest. You can wishlist it on Steam if you want to. It is available. Doing pretty good, Lisa. Wow. I'm a bad one for imposter syndrome. Because I don't actually consider myself I don't even consider it imposter syndrome until I actually release the game. Like, I've never made a game of this scope. I made other games, but never this scope, so I just don't. We'll see. Oh, the stream's going pretty good. I know the game. I'm not a game dev. I mean, kind of. I am developing the game. I still don't feel like a game dev half the time. I count myself as more of a streamer than a game dev because the streaming actually makes a small amount of money. Technically, I've made nothing. I was being a game dev. I'm a terrible game dev in that regard. I mean, the game's... I like the game. It's got some bugs. I think we've seen that. What am I talking about? It runs flawlessly. 10 out of 10. Do you think they'll notice? Oh, wait. Shit, this is still on. Anyway. Let's see. Just knowing you at the top of the game dev and programming tags, never program anything. The thing is he's not... It's his fans. Like, it's not really, like, part of our category. Like, people from this category don't typically watch him. He shows up and his fans show up. And then when he leaves, his fans leave. So I don't even count him as part of the category, to be honest. He never really game devs or anything that I've seen. To be fair, though, it's not like I watch him, so... Like, ChatGPT yelled at me for not wanting to call myself founder at my game dev company? Oh, okay. How much is it gonna be? I'm aiming for the $20 range. Just give me about probably 20 hours of content. It's hard for me to gauge how long the content will be because nobody's ever played it but me. I'm hoping to get a package, actually a playtest available relatively soon. First for Epic to try to get a mega grant, and then everybody else. It does have a Steam page, so I just need to get to that point, but not much. Okay, I'm gonna write that one down. Let's see, the room, sorry, the room info for the control room is too small. All this stuff to despawn. I adjusted this entire room around, and I haven't tested it since I adjusted it. Basically, I have what's known as the room info, and every time you walk into a room, it spawns in the stuff that's necessary for that room because Unreal Engine doesn't handle anything. And unfortunately, I made it too small in this room. As you can see, it despawns the stuff for it and then spawns it back in. So if I place these, I'm gonna have to place them in a way where I don't touch the side. So basically we're playing Operation with dolls. Alright, we got that. Let's see. Oh, I created a smart work for streamers. Oh, I see. You already advertised to me earlier, Lisa. Jeez. Playtest time? Yep. I'll do a playtest, especially I can do it on live stream. Oh yeah, like I would encourage everyone and their grandmother to do the playtest on stream because then it means I can actually watch VODs. Because there's no way I'll be able to watch everyone playtest it. What's funny is I'm actually making this harder on myself because you're not actually supposed to have this ability. For here, you're not supposed to be able to throw them. So actually what I'd have to do is just grab them like that, which is like the most effective method by far for doing this. I need the third one. Where is the third one at? Over there. Without touching the sides. Not enough curse. That's okay. Don't touch the sides. Don't touch the sides. Don't touch the sides. Feeling good. Feeling good. You on as well? Now let everyone know when there's a playtest going on. I say just keep checking around. I don't want to say it's going to be by this certain time because if there's one thing I've learned. Things seem to creep up that I didn't expect were going to happen. Like today, they fly. This is a brand new bug that started in the last hour. Actually, it might have started earlier. I just didn't notice that I've been designing a level area for a while. And I work a regular job as well, so... I never promise anything anymore. I don't even sleep. Okay, I thought I was going to grab that key. Let's see. Region box crazy. Are you able to take them out of the room? Are you still finding books?
You and Rum doesn't like
Yeah, I made it pretty long intentionally to grab them.
shooting stars.
Um,
Stick was not all that.
I might split it up, but it actually came about because of some of the other problems that I had with a different puzzle thing. No, they'll actually disappear if you take them out of the room.
They're watching me. They're watching me. The wall talks. The fly is
I don't like that those aren't as frequent as they once were. I've been just messing with it a bit, and it's kind of like, yeah. The problem is you can literally stack them, so you would actually... Really? Hello. You don't want to attack me? Oh, okay. It scammed me. I see how it is, you jerk. Just got scammed. Yeah, you could stack them and get places you shouldn't, so that's why you're not allowed to take them out of there. Also, Unreal Engine, you know, doesn't like stuff, so I'm spawning in everything all the time. I need to shrink the size of those portals that bring things in. Some things have the right size, other ones not. You're not floating, that's good. Wow, that misses. Huh. Yeah, the collision on things is not great today. Actually, I'll show some of the other abilities too while I'm at it. You'll have a very hard time doing it. I think the best strategy would be to set your frame rate to like the lowest thing possible and take advantage of Unreal's H load to try to sneak through doors. Like, that would be probably the best speedrunner tech I could think of for this game. But that'll work against anything with an H load. There's really nothing you can do about that, if that was your strategy. This is the moon. It makes clones of Poppet, and then you can detonate the clones to deal damage to things nearby. Enemies will attack them too. Pop. But it's pretty hard to get to areas you shouldn't be able to. I try to break the game intentionally every chance I get, but I'm sure people will find a way. I mean, some people are more dedicated to finding the secrets than I am. But the game is largely locked behind doors, so you have to usually find the key to get to the next area. And there are points where you can deviate. And plenty of secrets. Like out here is a secret. Because... Oh, I forgot I just changed the key and blew myself up now. Yep. But I'm not going to pretend like this game is bug-free. All you need to do is look back in the stream earlier today, and I was dealing with the encounter system that was... It wasn't emptying the encounters. It turned out one of the things was marked as permanent because I was using it for a test earlier and forgot about that, and then these things weren't. Really? Really? Did you just do that to me, buddy? Okay, well listen. This is not game ready. This is just a funny ability. So for the Hangman, I plan to have a, you know, Spider-Man style ability for it. Except for she hangs herself with a rope around her neck. She's a doll. She can't kill herself with that. She doesn't breathe, but she goes, woo! It doesn't even have a fly yet. It's not even game ready at all. But it's funny, and I couldn't help myself. I raided someone, and they had a frog game, and they were doing that with their frog tongue, and I was like, well, I want that. So then I made a quick ability for it. For later. And now I use it as a fun way to swing around. And I tell people the tale of Spider-Pop, who, was in the Spider-Verse movie, but she was just so small you didn't see her. She was in the third row in the back when all the Spider-Men were on the screen. She was by their foot. You know, I'm just saying. You probably missed her. I understand. This is where one of the tarot cards would be. I have all the tarot cards, so it's obviously not in there. Push the button. Hey, that's a Mega Man capsule. Dr. Light pops out. Does not pop out. Water kills Poppet, but I have immunity to it, so I can walk in if I want. They can't though. Oh, let's see. Remember that? Yeah. Alright, I'm off to get out of bed and stream a few minutes. Nice, nice. Appreciate the lurk. How do you add a room where you have to find at least 10x item? The average number 1 out of 10 is going to be 10. Only 10 objects? Oh, maybe. There would need to be a purpose to those 10. In most cases, it's not that I need to number the objects. It's just that I would need to have, like, say, like 10 blocks required to get to somewhere. And then by process of elimination, you would have to do that, you know? Or to show off a different room here, like in the second chapter. I have about, like, it takes about 4 hours or so to beat the full amount of content I have, like 2.5 for the first chapter, getting everything. There's no story in there yet, and I know where to go, so that makes it fast. And like about an hour and a half for the second chapter. That's fair. Well, you'd have to like have like numbers on the ground or something like that somewhere, like some reason why they would care about the numbers, right? But I'm not really trying to trick them. I just make it hard to find things. Make you have to do a lot of exploration, a lot of like jumping puzzle style things for certain. Other just random puzzles. This whole second area is largely about raising and lowering water levels in these giant pools, so you can get into the various areas. Is there an nav mesh down? There is. I think I'll show off this one here. This one works around a bunch of buttons. Oh, don't worry. This game's gonna have some... There's so many things to collect in this game. And I'm gonna make it so hard to get the good ending of this game. So there's gonna be 2 endings, right? And the 2 endings are gonna be, one you're gonna probably get every single time. The first time. The second ending... We shall see if you can find out the second ending. It's just like with Symphony of the Night, Bloodstained, and all those ones where they, you know, trick you with a boss that you kill by accident and discover that, hey, you know, wait a minute, that was a bad plan. I have a story for it. It'll make sense. All right. This is more of a concept-y room. Well, it's not as concept-y as it once was, but this is where you meet Charlotte, the ghost girl. Well, actually, you meet her earlier. This is the second game against her. She shows up and plays with you because you're basically her toy. And in this game, it's very simple. It's simply look at her. If you look at her, she'll stop moving. If she catches you, well, you die. Don't get caught. These are movable lights, so you can take them with you to go places. The goal is to get there, to get the moon out of there. Hello, how you doing? Pretty good? Just checking. Somehow grabbed 2 of those. Interesting. This room's got plenty of bugs, including right here. You can't even get the light through usually. Oh, no, I just can. I'm just the chosen one today. I was literally on my bug list and she couldn't do that. I know my curse ran out. Oh, I know how to get this one. Where are you at? You over there? She's a ghost, so she can go right through these buildings, so... Careful.
You're going the wrong way.
Oh man, the lag is so worse in these, the non-packaged game.
I'm a failure. Much like the wall talks. I'm a failure. It knows. You're going the wrong way. We're all mad here. We're all mad here. Are you? Why are you talking to me?
She's too close to it. I can't grab it. Get away from me.
We're all
Getting away.
The wall talks. Much like too long a stick. You're going the right way. A fly is omnipresent. Nobody could ever love me. I'm worthless. They're watching me. We're all mad here. You're going the right way. You're going the wrong way.
There's some lights down here. Quick, go hug one, please.
The wall talks. You're going the right way. The wall talks. Nobody could ever love me. I'm worthless. You're going the right way. The wrong way.
I need more messages. There's only like 17 of them, so they repeat a lot.
Going the wrong way.
But at least you know you're going insane slowly but surely.
All mad is
It's okay, she's over there. I can see her, so we're safe for now. As long as we have this, you know, standoff here. It is an instant kill if she catches you, so don't get caught. She will eventually have a jump scare. I had double jump at this point, so probably need to restart my engine because after a certain number of hours, my engine, computer starts having issues with it. The engine's not even that optimized by itself. All right, now we can go down here. Don't fall in the water. Button. Where'd you go? Uh-oh. Oh.
I'm not talking to
Hello.
you. The wall talks to me. A shooting star jumps both ways. They're watching the wall talks to me. A shooting star jumps both ways. Stu and Rum doesn't
Stay
like
away from me.
taxes. Stu and Rum
Stay
doesn't
away.
like taxes. You're going the wrong way.
Nobody could ever love me.
We're
I'm
all
worthless.
mad. I'm not talking to
A
me.
shooting
We're
star
all
jumps both
I like her head
mad.
rotates.
We're all
I literally just took the Paragon movement for flying that they had because I didn't have any flying animations and just gave it to her. I need to figure out a way to merge it with the game animation sample projects movement, the motion matching. Epic, in their infinite wisdom, they never provides anything like, you know, documentation or anything. It's freaking weird documentation. Who does that? Hello. I see you leaving now. Usually the FPS is way better than this. Wonder why it's so bad. Oh well. I'll do a package test tomorrow.
I'm not talking to me. Stu and Rum doesn't like paying taxes. Too long a stick is not all that great. A shooting star jumps both ways. You're going the wrong
That
way.
laugh is so stupid.
Nobody could ever love me. Am I dreaming?
I love it.
Stu and Rum doesn't like paying taxes.
It currently does. If I can find a way to go without it, I will.
Am I dreaming?
Big problem is that Lumen can't handle lighting.
The wall talks.
I know what you're thinking, but Lumen is like, yeah, I know what you...
I'm not talking to me.
You would think that it could handle lighting, but hear me out. Lumen doesn't do lighting. And without Megalights' help, Unreal Engine just starts choking a fat one when it comes to lighting. So if I can find a way around needing Megalights, we'll talk. But until then, the game is still like I'm looking at like October 2026, so I have a long ways out. So who knows what'll happen before then? But currently, as if I released it today, it would require ray tracing. Oh, there's the... I don't do the wrong way. I'm so bad at my own game. Okay, well, I would have died. Because you don't have immunity. Whoop. I would also just die if she just grabs me. Well, now that I'm just cheating outright. Get away. Get away from me. I can even get out of the water here. Wait, I can just fly now. The bugs. You get the Emperor in this chapter, and the Emperor lets you swim through the water, and a lot of this entire chapter is about getting it, and when you have it, you can actually bounce off the water.
We're all mad. Am I dreaming?
But
Stu and Rum doesn't like paying taxes. Are you?
I shouldn't have it here. I should have died.
I'm a failure. Are you? Why are you talking?
I wasn't really set up for this test.
Am I me? Much like you're going the right way. Too long a stick is not all that. Nobody could ever love.
I'm so dead.
Too long a stick is not all that great.
I don't have to be dead.
We're all mad.
No, I'll die intentionally.
Rum doesn't like paying
Nobody
taxes.
could ever love me.
I deserve it to die here.
Way.
I'm a loser.
Are you? Me?
I'm a failure.
Because I would have died.
Stu and Rum doesn't like paying.
But I also hit the save right beforehand, so I shouldn't get dropped back at the save. I have the wrong game mode enabled, so we'll see if that works out right. I have a game test mode that lets me drop anywhere, and then one that actually works for the normal game, which puts you at the correct player starts.
Fool?
good, it does work. Fair enough. There's actually a secret area up here too. There's so many places to go in this game, but thankfully it saves where the water location is, so you don't have to do that a second time. I'm cheating, apparently. This is a lot easier when there's not lagging. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I'm not even very good at it anyway, but it's way easier when it's not lagging. I'm just gonna cheat. I'm sure the alcohol probably helped my jumping skills too. They weren't good to start with, but hear me out, the alcohol made it better.
Too long a stick is not all that.
You're supposed to jump either that direction over to here, fall from above, or go forward this way. Any of these would work.
Too long a stick is not all that great. You're going the right way. All
Why didn't it double jump there?
Why are you talking? I'm a failure. Why are you talking? A fly is omnipresent. Too long a stick. Much not all.
Double jump?
They're watching the wall talks. We're all mad. We're all mad.
Why can't you double jump? Now you can.
Why are you talking to me? You're going the wrong way. They're watching me.
Huh. They ran out of sanity. That's a normal death. That's it right there. Is there an issue with the Emperor and double? I just did a change to the Emperor. So... yeah, to the Emperor because it was never turning off. But in doing so, I might have messed something up. Double jump might not always work after triggering the Emperor. I'm not sure that's the cause of this bug, but hear me out. There's a good chance. Can't even beat my own room. The room's actually pretty hard. Even without the lag, the room's pretty hard. I did it. I gotta design the room to look even cooler though. Right now I'm just, it's got like a concept, but the concept's just not there. You know? I want like a little toy pirate city going on here. No enemies, well, not with Charlotte around anyway. I need to obviously fix that little break right there because it's terrible. Obviously. This is in the second chapter, so I'm not too concerned about it yet. Because you'll already be like, well, I assume a normal player will be 4 to 5 hours in by this point, so maybe longer. Which kind of means that, yeah, I gotta lure her away. She's by where the thing is. What you doing? I'm not looking. I'm not looking. It's fine. Oh, I'm looking. I'm not looking. It's fine. Oh, I'm cheating. I'm looking. Maybe? It's just the camera has to look at her. You don't have to directly look at her. Like the character model doesn't have to be turned towards her or anything. I want to take a light with me down there. Because if I don't have a light, I'll probably die before I get back up. But if the light ever hits the water, then it's the light vanishes, so lag is terrible. Let's go down to here. Hello. Yeah, the double jump is not working very well for some reason. Now I'm swimming in the air. That's weird. I think I broke it. Well, tomorrow I'm going to have a lot of testing, so if you want to see me do lots of real coding, that'll probably be tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think I can do the double jump. I think I know what's wrong. Because the new system basically creates a looping event that's right here. An Emperor check basically triggers as soon as the interface sends an Emperor call. Well, I guess it's actually just calling the player directly. It's not even interfaced that way. Right here. No, it's an interface one. That's right. Because this is... Why did I put that there? Checking to see if I can pay the cost on it. There's no cost. I think I was going to make another ability, and then I didn't. Oh, I know. Long ago, there was a force field that let you block. And that was what the Emperor did. And I kept it because I thought maybe I need to make 66 abilities. But the thing was, I stopped the character movement, and it wasn't very useful. So it's like, well, you can stop and block everything, but why would you want to equip this tarot card just to block and stop? Like, there were just better defensive mechanisms than that in my testing. Yeah, right here, it runs an Emperor check because of the problem I had with the other, the on-end overlap for the kill thingies was triggering too fast. You'd like jump in, dip your toes, and then jump out, and it would trigger in the wrong order. So I was like, well, let's get this going. Oh, I think this just is the wrong one, right? Let me double check her tarot things here. Almost certainly what the thing is. Blah, blah, blah. Strength 1. First off, I'm going to put a 1 in here because I'm naming them all the same thing. Yeah, like I need to... I'm checking for the wrong card. It's actually a really easy, stupid bug. It's because I changed which one was it. So right here. It just needs to check for the first strength card. That's the one that actually dictates whether or not you can double jump. Because otherwise it triggers this and goes, oh, the Emperor ended. And then it goes, okay, well, you didn't have strength 2. I guess you only have 1 jump. So then I can't double jump anymore. Yeah. We're about to test that right now. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna... I'm not gonna leave off not testing that. That's stupid. I'm gonna test it in a different room where I can easily jump in and out of the water more effectively. Like this one. Oh. You know, it would really help if I enable the Emperor in the first place so I have immunity to water. I have all my tarot cards defaulted off. I do have a key to enable all the ones that are actually have an ability for. I used to enable them all, but now I just enable the ones that I actually have so I know which ones I still need to work on. Alright. So jumping in the water, you'll have double jump underwater, but once you get above the water, I should have double jump still. Yep. Hello, buddy. I make all kinds of weird enemies. I remember the day I made that. I think I was watching Swashbuckling Fox or something like that, and he had archery, and I was like, well, I want archery. So I made little skeleton things that fire cannons, because I was like, bows suck. Cannons are better. And then I made the cannons fire arrows. And I made that weird thing because there was... weird tentacle thingy. No. Multi-legged platforms. That's weird. Don't question. This is the eyeball. It's the High Priestess. It's got an eyeball friend. When you activate it, you wear the eyeball. It's very exciting. And it makes these things appear in the world. It just does. I'm terrible at my own game. You're supposed to also look for where they're at too if you get nearby something. Unfortunately, it's only coded so far to find exactly those things. Eventually, it finds the other secrets. Its third ability is to reveal secrets on the map, which I still need to input all the information for. I did a few of them for testing, of course, as you can see, but it's like hundreds of items in the game. I haven't done it yet. I'll get to it eventually. On my big list. Okay, well, that works. I like to fix the easiest bugs first. It makes the list shorter, and I feel better. Actually, says, oh, there's not so many bugs. Not everything on this list is actually a bug. On the last playtest I went through, there were some thoughts on things that I thought maybe shouldn't be in there. The story's not in yet, so there's plenty of stuff involving the story. I need to deal with the enemies dying in the air thing. That's a velocity issue. I had it set where they're supposed to basically freeze their movement once their velocity hit, like their Z velocity gets too low. But what I didn't account for is when you hit them, they go on an arc, right? And at the top of the arc, their Z slows down. And then it would go back up and speed back up because of gravity, right? But because of that, they stop right there. And I'm like, oh. I could probably fix it by simply being a little less strict on how much I check. Maybe, because, you know, the Fool or anything that launches them would cause this problem. I don't know why they're flying yet. That there has to be something that can set them to flying. I mean, they do default by starting as flying, just so I can make certain things have loaded below them or something. But I'll have to look into that one. That one I don't have a good plan offhand. So I'm somehow able to hit the edge of this. Okay, I gotta have it selected. I can't see it. This is the room info. Yeah. Where's the edge of you? It's back on. I see you. Oh yeah, that's right. Don't do it that way. Never do it that way. Whenever you have one of these boxes, if you scale it like this way, the whole thing there, it will mess up the location of each of these things. They won't spawn when you think they do. You can change the transform of it individually, sure, but I need to see where the edges are. Because it was so small, I couldn't tell. That's a lot. How about that one? Where's the other side at? That's actually basically in the room. 27 maybe? I basically want it halfway through the wall, so this way you can't just hit it. But I don't want it to trigger in the other room. Which looks like that's fine. Oh, I can just look at the top there, just right under the sin. That's so much smarter. And I wish I thought of that like earlier. I could actually just do this too. But hear me out. I didn't think about that till like right now. Also, I don't care that much now. It doesn't matter that much. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk a circle around the room, make certain it works. Yes, true. I checked the power supply. I was able to pay my plan for 3 months. Nice, nice. And that's why we'll be here tomorrow. Congratulations. Ugh. Another bad on kick. Jesus Christ. I mean, nothing. Hey, add-on kick. How you doing, buddy? That cube needs to be moved out of the ground too while we're at it. It doesn't really have to be. You can still manipulate it, so it doesn't really do anything, but I'm just tapping the farthest points I can to see if it vanishes on me. Well, I guess it wouldn't matter on this side of this door if it didn't hit doing the other door. Let's tap this wall too. That's the last one to worry about. Disaster averted. Reminds me hoping my computer won't die. I'm able to stream and do video editing. Did you really? Yeah, I imagine so. I'd be having important conversations like, was eating really necessary? Or can I go without so I can get the power supply faster? It do be like that sometimes. It's like, which really is more important? I could probably lose a few pounds. It's all good. The power supply dieting plan. The whole new dieting plan. Yeah, switch my earbuds are saying battery low over and over. It's so annoying. I'm like, battery low? Actually, that one just said power off. Alone, huh? I've come begging on my knees. And my roommate's like, I see. I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. And you're just like, oh God, what happened? Your roommate's suddenly a mob boss just so you can get a power supply. You're going to be one of the family. You're going to have to do some things for us. You're just like, you probably would have. I might have to move soon. I want to eat his funds. That's fair. If you got to move soon, you probably shouldn't be buying a power supply. I hate to be that guy, but job 1, house over head. Actually, job 1, house over computer's head. Job 2, everything else. That's right. Applies chapstick. Yep. Oh man. So that's fixed. How am I going to do with the collectibles thing here? Do I really want to make it limited to where they only appear if you have one? Or do I just not care? Sorry, I'm a very old child. What's wrong with that? I sit around playing with my dolls all night, so I mean, and I get people to watch. Unsuspecting souls who at some point have thought to themselves, you know, I haven't spent all night watching a guy play with his dolls all night. I should do that. And then you gotta ask yourself, who does that say the most about? The guy who plays with dolls or the people who watch him? Great philosophical debates here.
Did you see anything? No, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good!
Exactly. I have that for exactly that reason. Because this is all I do is play with my dolls all night and people watch. So the question is, and the collectibles thing like that, am I gonna... Let me just open it up. There's some important questions that need to be asked here. First of all, should they just always be there? Should it just literally say, hey, every collectible type is always there, and then you just know what you got? Now, where is the collectible? Man, there's so many collectible things. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's not those, not those. There we go. My naming convention is not great. It was better, but I actually picked up a thingy that they reprogrammed a couple of these things for me. Most of the options menu. I didn't want to do the options menu. I admit it. It was like $15 or something, and he programmed a bunch of menu things for me. Mostly every single option, the key changing thing like that. And I thought to myself, minimum wage here is $20. Actually, it's not quite $20. If you're working at McDonald's, it's $20 an hour. For less than minimum wage, I couldn't do that in an hour. And then I had to tweak a bunch of stuff. I actually learned some good coding things from him, to be honest. This one I'm unfortunately very responsible for entirely myself. I'm responsible. It's terrible. So I need the other one too. Collectible item. My question is, these ones here, the button text here is for each of the various ones there. I'm adding one for souls. I mean, I could. It's kind of a spoiler, though. Gotta remind myself how I program this. Component text. Let me double check which one is the one that's actually checking. That teaches you coding like having to interact with someone else's code base? Yes. I usually don't want to do that. But the thing is I'm using the UI nav plugin because it really helps with controller support. Because UI's controller support is hot garbage in the UI. It's weird how bad it is. And this guy's just like, I got you, bro. Here's my free thing. And it's just like instantly works. You don't have to do anything. Except for he uses a couple different nodes, that's true. But when I was programming the okay, like I'm obviously learning how to make Unreal Engine as I go, and this game has literally been like one of the earliest games I've made with it. So most of my early coding was terrible. Tell me, it was terrible. And what I was doing is I'd have a lot of these widgets like that I'd add onto the thing, and I was putting a lot of the code in those instead of putting them on the top and then just referencing all the way down and just getting all ones like that. Hey man, I didn't even know how the UI worked at the time very well. I was figuring it out as I went. So I saw the way he was doing it. I was like, you know, this is like better. Well, some of it wasn't better, but some of it was definitely better. So I learned. Let me double check how I had this set up because I don't remember. I did it on top. Hell yeah, I did it on the top. Beautiful. 10 out of 10. Oh, I said it here. I don't even care. Alright, so for Poppet, it's the stuff. Collectibles. That's the one. You, buddy. I should probably S. Just double checking. Let's see. Going through whatever C cert program. I don't even want their example code for the projects. It goes. It's fair. A lot of tutorials I see for UE are so bad that I'm just like, you code like this? And I realize they're trying to make it as simple as possible for the new people, but yeah. There's an ad break running. Really? I'll respond after. Bunch of crap fell on the ground. Alright, I needed this, so I just needed to know if there was an S when I wrote it, because sometimes I'm stupid. I can spell. No, I can't. It's a lie. There's just a lie brought on by the man to keep us all down. I think I'm just gonna have them all there. I don't care enough to hide them. Maybe I'll hide them later, but it's not important. Like it's a maybe later potentially option, but not a, man, this is mission critical. It's more like, whatever. Alright, so the collectible menu now has... I didn't change the thing. Well, you know, listen, I've been streaming a while. I did a dumb. I do many dumbs. I have many hours of dumbs, so just in case, I just forgot to change this here. I'm just stupid. It's all. It does matter. Let's see, and so I'm the C++ guy, but I forced to check Epic C++ recently and a server travel thing. 3 different projects. 3 different solutions. I was wondering why you make this Epic. I think they're in a rush, making things we're not really. Yeah, Epic just likes to leave things in experimental or beta form, and they never seem to improve it beyond that. And they just want to be able to have some thing explaining, you know, like the next big thing in their next engine release. It's so wonderful and everything, and then nobody ever talks about it afterwards. It probably never gets out of beta in the best case scenario, and it'll probably be usable by Unreal 6. But to be fair, their water plugin's still in beta, and that came out in 4.26, so I mean, I still use the experimental tech. There are things I could never have accomplished without it. Solo dev, only so much time. And so, you know, but you play with fire when you play with their new stuff. And a lot of tutorials made by people who don't even understand coding fundamentals and take the fundamentals they learned from someone else's tutorials and make them, yeah, well, everyone just duplicates the same tutorials. That's literally it. They just duplicate the same one. There, see, the souls is on there now. I don't have any souls collected, so it doesn't show up as a thing, but I suppose I could drop a soul and collect it. That's true. Just to see if it works. I mean, it probably will. They're all using the same code, but sure, whatever. Oh, it's not that the permanent. It won't even stay. Stupid. No, it is. Never mind. Boop. There's no information yet for him. I need to write all that information. I'm not sure what I'm gonna use for a picture. Maybe just a picture of the boss here for this one. I'll have to... I think tomorrow I'm gonna do that. I mean, it's going to take a long time to write all the information for all this crap. I mean, let's be real here. We're talking the work of many hours to write that many item descriptions, and it won't take that long to edit the things so that they can put the pictures in. That shouldn't be hard. It's already set up to basically do exactly that. Yeah, anyway, as far as the tutorials go, that's literally what it is. Every single one is just the same handful of tutorials, just duplicated over and over and over. And that's what you should do. Like, if you want to get in the train for that, the YouTube train, just pick your favorite person, duplicate their thing near word for word, like every one of them does, and it's stupid. But the thing is, you know, I was seeing it like, it's like I could do this with like an interface and show all these things like that, and it'll make the video really long, and a lot of people will tune out those videos, even though it would be like the right way to do it. Instead, they just use the little cast to like the player character because it's quick. The person watching doesn't know it's stupid to do this. And then they watch the video, they like the video, and they move on. And it's only later when they get way more educated about the thing that they go, hey, this was dumb. But they don't go back and thumbs down the video. So what they're really doing is they're just appealing to the masses the easy way, teaching them the wrong way, of course. But again, when you're dealing with a new person, it's so complicated to add all these extra steps for them that they just take the easy route. Go, well, this tutorial is too complicated. This guy did it this way. It's way easier. And you might be thinking, well, how could I know that's how it goes? Because I did that. That's how I know. I didn't know what I was doing when I started. I watched some tutorial. Oh, crush that. So one of the first big dumb days I had was when I had to go back through and fix all that, and I learned how stupid the tutorials were. I discovered, you know, how it was referencing everything. I didn't know at the time, and I didn't go back and thumbs down all those videos. So there you go. See, they won. That's right. Yeah, we're not doing any of that crap. So I understand why they do it. I realize you're trying to appeal to the lowest common denominator of dev with most of those tutorials, because let's be real here. Most of us aren't looking for the simple stuff if there's a tutorial you're going to watch, and I don't even look at tutorials anymore. Why? What can they possibly tell me I don't already know? Not much. I mean, it's rare I come across something I can't solve, I can't accomplish. And usually if it's something I can't accomplish, there is not a tutorial for it. Because it's so narrow an edge case that there's no reason you wouldn't get any views on that. So yeah, I get it. That's why they just literally are made for, you know, people who are new to the engine. It's that simple. And you have the most customers that way, you know, the most people watching, so I mean, it just makes sense. I'm sure if I went and decided to do a bunch of tutorials, which I'm not even sure I want to, but I did a couple of them and realized that I don't like making tutorials. I'm so caught up between the whole make it complicated and make it not complicated. Like, where do you place it on that? But I think I should probably just make them simple too, because again, like, the people who are going to watch are the people who want simple tutorials. That's one way to do it. I mean, these days you don't really need to do that at all. I think the AI is just teaching them how to be terrible coders. That's what everyone does now. Slop codes. I don't need the soul anymore. I'm not going to leave it there. Alright, so I'm just going to leave those as they are. This just smacks of wasted time. And I don't have a lot of time to dedicate to this before I want to try to turn in for the Epic Mega Grant. Well, yeah, well, I have as much time as I need, I guess, but there are games that teach programming, but you can always make another. Let's check the enemies dying in the air thing. Starting to feel like I'm losing my voice a bit here, so I may not be streaming too terribly much longer. We'll see. I also just have neck issues, so that causes a lot of problems anyway. Same do this, of course, but not like I would make. Exactly. Make your own. Make it good. Be the chosen one. Alright, so on NPC, be on their death thingy. The death waiting room is the check for that this here. Yeah, I'm checking if their velocity ever goes below 20. But if I made that number really small, like, let's say I just knock it to half and see what happens. That's right. The whole time, I can't make the little yippee noise that it makes, because once your tongue's sticking out, it's pretty hard to make a high-pitched noise. But yeah. Kung Pao is awesome. Why didn't they make a part 2 of that? I mean, that could not have possibly been an expensive movie to make. It literally was like half of an old movie combined with some new footage. Of course, now they're probably remaking it, it'll be stupid, but it'll be full of politics and have nothing to do with anything and be like, maybe it's probably like 1,000 years old now or whatever. Maybe we'll get Netflixed or something. God, Netflixed. I don't want them to remake it now. Now that I've thought about it, I don't want it. Just please stop. Please stop remaking things. Alright. I think the lag causes the this to miss, because it won't miss a lot of times, but then when it lags, it does miss like a lot. I think that was really the problem. It was just the check wasn't strict enough. They even had it in the trailer for the second one. Yeah, it was ready to go. The French were about to invade in their spaceships. But secretly, the sequel was actually Clair Obscure. I'm just saying, Expedition 33, that was the sequel to Kung Pao. This is based entirely upon internet logic that I just made up a moment ago and must therefore be correct because, you know, internet logic's never wrong, right? Whee! Oh, that one died in the air too. Problem is I can't check for the other velocities because if I do, they never all go low enough. At least I don't think they do. I can test it. Right? I actually don't know what this would math as if I move them all over. I'm kind of curious how it looks. Vector math is my arch nemesis. I just thought I'd tell you that. With no formal education of any sort in this kind of stuff. In fact, I have a D-education, i.e., you know, American D-education. Math hard. I try not to drool on myself too hard. But sometimes I fail. That's right, I heard on the internet, it has to be correct. Just imagine if the painter like stuck her tongue out and she had like the chosen one's tongue. How funny would that have been? You never would have seen it coming. Nope. It's like, wow, it really is the sequel all this time. Yeah, see, that's never gonna work. No, maybe. Wait, did it? Well, they kind of slide around. That was the problem, right? They don't stop moving there. That's why I was checking only the Z. It's probably multiplying all these together. That's what it looked like from the math. I could individually check if each one is below 10. Would that do anything though? Because I mean they can just all have an and here. You still have to vector length it though. Because it won't come out the right number there. So let's do this. This is such a lame way to... there's probably a better way to do it. I'm at the end of the stream anyway, so or near the end of the stream, so you know. Whatever gets the job done for now, and I'll come up with a better method tomorrow if this works. And if not, you saw nothing. Or something. Why not? Sure. I don't care about the bridge string, sure, whatever can stay there for now. Loving Expedition 33, almost cleared after dude died. Too many references, a guest from the building on fire saying this is fine. Let's get some I am speed. Ready, bro, that's nice. That's awesome. Yeah. What's funny is I actually saw like the dude die, but I never saw the beginning because I was watching you know, Fox play the game. And you know, I didn't care that he died because there was no story up to that for me. It's just like, okay, well, bummer, I guess. Oh no. The second-rate guy died. He got replaced by the better guy. Nice. Still slid around a bit. These don't actually die the same way, so they don't even count. It's these I'm looking for. Yeah, see now it's sliding. That's the problem. Yeah, he never stopped sliding. Which is why I didn't do it this way in the first place. I'll try a lower number then. I might need to come up with a different strategy though. Maybe even checking over time to see if the amount is low. If it stays low enough, not 55. I'll come back tomorrow with a better plan on this, I'm sure. This problem has plagued me for a while. Probably do some research on a better way to do it. There's got to be something better than what I'm doing. Obviously, because it doesn't work perfectly. But they're also kind of flying for some reason, so I wonder why that is. So I'll have to check the movement things out to see at what point they're set to flying. These ones seem fine, those ones seem to have a problem. Well, maybe it's a low enough tolerance that it gets the job done. It really is the question of, at the top of that arc, just how low does their velocities go? Clearly it does hit minus 20, oh it does hit 20, but it doesn't, or hits lower than 20, but it doesn't seem lower than 5 so far. They moved briefly on the ground there, but I'm okay with that. That's not like the worst. Seems like it's working. I'm fine with him sliding for a moment, because, you know, you got hit by a big force like that. No. I guess I'll just keep an eye on it. Because it looks like it's working. I'm not sure why they were flying though, because they weren't flying there. So that's... They're not dying in the air anymore. It seemed like they were flying when I was standing on the table, right? Like below me. So I'm gonna go stand on that table and see if they fly again. If they do, I'll figure it out. Otherwise, I'll attribute it to just a bizarre bug. And look into it later if it comes back. Anybody flying? Yeah, actually. Huh. Can you come down? How are you able to walk in the air? That's like a nav mesh issue. Like how? I mean, like the nav mesh shouldn't allow them to do that because it doesn't do flying AIs. That's the thing about that. I had to make a flying AI because the nav mesh doesn't do flying AIs. So what in the world? Oh, well, thanks for hanging out, Monster. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be streaming. I've just been solving the problems, and it's just, I don't know, I've just been kind of in the groove, so I was like, I'll just hang out. You know? It's just what I do. Oh, thanks. They should be affected by gravity. They used to be affected by gravity. Until they decided gravity was an illusion. Some rules brought on by the man to keep them all down. And once they decided that gravity was not real anymore, they just started flying away. So they have a default land movement of flying. This is intentional. issues with the H load system. They fly briefly before they are then dropped. Yeah, that's right. They're Neo now. Happens. All the toys are becoming the chosen one. We're doomed. I guess Poppet needs to become the chosen one too. To be fair, Poppet is effectively the chosen one. That is true. Right? She gets all the abilities. She's the main character. I mean, that basically makes you the chosen one, right? We'll call her Neo Pop. Blah blah blah. I can go through all the character movements this way. I can find all the refs to it and run through it. But I'm pretty certain that it should be event begin play that puts it back. Blah blah blah. Enemy period is sphere setup character. Yeah. Puppet Master, health bar, yeah. Boss info if they're a boss, sure. Nothing relevant there. I don't believe the health or wellness is a thing that matters in this, but it's possible maybe I'm just never setting him back to having the ability to just walk. I'm not going to set it on wellness. I don't know why I would. I mean, it would prevent them from ever flying again, because I would just continuously set them back to walking. That's not a thing there. Maybe I didn't set it anywhere. It's not going to be under spawn sound. Alternate death is just for the contraptions. Not a spawner, not a shop. Set move. Yeah, right here. And they have a default movement mode. It should say walking. It should be setting it here to their default movement, whatever it is. It's set like that because some things actually do fly. And I don't want them to not fly, so. But this defaults to walking anyway. So is it just those enemies in general? Default walking. So it must be doing it after the fact. They weren't hit. So since they weren't hit, is there anywhere this can break? These are functions to know. When the macro could it break? But every macro exit goes straight to there. And if those broke, it wouldn't have its health setup or anything like that. So it's not breaking here. There'd be no logical reason for that. And after setup is limited to each event. So it seemed like this behavior is happening at least on those two. Was it even happening on the others? I'm gonna go test if it's happening on the others. See if I can narrow this down to the likely culprits here. This one would be perfect for testing. I think they were flying earlier. I could have sworn in an earlier test there was a flying problem. Well, they're definitely flying. Everyone's flying. Okay, so it's a problem on PP and PC and not the individual thingies. Good to know. All right. Where can it even step flying? Well, they're not flying normally. Flying direction move graph, unless I have a flying movement option. Wait, this isn't flying move direction. This says this is on the flying move direction route. This is the move direction normal one. This isn't flying move direction. Flying move direction is over here. Where are you at? Yeah, there's a flying move direction graph. This thing here. This is loading this graph. That shouldn't be right. This one's move directions, that's fine, but I mean, none of them are setting the actual movement. And the command is fly direction, so it's not even the same. They have to be using the wrong one somehow, like, because there is no actual way for them to fly up like that without the aid of the AI I made for flying. The nav mesh does not handle flying. It only handles things on surfaces. So to fly, you have to basically give it velocity in the direction you're looking to go, which they're obviously doing because there is no directly up movement in the nav mesh. You can't do that with normal movement. I say this out loud so I can, you know, tell myself essentially as well. So I can only conclude that it's somehow using the wrong one. But now I'm curious as to how. Is that even a thing? Well, let me, I have a test I can do. I want to see if it's even hitting this graph, right? It shouldn't be. If this is the case, then there's some real wires crossed somewhere on something, which is weird. Let's see. Rubber ducky? Yeah. I was considering making a rubber ducky bomb. You lob rubber ducky bombs at things? I just haven't. I was kind of want rubber duckies floating in the water, but I don't quite have a good floating setup yet for that. Low priority because there's not a lot of water in the first area. Fly, boy, fly. Okay. Nobody's using the fly graph. How are you able to fly? Well, if I'd known I could have just somehow glitched it to have a free flying AI, I would have saved a shit ton of time. Don't know why I programmed my own. I could have just caused a glitch instead. Well, at least somehow the wires aren't crossed. Tell me what your movement mode is there, buddy. Every time they make a move, I want to see what it says. If they're listed as flying. If they're not listed as flying, that's going to be really weird. Because then they're somehow able to move in all directions without regard sending. So maybe they aren't affected by gravity. Maybe, well, they still wouldn't be able to move. These are AI move to things. They need a nav mesh. That's part of the way it works. It's true though, you're right about that, the effect of gravity. I didn't bother to look for that. Yeah, they're permanently flying. How are you permanently flying? Are you not getting through your full startup to set it back to normal? Because it's the only place it sets there. Now I'm trying to narrow down if it's being set somewhere else. Or if it's somehow failing to set it. Might be. Okay, so it does reach that point. So somewhere something is setting them back to flying. So we're achieving this point, not a problem. We've established default movement mode, in fact, says exactly what you'd think it would. I'm going to take this with me because I'm going to use it later to check some things. These are all set. This just adds the tags. Or if they're falling. But status falling shouldn't make a difference for anything. I don't think it does. Stop moving immediately obviously wouldn't make them fly. Change the max walk speed does not make them fly. None of those are going to make them fly. What is the default thing you said again? That's the old thing I don't even use anymore. That's temperance. I didn't hit him with temperance, so that can't be the cause. Default mode is, of course, you know, walking, so it doesn't make much sense otherwise. They didn't die, so I don't know why that would be the graph that causes a problem. What could be setting them to flying? I mean, I could have a thing where I just keep resetting them back to not flying, but something is setting them to flying. I'm gonna do a quick test here, and the test is gonna just be the most obvious one. Maybe it's somehow doing this twice and confusing itself. It's only ever going to need to set itself up once, so... And then on this new one, I'll just, you know... The do once won't matter, so... This smacks of a timing issue. Whenever you have random behavior like this, things are happening in the wrong order. And I can totally see it deciding to go, okay, well, I'm going to run all the way through this and set it fine, and then I'm going to do it again. But then stop in the middle of it, so that they're still flying. Oh, I don't need to do this, I can just do that. You still flying? Is that what was happening? I'm wise to you, Yui. I know your BS ways. Nope, nope, never mind. Well, I'm still okay with it being there. No, I'm not okay with it being right there, actually. Not at all. After this, the enemy appear to disappear. Then I'm okay with it being there. Because otherwise it could lock itself out of ever existing. Doesn't make a huge difference, but... Still smacks of a timing issue. But nowhere is it ever setting them to flying, right? The default movement is flying. But nowhere anywhere in the character movement does it ever reference setting it to the default, the initial default, it's set to the default variable, which is of course the walk, or it's whatever they have for it. Have to go. Let's see. Okay, it's your stream and play everybody. Oh, thanks for hanging out with Position. Thank you, thank you. Always good to see you. I want to solve this because it's bugging the crap out of me. I'm gonna be so sad if I have to work tomorrow, though. It's already 9 hours and 14 minutes. Ugh. Well, later today, I should say. It's gonna be the worst. Oh, we print stringing down the path? I think we are, to see where it changes. These things are so complicated that, I mean, yeah. I can't spell now. Moobs. I don't remember where I left the other one, so I'm just making a new one real quick. Sure. Not the append I want. Append string. I'm gonna put one right here as my control. Right, we're making this just so I have a quick tester thingy, because I just don't want to keep copy pasting 9 million notes. I'm just gonna do it this way. Yeah, I'm like that. Don't judge. Or you can if you want, I don't care. I could have made a different color on there too. Now, where are we even going next? Like, wellness is where it usually goes after that? Like, this is the only thing it actually does is wellness. I guess. They're not being hit, so it would just be if they're movement thingies, but... they do move. Not wrong. I'm setting up a perfect test for this because this just smacks if it's going to be a real problem if I don't do some double checking in a lot of locations here. We established they don't fly. Not on there, so that doesn't matter. They haven't even used those on there. Face the target's a thing, maybe? No. I guess wellness is the other one I'll check. I don't know where the hell. Oh, it's under combat. Right. Apply condition graph. No wellness. I don't know why this didn't get a graph. This is a very old thingy, therefore it's very poorly set up. Wellness. Sure. Yeah, I'm on. No, it's small table and chair. And a light. No, just a small table and chair. It's fine. Grab an enemy real fast. Grant it permanent so it doesn't get eaten. It's permanent and like ignore the other thing is that. Or we have like a despawn thing or something like that. I don't remember why I needed both, but for some reason I did at one point, so I'm gonna go ahead and click both because I don't care right now. I just want to see what it says. I'm also gonna wipe out any enemies in here probably just for testing. Or I'll move to a different room, I don't know, one of the two. Oh, stuff spawning in. I don't think you need spawns now. We need to remove all the spawns from those things. On the Puppet Master. Counter one. Sure. Washroom. Am I blind? I am pretty blind, that is true. Right there. Oh, it's not one of those that's spawning at all. It's not in the room. I just have spawners in here on the ground and somewhere around here. Or I should. Yeah, I can't figure out their app, but that's okay. There's, oh, and those are those. When your brain no longer even works right now because you're so tired. Oh, never mind. It's just this spawning one in. Yeah, I don't care about that. I just dropped one in the area for my testing. I think at the time I didn't have a good solution for them getting RFG'd by the Puppet Master. That's part of the cleanup. What happened? You notice it went away? Oh. Hear me out. If I actually got the right thing, it'd probably help. Glad I put it in a little macro here. The code was right, except the node choice was wrong. Flying, flying, walking, 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 flying, 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 flying. Huh. It was so fast I didn't keep track of where it was. Might be because I'm just tired. But what I'm gonna do is, well, you either said it like 2 seconds or something. Yeah, okay, that was part of the problem here. Also, I don't want to read frickin' pink. I hate pink. I was like, wow, those are vanishing really fast. I know I'm tired, but usually I'm quicker at catching it than that. Maybe I'll set up a print string macro that I can just put places with the color coding on it, so I can easily find them by just searching for the print string macro and delete them all, so I don't ever lose them again. And I don't have to type out print string and find it on the list. Like that. What are we saying here? That proved to be less exciting than I was hoping for, actually. But it might give me an idea of where to start. I'm so confused on how it's gaining flying back. Especially when character movement has nothing to do with any of that. Like, it doesn't ever say. Anyway, let's see. Two happened. 3 happened twice. This wellness one there wasn't particularly interesting. The falling wellness flying 3. Like somewhere between the falling and the not, it switched over. Is wellness messing it up? Maybe. Oh, the infamous forgotten check. Probably not even necessary anymore. It just adds a tag for those. Well, this isn't setting falling. It's just checking if it is falling and then adding a gameplay tag. Why I wanted to add that gameplay tag, I no longer remember. It's probably something important. I might go figure it out if I care that much, but don't really care right now. All these just just calculate the finding each thing, right? So they don't care. And they're all doing it, so it's not a particular one of these, I don't believe. This has no ability to even change the movement type. This isn't very helpful because literally it's just, this is where it immediately switches over. And wellness triggers before getting to the first walking thing, of course. I'm not worried about that. This is interesting because they managed to be flying temporarily. Let's just check to see if it is like that, but it's not actually applying anything. This is for temperance, so that's not gonna matter. Well, it's even sending it to walking. This sets it to falling, which shouldn't get it with flying. None. It's just all temperance. Well, there's a ghetto fix I can do, but it wouldn't be a very good fix. Well, it's a ghetto fix, obviously, which would just simply be a continuously set up to their default movement thingy. But that doesn't really answer my problem here. Yeah, I think I'll just call it for now. I get the feeling I'm missing something so overwhelmingly stupid. I'm too tired after like 9 hours and 33 minutes of streaming to figure it out. Plus, I need to go to work in about 6 hours anyway, so if I don't get a little bit of sleep, I'm going to be a zombie. Well, there is that chance I get called off, but I won't know until I wake up and find out. Yes. The moved AI doesn't actually have the option to set movement mode. Just using move to actor location. I'm using the default nav thingy. I don't actually have anything special on it. Just the basic one that's just Epic programmed. I didn't change it. My brain is not even working right now. I'm not even sure what I'm clicking on, but something we can do, I guess. Yeah. I'll do it tomorrow. Maybe there's some sort of setting that got changed. Like I say, it's got to be something so obvious that I'm just missing it right now. And the current information I'm getting is too random. It really smacks of a timing issue. Whenever something is that random, it makes no sense. That's because it's executing code in a weird order and executing only part of it because the timing is forcing it to bypass things or doing the code more than once or things like that. Random things. Yeah, anyway. For those who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, subscribe, whatever, you know, join the Discord, wishlisted on Steam, or don't, you know, either way, I'm happy you're watching. I'll be back tomorrow, about 9 hours and 36 minutes before this. And I'll solve that mystery. Yes. And then I'll probably do boss work I keep talking about that I'm going to do, and I just I keep getting sidelined by other things I want to do. Yeah. I'll wave goodbye to the people on Kick and YouTube, and then I'll raid out with the Twitch people. So, bye bye people on Kick and YouTube. And yeah.